Chini chuckled and said, I'm going now. Tonight, I want to eat your sweet and sour pork ribs. Is that okay?
Jiangli smilat. You sure know how to eat.
You eat anything, huh? All right, it's approved. I promise you'll have enough tonight. They planned to prepare the pig offal and head meat into braised dishes to enjoy later. The weather had cooled down, so they didn't have to worry about leftovers spoiling. Later, Zhongli would also give some to her aunt. Even if they didn't go to the fields, they spent the whole morning busy at home. When the family returned at noon, they saw the two of them covered in sweat, with wild boar meat scattered all over the yard. Jiang Qinghua saw how capable his daughter was and smiled. When did my daughter become a pig butcher? The meat is so neatly prepared. What are we having for lunch? Zhongli turned around. I made braised meat. We'll have braised noodles for lunch, and I'll cook a big feast tonight. By the way, tell my uncle later that it's best not to eat the guts of those two wild boars. Jiang Qinghua said, All right, I'll note it down and tell your eldest uncle this afternoon. Tonight, there's a variety of pork dishes. I'll bring some back for us to eat. If we don't take some, others might suspect that our family still has meat. Jiangli nodded, okay, pork dishes are good. Finally, the family ate a simple meal. After resting for half an hour, they went back to the fields. Thanks to Zhongli's machine, this year's progress was much faster than usual. Today, everyone wanted to eat meat early. When the time came, no one needed the team leader to remind them. They all worked like they had a burst of energy. People who usually earned 8 work points earned 12 today. Jiang Jingwa looked at the day's results and was very happy. In the evening, when it was time to divide the meat, they did it quickly without wasting time or calling out numbers. In the afternoon, the butcher had already divided each family's share fairly, with good meat and average meat, without favoritism. The pig's feet were reserved for pregnant women in the village. When the entire threshing yard was full of villagers, Jiang Qinghua spoke, Tonight, everyone, enjoy a good meal. I don't want you to only care about the men at home. The girls should also eat well, understand? If I find out any girl's stomach is empty, next time I divide the meat, your family will be excluded. Our families, Li hunted a wild boar. If women and girls can't eat, then none of you will get to eat in the future. Hearing this, some families had no objections, but a few murmured, Girls are just a waste. Giving them such good food is just a waste. Don't say that. How much can a girl eat? Just give her some. Do you want others to know that your family won't get meat in future divisions? Think about what's best. I tell you, don't lose big for small gains. The villagers know everything that happens in each family. The woman muttered nervously after hearing this. I was just saying a few words. My 2 daughters can eat, so let them. All right, everyone, shut up now. Hearing her husband's words, the woman immediately quieted down and didn't dare to say another word. Jiang Qinghua finished dividing the meat and took his share of the pork dishes home. He knew Li had prepared many delicious dishes tonight. Only a fool would stay here and eat with them. Just then, Jiang Qinghua was carrying his own share of the pork dishes and was on his way home when he ran into his older brother. Jiang Qinghua whispered, Do you still have any white wine? My family's stuff has all been taken by your sister-in-law. Jiang Qinghua rolled his eyes and said, She won't let me drink at home, so she runs to my place to drink? Big brother, I've noticed you're getting bolder. Jiang Qinghua chuckled and said, Well, I have no choice. Your sister-in-law is very strict. Enough, stop talking. Li, and I just want 1 bottle, I said. My daughter has stored up quite a bit. Before, she received many rewards and good things. She also exchanged those vouchers for fine wine. So, if others don't have any, my daughter definitely does. Jiangli doesn't know that her dad is already eyeing her moutai. Remember, those bottles she exchanged are meant for future value. Chini looked at the ribs in the pot, smelling the tempting aroma, and his mouth watered. Big sister, when will dinner be ready? My stomach is already growling. Jiangli laughed and said, It'll be ready soon. Look at you, so impatient. Hee, I'm just not good at cooking. Nothing tastes as good as yours. Even my 3rd uncle now has to step aside. Oh, who's talking bad about me? Hearing the voice, Chini chuckled and asked, Third uncle, why are you here? Jiang Qingjun rolled his eyes and said, if I didn't come, I wouldn't even know I'm so low in your mind. TSK, don't come to our house for meals anymore. I don't cook well enough. Qinyi quickly said, third uncle, I was wrong. Please don't stop me from eating at your house. I'll decide based on my mood. Jiang Li found the conversation amusing and said, third uncle, stop teasing him. We're leaving in a few days anyway. He's just all talk and no action. Jiang Qingjun smiled and said, I know. If you need anything, just ask me. Ever since I sold my job, I haven't cooked big meals often. Our ingredients aren't as varied as in restaurants, so I haven't cooked much at home. Now that Lili has gathered so much wild boar meat and game, I'm getting a bit eager to try cooking. Jiang Li looked at the other ingredients and said, third uncle, smoke all the good pork belly. I plan to send some to my brothers later. If you have time, help me remove the pig hair from those 2 pig heads. I want to make braised pork tonight. Jiang Qingjun agreed. All right, leave it to me. At that moment, Jiang Jingrui came in and said, Dad, you need to go back quickly. My brother was beaten, and his face is covered in blood. I'm really scared. Everyone in the kitchen was stunned by his words. Then Jiang Li said, third uncle, you should go back and check. I will bring the medical kit right away. Jiang Qingjun, hearing that his son was hurt, forgot everything else and hurried home. Xinli saw that the food in the pot was almost ready and said to Qinyi, go call grandma over. I will check on Jingwen. Qinyi nodded, I'll go now. Originally, the old lady wanted to go after hearing this, but Jiang Li stopped her. Grandma, don't worry while I am here. I will check the situation first. If it's serious, I will send him to the hospital. The old lady replied, all right, go quickly. Once the food in the kitchen is ready, I will come over. Jiang Li carried her small medical box and went straight to third uncle's house. Although Jiang Jingwen's face was covered in blood, he only had one wound. Jiang Qingjun had just wiped the blood off his son's face when Jiang Li entered. Seeing her cousin's forehead wound, she frowned and asked, who hit him? Did they think no one in the Jiang family could stand up for themselves? Jiang Jingwen, hearing his sister's words, grimaced and said, it was Zhang Debao from Daliu village next door. He was stealing something and I caught him. He hit me with a stone and I got hit on the head. That kid ran away after he finished hitting me. He was unlucky. He was just out for a walk and ran into that scoundrel. Everyone in these villages knew him. But their village's people were all controlled by his big uncle and didn't dare cause trouble. Who would have thought that someone from Daliu village would dare to come to their village to steal? Jiang Li, hearing about Daliu village's involvement, asked further, who did he steal from? Why hasn't anyone in the village reported this to uncle? Also, are you dizzy? Extend your hand so I can check. Jiang Jingwen obediently stretched out his hand and said, he stole from the accountant's house. I only saw him carrying a sack out, but I don't know what was inside. Hearing that the accountant's house was robbed, Jiang Li slightly curled her lips. This guy really knows how to pick his targets. Robbery from a wealthy family. I'll bandage your wound first. Luckily, it's not very deep. It will heal in a few days. But there's a slight concussion. I will take someone to talk to Zhang Debao now. If they dare to act recklessly in our village, Daliu village won't let this go. This is the busy farming season, yet the village chief still allows villagers to go out and steal. She thought it was pointless for the village chief to continue in his position. When Jiang Jingwen heard that his cousin was going to Daliu village, he immediately said, I want to go too. I am a witness. Just after they finished treating her wound, they heard arguing outside. Jiang Li put away the medicine box and went out to see what was happening. She saw her uncle arguing with Zhang Accountant from their neighboring Daliu village, and Zhang Accountant looked very upset. Jiang Qinghua stubbed out his cigarette and said, all right, if your house was robbed, report it to the police. Later, I'll ask if anyone saw strangers entering the village. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li came over and said, Uncle, Zhang Accountant's house was robbed by Zhang Debao from the next village. Jingwen saw him and was hurt in the fight. Hearing it was Zhang Debao, Zhang Accountant got very angry. Because Zhang Debao was also a distant relative of their family. They didn't expect him to be a thief. Is Jingwen okay? Did Zhang Debao really do this? Zhang Li nodded. Yes, it's him. Jingwen saw everything clearly. I was about to gather people and go to the neighboring village. Jingwen shouldn't have been hurt for nothing. They must pay for the medical and nutritional expenses. I'll go with you. Our family lost a lot of grain and money. I want to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Hearing Zhang accountant's words, Zhang Li said indifferently, do as you wish. Wait for me. Everyone gather at the village entrance in 10 minutes. I'll go call people now. Most families in their village had relatives nearby, so fighting at the door was common. Otherwise, who would know who was bullying whom? Seeing him rush off, Jiang Qinghua also said, I'll go call people too. Let's go together. I want to see what kind of place Daliu village really is. They had no shame about bullying their village or their nephew. Jiang Li went back, gave a quick greeting, changed into new clothes, grabbed a stick, and left the house. She hadn't even eaten dinner before heading out for the fight. Everyone in the Jiang family knew about the fight, and besides Jiang Li, all the men went along. Anyone who bullied their family had to face justice. At the village entrance, Jiang Li saw it was crowded with people, all holding tools or weapons. She thought, wow, it looks like all the men from the village are here. Zhang accountant was quite popular. Seeing everyone had arrived, Jiang Qinghua shouted, everyone must listen to the instructions. Don't rush in blindly and start fighting. We are here to reason, not to fight. If the other side doesn't listen, we will talk about something else. Remember, never act impulsively. After hearing this, everyone responded in unison. Got it. All right, let's go. Accountant Zhang walked ahead angrily, full of resentment, making it seem like he was about to fight someone. Jiang Li followed behind, walking and saying to Jiang Jingwen, when you get there, don't be afraid, okay? That Zhang Debao will probably deny everything. If he does, just say that some villagers saw it, and you weren't alone, understand? Jiang Jingwen nodded, I know what to say. That troublemaker won't get away. He was almost ready to beat him up. If he didn't get revenge for this grudge, he wouldn't be a real man. At this moment, Daliu village didn't know that their Zhang Debao had caused big trouble this time. Meanwhile, the village leader was having a meal with the visiting officials. When they heard the news, everyone was shocked. Village chief, you should go check on Zhang's family. Many people from Sana village have come. I heard Zhang Debao stole things from accountant Zhang's house. Not just a few things either. Most importantly, that troublemaker not only stole but also hurt Jiang Qinghua's nephew. He's really in big trouble now. Wang lied, hearing his brother's words, quickly looked at the officials and said, sorry, leaders, something happened in our village. I need to handle it first. I'll ask our iron pillar to stay and eat with you. One of the officials stood up and said, let's go see too. Such a big matter. We shouldn't really fight. Seeing the officials also want to go, Wang Li cursed the Zhang family's ancestors in his mind. That troublemaker. How could he not watch over the harvest? Not only did he steal, but he also hurt someone. Most importantly, it's busy farming season now, and every family can't be absent. This really gave him a wake-up call. Meanwhile, Zhang Debao was not at home. Even their family members were confused when they heard about it. Although the boy usually wasn't very well behaved, he wouldn't be so bold. Zhang Debao's grandmother couldn't believe her grandson would do such a thing. She shouted, don't falsely accuse us. My Debao would never do such a thing. It must be you guys looking for trouble on purpose. Accountant Zhang snorted coldly, do you think we have nothing to do? Are we bored enough to trouble you? Lu Ernyang, a distant relative, didn't want to cause a big fuss, so she told Zhang Debao to come out. I have no other request. Return the money and grain that were stolen from our family, she said. Pay for Jiang family's medical expenses, and we will leave immediately. If you insist on causing trouble, we will report to the police. Stealing and hurting people are serious crimes, and I believe the authorities in the Northwest won't let you escape. Seeing that he spoke confidently, Lu Ernyang worried that her son might have really done something foolish. Earlier in the afternoon, her son had told her he was going out drinking with friends and had slipped away secretly. Even now, he hadn't come back. She wasn't afraid of much, but she was worried that if they called the police, her grandson might be taken away. The Zhang family had 5 daughters and only 1 son. Her grandson was very precious, and she couldn't bear for him to get into trouble. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to go on living. Zhang Debao isn't at home. Since you all are from the same village, whatever you say is fine, she said. But I don't believe my grandson would do such a thing. Zhang the accountant knew her family was stubborn and didn't want to argue further. He turned to his son and said, "Go find the police now. No matter where Zhang Debao is hiding today, I want to find him." "Okay, Dad. I'll go now," his son replied. When Wang Lide and the others arrived, they saw a crowd gathered at the Zhang family's door. Some were from Sanha village and others from nearby villages, all here just to watch the scene. The crowd was so large that no one could get close. Feeling helpless, Wang Lide raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone make way, please." Seeing Wang Lide, the onlookers parted to let him through. Jiang Qinghua saw him and snorted coldly, "Captain Wang is really busy. Even during harvest season, he has time to slack off." "Really? You're so busy?" Wang Lide responded with a slight smile. "Ahem. Today some leaders came to inspect the work." "Don't waste time with nonsense," he said. "Tell me what happened. Why are so many people here? Are you planning to start a fight?" Jiang Qinghua didn't beat around the bush and explained everything clearly. After hearing this, Wang Lide felt a headache coming on. The 2 leaders didn't need to be told. They already knew. He thought to himself, these thieves are so bold now. They dare to steal and hurt people in broad daylight. It's truly lawless. One of the leaders then asked, "Are the people you're looking for at home?" Accountant Zhang replied, "Zhang Debao isn't at home, and I don't know where he's hiding. We lost a whole bag of grain, plus over 60 yuan and some receipts. And my daughter's gift, the radio she gave me, is gone too. Leader, you have to help us. We can't just let such a troublemaker go easily."
Pa.
"You're spreading lies. Our Debao isn't like what you're saying. I tell you, if you want to catch my grandson, you'll have to step over me first." Lu Ernyang shouted loudly. Wang Lide, annoyed by her, said, "You don't need to yell at us here. Whether it's Zhang Debao or not, we'll find out when the police arrive. Usually, I wouldn't say much if Zhang Debao was lazy, since no grain means no trouble for us. But now he's tarnished our village's name. That's not something you can brush off with a tantrum." Jiang Li listened to their words and found them very annoying. It was just for some medical expenses. They could wait a little longer, even until nightfall. Jiang Jingwen stepped forward and said, "I don't want to get involved in other things. Since Zhang Debao hurt me, his family must pay for the medicine. If I weren't lucky, I might not be here now." Even threatening to silence someone, they really have bad manners. Others heard his words and looked at the injury on his forehead. They thought, this Zhang Debao really isn't gentle. People in Dahlia village didn't like that boy either. Almost every family had been robbed by that troublemaker. But before, it was just small fights, and Zhang's family paid for damages, so they let it go. Now, as he's grown older, he's become bolder. Zhang Debao's father heard Jiang Jingzhe's words and asked, "Who saw my son hit you? Are you saying he hit you just like that?" Hearing such shameless words, Jiang Li pulled the person next to him, and the man shouted, "We saw it ourselves. If we hadn't, that kid would have done more harm to Jingwen. Your Zhang family can't deny it. Zhang Debao hit him. Humph, you're all from the same village, so you'll defend your own. I don't care. If you want to arrest my son, you need to show proof." At this, Jiang Li snorted coldly. "Are you planning to deny everything? My brother was by your son, and now has a slight concussion. Why are we only talking to you about this? Do you really think your son is some kind of treasure? Those who harm our Jiang family won't get away with it."
"Who are you?"
"You're just a girl. What right do you have to speak?" Lu Ernyang said rudely. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "Why can't I speak now? I've seen a lot today." Then she looked at Captain Wang Lide and said, "Captain Wang, even though I am a girl, I am not a soft target. I just returned from Kyoto a few days ago. If it weren't for the autumn harvest at home, I would have gone back to work already. The higher-ups are giving me some face, But if I don't get a satisfactory explanation for today's matter, you won't like the consequences. Hearing Jiang Li's threat, not only Wang Lide was shocked, but even the two inspecting leaders also looked surprised. They wondered what kind of background this Jiang girl had, as they had never heard of her before. Of course, even the people present started to look at Jiang Li differently. Jiang Li was not afraid. She only spoke again when she saw an old acquaintance arrive. "Captain Shen, I hope you're well. I didn't expect you to come in person." Shen Shuwen saw it was Jiang Li and sighed helplessly. "It's you again. Why haven't you gone back to Kyoto? Has your work fallen through?" Jiang Li smirked slightly. "Are you hoping my work fell through?" "Enough, this isn't the time to talk about that. My brother was beaten. You need to go catch the person." Seeing how familiar Jiang Li was with the police captain and hearing their conversation, everyone believed Jiang Li wasn't just bluffing. This girl really has a strong background. Shen Shuwen felt a headache. If he had known she was here, he wouldn't have come at all. Whenever he met her, trouble was sure to follow. But he had to thank her for the information she provided last time, which helped them make a big achievement. He then said, "I will look into this matter and make sure Brother Jiang doesn't suffer. Do you agree?" Jiang Li heard him and didn't make things difficult for him. She glanced at the Zhang family members and said, "Since that's the case, we will go back first. If you need anything, just come to our house. Jingwen, come here. Show Captain Shen your wound." Jiang Jingwen listened to his cousin and obediently came over. "Captain Shen, look at my brother's wound. He was hurt by that Zhang Debao. I'm not someone who causes trouble without reason. Just reimburse us for the medication costs when the time comes. As for what was lost at Mr. Zhang's house, that's your own problem." After inspecting Jiang Jingwen's wound, Shen Shuwen replied, "Okay, I understand. You can go back and wait for news." The leaders inspecting from above saw Jiang Li, and the police were very familiar, so they took note of the Jiang family's situation. Although they didn't know all the details yet, they knew they shouldn't offend them for now. They thought they should be more polite when they visit the village tomorrow. Jiang Qinghua and his brothers saw that Jiang Li had handled everything, so they didn't stay any longer. They needed to go back early to rest because they had more harvest work tomorrow. Then Jiang Qinghua and Officer Zhang greeted everyone and left with their families. Wang Lide saw that the group had finally left and felt relieved. He thought that their plan to go to the big team tomorrow was probably ruined. He was always cautious, but troublemakers in the village were hard to guard against. Having such a troublemaker in the village was really bad news for the family. After Jiang Li and his family left, Shen Shuwen officially started working. When the Zhang family saw the police, they became very nervous. Except for the two sisters who were married, the others looked very unhappy. It was already hard for them to find good husbands, and now if their brother was taken away by the police, their future would be even worse. Shen Shuwen didn't waste time. After understanding what happened, he took his team to find Zhang Debao. Someone in the village who knew Zhang Debao kindly told them about the places he often visited. That night, Zhang Debao was caught gambling with neighbors. Jiang Li didn't know what was happening over there and didn't care. She just waited for the results. Because of this incident, when they came back for dinner, it was already past 8 p.m. The elderly lady saw everyone was home and reheated the food. All three families ate dinner together tonight. Jiang Li had cooked a lot of meat dishes, so everyone was full by the end. Jiang Jingzhe wanted to send some food to Man, but since it was so late, he decided to wait until tomorrow. Fortunately, they shared a lot of meat during the harvest, so she didn't have to worry about not having enough. With the harvest over, the first rain after autumn arrived. Looking at the dark clouds covering the whole village, Jiang Li was a bit worried and said, "It's raining so heavily now. Won't the river flood?" Jiang Qinghua heard his daughter's words and looked up at the sky, saying, "There probably isn't much to worry about. The water at the riverbank wasn't high before, and it has been reinforced. As long as it doesn't rain heavily overnight, everything should be fine." Hearing this, Jiang Li felt more at ease. She then said, "I'm planning to go to Kyoto in a few days. When I come back, it will probably be close to the new year. Harvest is almost done. Do you want to go to Kyoto with me and my parents for a visit? Maybe also see the brothers?" Jiang Xuemai thought for a moment and replied, "That sounds good, but we'll need to wait a few days. Actually, I have some errands to run outside too. Once your uncle's matters here are settled, we'll leave together." News from Hong Kong had already arrived, along with updates about the brothers. Jiang Xuemai was eager to go back and see them right now. But she couldn't leave the family matters behind, so she hadn't left yet. She thought about returning to seek revenge, but wasn't sure if she could come back to this home. It might be good to visit her two sons before leaving. She didn't know if she'd ever have another chance to return after this trip. Luckily, the children were grown, so even if she couldn't come back, she wasn't worried about their future. Jiang Li didn't notice the sadness in her mother's eyes. She was just happy to hear her parents wanted to go out. "Mom, you've finally come around. This year, I've been traveling around a lot. The last time I went to Kyoto, I was rewarded with a house there. Since I'm going again this time, you can stay there for a while." Jiang Xuemai gently patted her daughter's head and said affectionately, "Arlie Li is so amazing. She's starting to have her own property. Next time you get married, it'll be a nice dowry." Jiang Li hugged her mother's arm and said playfully, "What's mine is for my parents. I'll take care of you when you're old." Jiang Xuemai smiled. "Good, then your dad and I will follow you. When you have children, we'll help take care of them. You just focus on building your career. All right, then I'll be clinging to you forever. Don't you dare leave me." Seeing this warm scene, Jiang Qinghua's smile never faded. He had already talked to his wife and mother about their plans. Once they left, his older brother and his wife would move in. Before leaving, they would finish taking care of their younger son's matters, so there wouldn't be any more issues. As for his daughter's situation, they could only feel helpless. But he thought not everything had to be negative. Maybe everything would go smoothly, and she'd return safely. Outside, heavy rain was pouring down loudly. A flash of lightning and a loud thunderclap, accompanied by heavy rain, as if the sky's dragon king was calling, violently tearing open the sky and pouring down to the earth. It also seemed like a river breaking through its banks, rushing fiercely into the valley below. The cold wind outside kept blowing into the room, making Jiang Li shiver from the cold. This heavy rain was expected to last a long time. However, it stopped as soon as the sun set. After the autumn rain, the air became noticeably colder. Jiang Li had already heated the fire bed in the room early in the morning. In the evening, after dinner, lying on the warm fire bed was incredibly comfortable. Thinking about going to Kyoto soon, Jiang Li planned to leave some fine grains for the family before leaving. Her grandmother was old, her sister-in-law was pregnant, so it was better to eat more fine grains. Anyway, she had plenty in her storage. Lost in these thoughts, she soon fell asleep. At the border, Huobeiyu looked at his injured brother, feeling very annoyed. They had been out for almost half a month, but that group of people kept hiding in holes like mice. It made it hard for him to take them all at once. If he hadn't been prepared, they might have been in real trouble. Jiang Chisi, holding his wounded arm, looked worried and said, "This isn't working. If things get worse, we should call for reinforcements." This mission was more difficult than expected, especially on someone else's land, making it almost impossible to move forward. The enemies had planted so many landmines that anyone who stepped on them was caught off guard. They were hard to defend against. If it weren't for their special training, they would have been defeated days ago. Huobeiyu shook his head when he heard Jiang Chisi's words. "Everyone, don't act rashly. Let me think carefully." The current situation wasn't very optimistic, and bringing more people wouldn't help. He needed a different strategy. Jiang Chisi saw him silent and didn't bother him to think. They had suffered many losses these days. Although no one had died, half of the brothers were injured. If it weren't for the military doctor accompanying them in this hot environment, their wounds might have already become infected. Jiang Li didn't know that Huobeiyu was not in Kyoto at this moment. By the time she found out, he was already in the hospital. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating colorful shadows, like a special gift from nature. Jiang Li got up early and put on her autumn clothes. A cold wind follows each autumn rain. The weather at the end of September is quite chilly. After practicing a set of 5 animal frolics in the yard, The rest of the family also got up. Tomorrow is Jiang Haoyu's proposal day. Today, my parents are going out to prepare bicycles and watches for the 3-turn and 1-sound ceremony. The other 2 items are being prepared by Brother Wu himself. Not long after the family finished breakfast, Shin Shuwen arrived with his team. Zhongli saw him and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You guys are slow. How many days has it been? And you're just coming now?" Shin Shuwen looked speechless and helpless, replying, "Can we come in and talk?" Zhongli moved aside at the gate and smiled, "Come in." After Shin Shuwen and his colleagues entered the yard, Zhongli asked, "So, why did it take so long?" "Well, it's not that we're slow, mainly because Zhang Debao kept denying everything after he was caught that day. Even your village accountant Zhang's belongings haven't been found yet. That kid is slippery, like a mudfish. In the end, it was his friend who said he sold the stolen goods on the black market, and all the money was lost at the casino. It took us several days to catch many gambling players, and now that the case is nearly closed, we're here to give you the news. But the medical expenses you wanted might not be possible to get. Zhang's family has no money. Basically, once someone is caught, asking for money is impossible."
So, what do you think?
Zhongli sneered at this and said, "No money is fine. Zhang Debao can probably be sent to the Northwest farm, right? If you can't do it, I can call someone to handle it." She mentioned her brother, and then dismissed the idea. Dream on. The Northwest is such a good place. Whether he can survive there depends on his skills. Anyway, she wouldn't let this go easily. "Well, the farm can be arranged, but it might not be in the Northwest," Shin Shuwen said. "He's just a small team leader and really has little say. Unless he uses family connections, he can't do much." Zhongli smiled and said, "In that case, I'll call my friend. Other farms aren't as comfortable as the Northwest. You agree, right?" Shin Shuwen's mouth twitched, thinking that the Northwest isn't a place for people. But since she insisted, it didn't matter to him. As long as it doesn't cause trouble, he's fine. Then he said, "If little Jiang can handle it, then I'll trouble you." Jiang Li let out a sigh. "All right, I understand. Since the medical expenses haven't arrived, you can go back now. By the way, I am about to go to Kyoto. If my family needs anything, please take good care of Captain Shin. Consider this as me owing you a favor. Whenever you need my help, just ask." Shin Shuwen thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I will do my best." "Good. That's enough with your words. Let's go. I won't keep you for lunch." Shin Shuwen waved his hand. "No need, we can go ourselves. I also need to visit Accountant Zhang." Zhongli said, "Okay, then I won't see you off. Safe travels. Goodbye, see you again if there's a chance."
Goodbye.
After sending them off, Zhang Li's smile disappeared, replaced with a look full of sarcasm. The Zhang family is doing well. Tonight, she plans to see if they really have no money at all. Daring to mess with her is like looking for trouble in a muddy pit. If she doesn't take down their family, she wouldn't be Zhang Li. Then she remembered her work in Kyoto and returned to her room to draw more design sketches. Su Man and Lu Weiwei were resting today, and they were picking chestnuts in the mountains. Li Shun and Hu Baiming were setting traps nearby. Soon, the animals in the mountains would hibernate, making it even harder to find meat. Their meat vouchers had long been used up, not a single one left. Hu Baiming loved to eat, and if Zhang Li hadn't been feeding him, he'd be craving all the time. Su Man was also considered part of the Zhang family, so when she cooked for Hu Baiming, she would also include her future sister-in-law. Lu Weiwei and Li Shen had lost quite a bit of weight after the autumn harvest. Their already thin bodies looked even more fragile. "Weiwei, this new year we'll spend it here. Do you miss home?" Lu Weiwei was picking chestnuts, expressionless.
No.
She didn't mind not going back. Seeing her like this, Su Man also thought of her own untrustworthy fiancé. Every family has its own problems. Epsilon's sad face Omicron. "Sigh, I want to go back and visit, but just thinking about my mom's attitude makes me lose motivation. I'm really afraid that if I go back, she'll want me to go on blind dates. You know, my eldest brother is so capable, yet my younger brother is just a useless fool. Besides flattering at home, he's completely useless. That's how it is. My mom still dotes on him, like, He's the apple of her eye. Lu Weiwei replied softly, "It's because we are daughters. They think only sons can take care of us in old age." Although they hadn't suffered much since childhood, compared to the boys at home, they were still a bit behind. Especially when they grew up, if they couldn't bring benefits to the family, they were even less appreciated. Alright, enough of that. I'm planning to call home and marry Jiang Jingjia after the new year. Whether the family agrees or not, I am determined to marry him. Right now, she just wanted to live a better life. If her family had opinions, at most, they wouldn't give her a dowry. But she didn't mind. When her grandparents passed away, they left her many good things, which no one knew about. So she wasn't worried at all. If those things weren't hidden now, she wouldn't want to be so poor. As for the things at home, she would take them if they gave them to her. If not, it didn't matter. When her parents got old, she would give them plenty of respect and money. Seeing her so optimistic, Lu Weiwei was happy for her. If possible, she also wanted to find someone she liked here and get married. That family wouldn't be too bad either. Suddenly, Li Xin shouted, "Come quick, we've got a catch." Hearing his shout, Su Man immediately ran over. "Wow, it's a wild chicken. Let's just roast it here." There were so many people at the youth station. Cooking separately back home might be a bit awkward, but if everyone shared, this little bit of meat wouldn't be enough. God knows she was craving meat so badly. Even when someone occasionally cooked for her, she was still very eager. Li Xin, hearing this, didn't hesitate and replied, "Sure, 1 chicken for 4 of us is perfect. There's a river nearby, and I brought some knives," he added.
Great.
"I also brought some salt," Su Man said happily. Hu Baiming then came back with a rabbit, looking puzzled at their happy chatter. "What's making you so excited?" he asked. "Oh, you caught a rabbit too. You're so lucky today. Let's go, no more chestnut picking." "I want to roast them now," Su Man said excitedly. Seeing Li Xin catch a wild chicken, Hu Baiming thought, no wonder they were so happy. He also smiled and said, "Let's find a place to eat meat." Lin Xin nodded, "Let's go. It's almost noon anyway." "Okay, let's go." Lu Weiwei saw them leave so quickly and had no choice but to carry the good chestnuts she picked along. The sunset is beautiful, but it's almost dusk. As the day quickly passes, the stars soon fill the sky. On the dark village road, a figure hurriedly runs. Jiang Li moves quickly in the faint moonlight, heading toward Dahlia village. She is a person who remembers grudges. After hearing Xin Shuan's words during the day, she kept them in her mind. Since they complain about being poor, she decides to fully embrace being a poor person. The night breeze feels a little cool. Jiang Li runs fast and soon reaches outside Zhang's yard. She skillfully climbs over the wall into the yard and sprays sleeping medicine inside. After waiting a while, she enters the room. In the small room, 5 people are sleeping. Jiang Li slightly pulls at the corner of her mouth. She thinks this family is quite bold. Despite their only grandson being sent away, they still sleep peacefully. They seem completely unconcerned. After glancing at them, she begins searching the room. She initially thought there wouldn't be anything valuable here. To her surprise, there is some family savings. Behind a loose brick, she finds 500 yuan in cash. There are also some old, inexpensive silver jewelry. Under the old lady's pillow, she even finds a gold bar. Looking at their hiding places, Jiang Li feels quite speechless. After confirming there's nothing more, she stops searching. She had planned to take all the food, but thinking of the innocent girls, she decides to leave it. Besides, judging by the money, it's probably bride price money from selling a daughter. But she doesn't hesitate to take the 2 chickens in the backyard. Those old hens are really hard to find. Usually, people don't sell hens that lay eggs. So, getting them depends on luck. After taking everything she can, she finally leaves. The next morning, the Zhang family wakes up in a panic. The old lady gets up and instinctively feels for her gold bar. Today, she can't find it no matter how much she searches, and her scream wakes everyone in the house. Zhang Debao's father, awakened by his wife, angrily yells, "Why are you making such a loud noise? It's so annoying. Son, get up quickly." It seems like we have a thief.
What?
A thief? Their family is so poor that even mice don't bother, so how could there be a thief? Oh no, my treasure is gone. Of course, this was just the beginning. When they realize their money and bills are also missing, the old lady has and can't get up. Once this news spreads, many villagers take pleasure in their misfortune. Even Zhongli knew about it and cursed, serves you right. But now she didn't have time to watch the excitement. Today was her 5th brother's engagement day. The family of 3 finished breakfast and went to the county town. Zhongli rode her brand new bicycle, and the family went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. When Jiang Haoyu saw his parents, he greeted the leaders briefly and then left. He only took a morning off today. Once things there were done, he had to come back in the afternoon to continue working. Seeing that her 5th brother was in good spirits today, Zhongli smiled and said, "Isn't this what they call being happy and feeling energized?" Teased by her younger sister, Jiang Haoyu didn't get angry and replied, "Just laugh at me. By the way, Mom and Dad, the bride price is 500. I've already prepared everything here. If they say anything unpleasant later, you don't have to hold back." Qingqing's situation at home isn't very good either. This bride price is also to compensate her parents for raising her. After we get the marriage certificate, she won't have to worry about the family anymore. Please be understanding. Li Qing's parents originally wanted 800 yuan because Li Qing had a job. But Li Qing told her family that her job was found by herself and had nothing to do with them. 500 yuan plus the 3 turn-in-1 sound was the limit. If they still weren't satisfied, she would sell her job and leave directly. She didn't care. Her family finally relaxed. When he visited their home before, her brothers didn't take her seriously at all, which made him very angry. If it weren't for the future, he genuinely wanted to beat those brothers up that day. Jiang Xuemei listened to her son's words and frowned slightly, asking, "Have you really thought it through? Li Qing is a good girl, but her family, I'm worried that after you get married, they will often come to mooch off you. Your life will be full of trouble then." Jiang Haoyu comforted her, saying, "Mom, don't worry. Qingqing and I already have plans. Just wait a little longer and we'll leave here." His sister bought a house in Kyoto, so there's no reason not to go to a big city. But now isn't the right time. As for her father-in-law's family, besides birthdays and New Year, he wouldn't casually visit them in the future. If they dare to cause trouble for him and Qingqing, they should be prepared to end up in the hospital. All right, as long as you've thought it through, that's fine. After all, it's your life together. Your dad, and I just want you to be happy. How you choose is your own path. Jiang Haoyu knew his parents only wanted what was best for him. He assured them, "Qingqing and I will make a good life together in the future. Please rest assured, Mom and Dad." Jiang Xuemei nodded. "Good. Since you've prepared the bride price, my husband and I will handle it privately later. Your brother's bride prices are all the same. You don't need to feel embarrassed. After marriage, you'll truly become an adult. From now on, the family won't interfere anymore. Do you understand?" Jiang Haoyu nodded. "I understand. All right, let's go. Have the restaurant reservations been made?" "Don't worry, I've arranged everything." Li Qing watched her parents fuss over preparations. Glancing at the time, she felt unhappy and said, "If you don't leave soon, there's no point going. I think I might just cancel the wedding."
She was really annoyed now.
Everything was arranged, but her parents didn't seem to care at all. It felt like she wasn't the one getting married. Her father glared at her and said irritably, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's their family that wants to marry you. What's the rush? If it weren't for the 3-turn-1 sound tradition, do you think I would agree to your marriage? I've raised you all these years. Don't I deserve a little respect?"
Li Qing snurta.
"Have you ever counted how much you've spent on me? Since I was little, the only thing that didn't cost you was my tuition. I've been working hard day and night to serve this family. Don't I deserve to eat a meal?" In ancient times, the maids from wealthy families weren't treated as badly as you treat us. This time, I won't take anything from the bride price or the 3-turn-1 sound tradition, except for the watch. I give everything else to you. From now on, I won't come back except for your birthdays and New Year. You love my lazy younger brother so much. I want to see, when you're old, whether he will really take care of you, bringing you food and helping you. Someone who doesn't even bother to bathe himself shouldn't expect to serve you.
Haha.
As for my eldest brother, with my sharp-tongued sister-in-law around, do you really think he'll want to take care of you when you're old? Dad, I'll say this once more. Even if you don't like me, you and Mom must not give all your savings to them. If you run out of money, just look at how your two sons will behave. Don't wait until everything falls apart to realize what regret really means. After hearing this, Lee's father irritably replied, Enough, I know what I need to. No need for you to worry. Isn't it to go to the restaurant? Hurry up and leave. Lee's mother put on her new handbag and applied a little light makeup. She looked like she was going on a date, not a family meal. Seeing her husband leave, she finally got up and followed out the door. Originally, Li Qing's brother was also supposed to come today, but after being scolded harshly, he stayed quiet. This family of theirs is full of troublemakers. It's already good if parents go out to eat without incident. If everyone went, the outcome would be obvious. She finally found someone she liked, and she couldn't let a few troublemakers ruin it. While Zhongli was waiting at the restaurant and feeling a bit impatient, Li Qing's family finally arrived. Her good mood instantly soured when she saw her sister-in-law's parents. Their attitude was so condescending, it was very annoying. If her fifth brother didn't like her, she would have scolded them. Everything about them was irritating. Li Qing entered the private room and, realizing they were late, apologized. Sorry, Uncle and Auntie were late. These two are my parents. Mom and Dad. This is how you's parents. Jiang Qinghua, hearing Li Qing's words, didn't look angry. He stood up and smiled, saying, Hello, future relatives. I am Jiang Qinghua, how you's father. This is my wife, Jiang Xuemei. Nice to meet you. Li Dequan was surprised when he saw how you's parents dressed so well. He thought, aren't these people from a humble background? Why are they dressed better than him? All four of them were each wearing a watch. Was his bride price going to be less? Seeing his father lost in thought, Li Qing was speechless and said, Dad, they're greeting you. Li Dequan snapped out of it.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, I'm Li Dequan, and this is my wife, Zhang Guilin. Jiang Qinghua smiled. All right, everyone's fine. Since you're here, please take a seat. Li, go tell the waiter to bring the food. Jiang Li nodded. Got it. When Li Dequan saw Jiang Li's appearance, he was also surprised. He thought, how come the Jiang family's genes are so good? Jiang Qinghua noticed his gaze and felt a bit uncomfortable, but didn't show it. He said, Dear relatives, regarding the marriage of the two children, do you have any other requirements? I was thinking that after paying the bride price today, I would have the two children get their marriage certificates. As for the wedding, in our countryside, we usually hold it in winter. Of course, if you prefer, you can choose a date that suits you. Our son has a yard in the county town, as you probably know. So after they get married, you don't need to worry about Qingying suffering in the countryside. The young couple is doing well now, and they will continue to do so after marriage. What do you think, dear relatives? After hearing Jiang Qinghua's words, Li Deqian spoke up. Is it too quick to get the certificate right after paying the bride price? Also, we agreed that the bride price was 500 yuan plus 3 turns and 1 sound. But Qingqing said today she wants to take the watch, so you see. When Jiang Qinghua and the others heard this, their faces looked very unhappy. Li Qing frowned and said, Dad, don't be too much. Am I not allowed to take anything from my bride price when I get married? If you want to increase the price today, I can pay it, but you have to sign a formal agreement that I am no longer your daughter. Without parents like you, who want to drain all my blood, you wouldn't be satisfied. Seeing his daughter disrespect him like this, Li Deqian also got angry. I am your father, and I will do whatever I say. If you want to cut ties, fine. Give me 1,000 yuan, and today I will transfer the household registration. From now on, I won't care whether you live or die. Li Qing was so angry she sarcastically said, 1,000 yuan? Are you really trying to push me to death? Qingjie, just 1,000 yuan. Let's cut ties now. I will pay this money. Jiang Li couldn't stand it anymore. If they don't get rid of these terrible family members soon, will they even have a new year? If it weren't for her brother's liking, Li Qing wouldn't be so bad. Jiang Li really didn't want to get involved. When the people in the room heard Jiang Li's words, they were all stunned. Li Qing's father was even more surprised. He didn't expect the Jiang family to be so wealthy. One girl could easily have 1,000 yuan. It turns out the bride price was indeed low. Li Qing didn't speak first, but Li Daqian said again, "All right, but the bride price and the 3 turns and 1 sound must be given to us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li sneered and said, "That's fine, but from today on, Li Qing will no longer be part of your Li family. If anyone from your family goes to my brother's house to ask for favors again, don't blame me for being rude. Also, after ending the relationship, I will publish a notice in the newspaper to prevent your family from coming to bother my brother and sister-in-law again, acting like vampires when they see my brother and sister-in-law living well. Our Jiang family may not be a big noble family, but we are not easy to push around. If you've made up your mind, go ahead now. Sister Qing, you and I will get the marriage certificate today and transfer the household registration. Do you understand?" Li Qing felt mixed emotions after hearing this. This was her parents, willing to abandon her for money. Why did they even have her in the first place? Was she really worse than a boy? Seeing her look sad, Zhang Haoyu took her hand and said, "You will have me and our family. Don't be sad."
Li Qing bitterly replied, "Shest li santoli li."
I'll move out today. Since her parents were so heartless, there was no point in begging anymore. Jiang Li smiled and said, "In that case, let's go. We won't eat this meal. I think everyone isn't in the mood. Dad, ask the kitchen to pack up the food. Later, take it to Brother Wu's place to eat." Jiang Qinghua, seeing this, said indulgently, "All right, as my dear, we'll do as you say." Jiang Shuemai, seeing everything turn out like this, didn't know what to say. But such in-laws, better to cut ties. As long as their son and daughter-in-law are happy, that's enough. Li Daqian, seeing things had come to this, lost his appetite. A girl who could be exchanged for over 2,000 yuan was worth it. As for Li Qing's mother, she completely listened to her husband. After the 2 families finished sorting things out, it was already afternoon. Li Qing held her freshly issued marriage certificate and household registration book. At that moment, she felt suddenly very light. It was as if the shackles on her shoulders had been lifted. "Uncle, Auntie, I'm really sorry today.
Ibu ruba lilis munei.
And from now on, I will live a good life with Haoyu." Seeing her like this, Jiang Shuemai felt a little heartache and said, "Good girl, from now on, we are your parents. Although you and Haoyu haven't had a wedding yet, you already have the marriage certificate. From now on, just call us Mom and Dad. We'll wait for you at Haoyu's place. Since there's time now, you 2 should quickly bring your things over." Jiang Haoyu nodded. "That's right. Let's go now. I've already informed my work. Fangzheng isn't working today, so we can get everything done at once." He had planned to go back to work this afternoon, but now things had changed unexpectedly. Still, breaking off from that kind of father-in-law's family might be for the best. It's just a pity for his wife. She has been sincere for so many years, only to end up with nothing. "All right, you 2, hurry up and leave. It's noon, and we haven't even had a meal. Let's go home, heat up some food, and when you come back, you can eat together. Let's go."
Zhang Haoyu responded, "Okay then."
"Thanks to your parents and little sister. Here's the house key. Lily knows where it is. We'll be quick and back soon." Jiang Li took the key, waved, and said, "Go ahead. Today is also your wedding day. Your parents and I will go buy some things." "All right, Ching Ching, let's go." After they left, Jiang Li first took her parents to her brother's house. Then she said, "I need to go out for a bit. Since 5th brother's place is nothing, and today is your wedding day, we can't let the new sister-in-law be left out. Parents, you 2 get ready. I'll be back soon." Jiang Snowmei asked, "Do you still have money?" "Yes, I do. If we go to the black market, let your dad go with you." Jiang Li shook her head. "I won't go to the black market. I'll find a friend who sells wedding supplies.
Don't worry about me.
I'll be back very soon, really." Snowmei replied, "All right, be careful." "Okay, I'm leaving now." After Jiang Li left, Snowmei sighed and said, Our Zhongli is really grown up. We're all so talented. If my brother saw Zhongli, he would definitely like her. Her brother has been very smart since childhood. Zhongli is so capable, he would surely like her too. Jiang Qing hugged his wife's shoulder. Don't think too much. Soon, we'll find our brother. Yes, I hope so. Meanwhile, Zhongli found a quiet place and entered her space. Thinking that her brother's family had nothing, she went to a wedding supplies store and started choosing items. After selecting everything, she had filled 4 large bags. When Jiang Haoyu and his wife returned, they had just rested when they saw Jiang Li carrying several big bags into the yard. Come help.
I'm exhausted.
Fifth brother, look. I bought some things for you and your wife. Do you like them? If you don't like them, I'll look for other options later. Hearing Jiang Li speak like that, Li Qing didn't expect that all these things were actually prepared for them. She immediately teared up and said, Lili, thank you for being so good to me. Oh, sister-in-law, you don't have to do that. Whenever my brothers get married, I always prepare something. He's my real brother, and you're my real sister-in-law. If one day I can't get enough to eat, sister-in-law, you wouldn't ignore me, right? Li Qing heard this and playfully said, You don't have to wait until you're starving. As long as you like, you can come to my house to eat every day. Just don't dislike my cooking.
Hee, that's right.
Come on, I'll help you tidy up the bedroom. The bright red bedding will look really nice.
Liking smilat. Okay.
Seeing that his wife finally smiled, Jiang Haoyu felt relieved. In the room, when Li Qing took out the things from the bag, she couldn't help but marvel at her sister-in-law's skill. Her talent was extraordinary. Such beautiful fabric and patterns, even in a friendship store, might not be available. She considered this a blessing in disguise. She just hoped that in the future, her family wouldn't bother her anymore. After the 5 of them had lunch, Zhang Qinghua and the others left. Today was also their son's wedding day, so they didn't disturb the young couple. Jiang Li held her mother's arm and coquettishly said, Mom, let's leave the day after tomorrow. Is that okay? The family was really bored, and she also missed Huabeiyu a little. They hadn't seen each other in so long, and she wondered if he missed her too. Leaving the day after tomorrow is fine. When we get home, I'll ask your dad and your uncle to tell you. The last time I went to Kyoto was 20 years ago.
I don't know how much has changed there now.
Since we're going, let's take your dad to try some local specialties. He's probably never had them. Jiang Li nodded. Exactly, my dad has never been there. When we arrive in Kyoto, I know a private restaurant. I'll take you all to try it. It's much better than the state-run restaurants. Jiang Shuamai smiled. Good. At this moment, Huabeiyu still didn't know Jiang Li was going to Kyoto again. Since he went on a mission, he hadn't contacted her. He was currently leading his team in the final. After days of repeated probing, he finally found a vulnerability in the enemy's defenses. Jiang Chusi tightly held his rifle, watching the enemy's stronghold ahead. He had no idea how much time had passed. If he didn't go back soon, his brother would think they were lost in battle. At Huabeiyu's command, the special forces quickly stormed into the enemy's base. Jiang Chusi, you cover their back route. I'll handle the front. Jiang Chusi replied, Okay, stay safe. The two led their teams in 2 directions. After more than an hour of fighting, they finally captured this large drug trafficking base. Jiang Chusi, holding his wounded arm from another gunshot, looked at the bodies of enemies on the ground and finally smiled with relief. Seeing this, Huabeiyu said, Check if any of our brothers are inside. They might have been captured. There are so many people. They probably aren't all dead. The previous team had at least 100 men. If they all died, the higher-ups would be very angry. One person's pension is already a lot. For so many people, it would be a big headache for the authorities. Captain, there's a cellar over there with enemies inside. What should we do? Hearing his teammates' report, Huabeiyu stepped forward without hesitation. By the time the fight was over, the sun had already set. Looking at the dozens of rescued prisoners, Huabeiyu took everyone back to the border hospital that night. Most of them were unconscious. If they didn't get urgent treatment, some might die. Time flew by. Before leaving, Zhongli left supplies for Huabeiyu and Su Manman. She even went to the pigsty to send some warmth. Junior sister Jiang also took the opportunity to arrange for everyone she could take with her to leave early. The people who had helped her escape years ago had scattered into nearby villages after arriving here. Now they all had families. She didn't want to leave them behind, but they really needed help. After so many years without returning, coming back would be difficult. But she had money. No matter how powerful the enemies were now, she would avenge her family. As a family of 3 boarded the train to Kyoto, Jiang Qinghua looked once more at the city, where he grew up. Jiang Li didn't know about her parents' situation yet. When she found out, she would secretly go to Hong Kong filled with anger. Of course, that's a story for later. As the train started moving, Jiang Li said, "Mom and Dad, you should rest for a while. I'll watch the luggage." She bought a sleeper ticket this time. It wasn't a soft sleeper, but at least she wouldn't have to sit all the way to Kyoto. "We are not tired yet. If you are tired, you can rest first. My dad hasn't gone outside in many years. I want to see the scenery on the road." Hearing his words, Jiang Li smiled and said, "Okay. As long as you're happy." At this moment, from the next sleeper, a child's crying could be heard. The sound was very loud and heartbreaking. Jiang Li frowned. "Dad and Mom, I'll go check. That child's crying is too disruptive. Girl, I'll go. I don't know which family the kid belongs to, but he cries a lot."
Wow.
I want my dad. I want my dad." Jiang Qinghua walked to the next compartment and said in a not very nice tone, "Can you please soothe the child? You're disturbing everyone's rest." The child's mother, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Sorry. My son just misses his dad. All right, just calm him down. Don't let him cry anymore, or his voice will get hoarse. Everyone's having a hard time outside. Please understand." Okay, I'll soothe him now." Seeing what they said, Jiang Qinghua didn't say anything more. As he turned to leave, he was suddenly bumped by a man carrying a large bag. Then the man hurriedly left. When he returned to his sleeper, he noticed something was wrong. "Girl, just now a man bumped into me. I just remembered that bag feels a bit soft. You think there might be a person inside?" Hearing his father's words, Jiang Li was also surprised. "Are you sure the stuff inside the bag is soft?" "Yes, I'm sure it's soft." "Then, do you remember what the person looked like? What they were wearing?" Jiang Qinghua shook his head. "I didn't see his face, but he was dressed in gray clothes and was bald." Hearing bald, Jiang Li immediately stood up and said, "I'll go check. Mom and Dad, wait here for me. If it's true, that person might be a trafficker." Jiang Qinghua also stood up. "I'll go with you. The 2 of us will find him faster." Jiang Li thought for a moment. "Okay, then Mom, you wait here. Dad, and I will be back quickly." Jiang Xueming nodded. "All right, but be careful. Watch out for any gangs." "Got it." After speaking, Jiang Li and his father headed toward the direction where the man had just left. There weren't many people on the train now. After walking around twice, they saw the man. They saw the bag he was carrying at his feet. Jiang Li whispered, "Dad, I'll go check first. It's easier if we go together so we don't scare the snake." Jiang Jinghua nodded. "All right, be careful." A bald man was sitting and eating peanuts, drinking a little wine. Suddenly, someone bumped his glass, knocking it over. He angrily said, "Watch where you're walking. Are you blind?" Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me help you clean up." While trying to wipe his pants, Jiang Li took the opportunity to reach into the bag and grab a handful of something. When Jiang Li confirmed there was a person inside the bag, his face changed instantly. "Hey, you little brat, stay away from my bag." Jiang Li didn't want to waste words and immediately tried to push the bald man's arm away. With a loud shout, the nearby passengers were startled. Jiang Qinghua was also surprised when his daughter started to act. At that moment, the train carriage became chaotic. Jiang Li didn't hold back and didn't give the bald man a chance to react. "Let go of me, you little brat. Why are you hitting me? Are you crazy?" Jiang Li snorted coldly. "You know what you've done. Stop pretending to be a good person and act like a beast." "What are you saying? I can't understand you." "Daughter, I'll hold him down. You check if the person inside the bag is alive." The passengers around were stunned when they heard this. "Oh my God, Isn't this person a human trafficker? That person looks suspicious. Maybe he's really a bad guy. Jiang Li ignored the whispers around him, handed the person to his father, and lowered his head to pull out the bag. When he opened it, he saw a very beautiful young girl inside. Perhaps because she was given sleeping medicine, the girl was sleeping very deeply. Shun Li carried her out, checked her pulse, and was relieved to see she was okay. At this moment, a train officer came over. Everyone move aside. What's going on here? Who is fighting? Jiang Qinghua saw the officer and said, "There's a human trafficker here. Please take the person away." Everyone saw it. The bag he brought had a child inside.
What?
Hearing Jiang Qinghua's words, the officer was also surprised. Where is the child? Jiang Li said, "She's with me. She was given sleeping medicine. Please check her." This young girl is not only very beautiful, but her clothes are also expensive and not something most people can afford. It's clear she wasn't picked up from the street. The train police saw Jiang Li holding a little girl and asked suspiciously, "How did you find out?" "He hit my father and my father discovered it. Here is my work ID. If you have any questions, you can also call my supervisor. Her temporary work ID is still valid, so she can use it now." These people are always suspicious and paranoid, which is very annoying. Instead of wasting time, it's better to just check their IDs. After looking at Jiang Li's ID, the train police's tone softened a lot. "Hello, Comrade Jiang. Thank you for saving us. We've taken this man away, but we need your help to look after the child first. Once we contact the police in Haisher, we'll come back to take the child. Their team is mostly men, and it's not easy to take care of a girl. They also don't trust others to look after her." Jiang Li nodded and said, "That's fine. Just come to the sleeper car to find us later." The police officer nodded. "Thank you very much." The bald man looked at Jiang Li with a fierce glare. If looks could kill, Jiang Li would have been stabbed many times. Feeling his gaze, Jiang Li snorted coldly, "Stop looking. Even if you stare, you won't get a chance to take revenge." The bald man shouted, "You brat, I'll remember you. When I get out, I won't let you go." "Well, we'll see when you get out," Jiang Li replied calmly. The police officer told the man to be quiet. "Shut up. You want to come out again? Think about what you're planning. That kid you caught doesn't look like an ordinary child. You want to come out again? He was practically planning to do something terrible. Let's go. If you have anything to say, talk to the police." The police took the man away, and Jiang Li held the child and returned to the sleeper car with her father. Other passengers saw this and kindly made way for them. When Jiang Shuemei saw her daughter carrying a child, she was surprised. She asked confusedly, "Is this the child you just rescued?" Jiang Li placed the child on the bed and said, "Yes, this is the person in the sack. The man has been taken away by the police, but they can't find a place for the child, so I brought her back first. I'll give her some medicine now. When she wakes up, I'll ask her what happened. This person has been fainting all the time, and they're also in the dark about everything. It's better to wake the person up and ask about the situation." When Jiang Shuemei saw the child's face clearly, she was surprised and said, "Why does this child look so pretty, like a little angel?" Those human traffickers who kill for money are truly despicable. If such a child is sold to a dirty place, their life could be ruined forever. "Mom, bring the water here. I'll feed her to drink." "Okay." Jiang Li carefully fed her the antidote and then stopped caring. The child would need a little more time to wake up. Until the evening glow filled the sky and Jiang Li was about to have dinner, the girl finally opened her eyes. Feng Lan looked around at the unfamiliar place. After a moment of clarity, she remembered what had happened. She suddenly sat up in fear and asked, "Where am I? Who are you?" Seeing her awake, Jiang Li said calmly, "Do you remember being kidnapped by human traffickers?" "Yes, are you all together?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "You're still young. Can you stop overthinking? You've been saved by me. You're now on a train heading to Jingdu. What's your name?
How old are you?
I'll contact your family." After hearing Jiang Li's explanation, Feng Lan realized she had misunderstood. She then said, "I'm 10 years old. My name is Feng Lan. My family lives in Haicheng. I was originally visiting relatives with my uncle's family. But unexpectedly, my aunt sold me because she was jealous that my mother was doing better than her. Sister, how can there be such bad people in the world? When I go back, I will make my uncle divorce her. She's such a wicked woman. Zhongli raised an eyebrow, surprised that this little girl was sold by her own family. She really was unlucky. All right, you're now safe. Since your family isn't in Haishur, let's call them once we arrive in Jingdu. And remember, don't trust others easily in the future. If your aunt could contact someone to sell you, your uncle probably isn't a good person either. Be more careful from now on. Feng Lan nodded, I know. My parents didn't want me to go back. It was my grandma who said I didn't visit her because she was jealous of how well my family was doing. Then my uncle recently went to our house and insisted on taking me back to see her. Everything was fine before we left, but after arriving in Haishur, I started acting strange. My nose wasn't right, and my eyes weren't right. Then we are here now. If it weren't for my sister saving me today, I wouldn't know where they would have sold me.
Thank you, sister.
Zhongli smiled. Be good. Are you hungry? I will take you to get something to eat. Also, let me introduce you. They're my parents.
Just call them uncle and auntie.
You're lucky to be saved, and I have my father to thank for that. He was the one who found you. Feng Lan looked up at the couple sitting opposite and politely said, Hello, uncle and auntie.
Zhang Shumai smiled. Hello.
Auntie, you look very pretty, just like my mother. Jiang Shuemei chuckled. You're such a sweet-talking kid. All right, your sister will take you to eat something. After you finish, we will go eat too. Go ahead. Hearing this, Zhongli stood up and said, Feng Lan, let's go. Feng Lan nodded and put on her shoes to get off the bed. Then the two went to the dining room. For the next 2 days, Feng Lan stayed with Jiang Li in the sleeper car to rest. Until the train arrived in Kyoto, Feng Lan left with the police officer who was waiting to pick her up. Jiang Li saw that she was a bit reluctant to leave and left her contact information, saying she could reply if she wrote a letter. After Feng Lan took her contact info, she finally smiled. Jiang Li saw her off and then took her parents to the bus station. This time in Kyoto, she didn't tell anyone, so no one came to pick her up. Fortunately, they didn't have many belongings. After an hour on the bus, they arrived at her small white building. Jiang Qinghua stood outside the yard, looking at the house inside, and said uncertainly, Daughter, is this really our home? Jiang Li smiled. Yes, I'll open the door first. Let's go inside and talk. Oh, okay. No rush. Jiang Li took the key from her bag, opened the door, and let her parents go inside first. Jiang Shuemei looked at the big house and realized she hadn't lived in such a nice place for many years. Time really does not spare anyone. Mom and Dad, this place was probably just cleaned. I'll take you directly to the second floor. After a long train ride, you should take a shower and rest well. We'll go out to eat later at noon. Jiang Shuemei smiled. All right, we'll listen to our daughter. After settling her parents, Jiang Li went out to make a phone call. She also paid the phone bill at home. First, she called Huibeiyu and learned he hadn't returned from his mission yet, so she called her brothers. Jiang Jiancheng was very excited when he answered her call. Li, why did you call me? Are you missing third brother? Jiang Li saw that the call was from third brother and asked, Second brother, where are you? Second brother and Huibeiyu went on a mission. They should be back in a few days. What's wrong, little sister? Is there something you need? Jiang Li said, I brought our parents to Kyoto. We're at my house now. Can you take some time off and come visit? Jiang Jiancheng heard that the parents were in Kyoto and immediately said, I'll ask for leave now. I have a day off anyway. By the way, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have gone to pick you up at the train station. There was nothing urgent, so I didn't say anything. All right, come when you can. Phone calls are expensive. Okay, I'll hang up now. I'll be there for lunch. See you later. Good. I'll wait for you to eat. After Jiang Li hung up, she also sent a message to the eldest uncle at home to prevent worry. Then, after buying 2 sets of stamps, she went back home. When the neighbors saw her, they were surprised first, then asked, Little Jiang, when did you come back? I just got back not long ago. How is Auntie doing lately? She's doing well. Since you came back this time, you won't be leaving again, right? I saw that someone from your family often comes to clean your house.
Who is that?
Zhongli smiled and replied, That's my second sister-in-law. Oh, so she's your sister-in-law. No wonder she comes so often. All right, since you've just arrived, go rest quickly. We'll talk later. Zhongli nodded. Okay, auntie. Later, I'll bring my parents to meet you. They've come too. That's great. Go back now. All right, auntie. We'll talk later.
Bye.
After saying goodbye to the neighbors, Zhongli returned home. Seeing that her parents were resting, she went to the backyard to check the vegetable garden. There were some vegetables growing, mostly cabbages and radishes. She knew without thinking that her sister-in-law had planted them later. Then, while her parents were sleeping, she took out many things from her space. When she finished packing, her parents woke up. When Jiang Jianqing arrived, he saw his parents and gave them a big hug. Jiang Qinghua was happy to see his son. But he didn't see the second son and asked, Why did only you come alone? Jiang Jianqing explained, Our second brother has a mission. He won't be back for a few days. How long do your parents plan to stay this time? Jiang Qinghua patted his son's strong shoulder and said, Your mom and I will probably stay for about a week. Then we'll go somewhere else to handle some things. If your second brother can't come back, it's okay. His work is more important. Are mom and dad going somewhere else too? Yes, we have other things to take care of this time. All right, let's go eat. Your younger sister said there's a really good restaurant. Today, your dad will also get to see something new. Jiang Jianqing smiled and said, Sure, I haven't been there either. At that moment, Zhongli finished changing clothes and came out, saying, Let's go. It's a bit of a walk to that place, so let's go early. Okay, let's go. The family of four left the yard and noticed there were quite a few people in the alley. They then remembered it was already lunchtime. A few people who knew Zhongli saw so many people leaving suddenly and became very curious. Since the yard hadn't seen many visitors since the new owner took over, everyone was surprised. Zhongli saw familiar faces and greeted them, saying, Sister Zhang, long time no see. Did you just finish work? Sister Zhang replied, Yes, I just got off work. I haven't gone home to cook yet. You guys are. Zhongli smiled and said, They're my parents and brother. They just arrived this morning. Sister Zhang, feeling polite, said, Hello, uncle and aunt. I'm your neighbor.
Just call me Xiaozhang.
Jiang Snowmei, noticing her good relationship with women, also smiled and said, Hello, Xiaozhang. Nice to meet you. Hello, auntie. Are you guys going out? Jiang Snowmei smiled and said, Yes, we're going out to eat. Oh, going to eat? Then you should hurry. I won't bother you anymore. Zhongli replied, We'll go first. We'll talk later. Xiaozhang said, Okay, I'm going home to cook too. All right, see you later. After saying goodbye to the neighbors, Zhongli took his family and headed to the restaurant again. When Jiang Jian came to the restaurant his younger sister mentioned, he looked confused and asked, Is this a restaurant? Zhongli nodded and said, Yes, but normally they don't serve regular customers here. When we go in, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Jianqing immediately understood and said, Don't worry, I don't know anything. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and Jin Peng opened it. Seeing Zhongli, he was momentarily stunned and then said, Oh, a special guest. When is comrade Jiang coming back? Does old Hua know? Zhongli smiled and said, Yu is on a mission. I brought my family today. Is now a good time? Jin Peng glanced at the gate outside and said with a smile, Others might not have time to come, but you definitely can. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Recently, they've been cracking down hard. Hearing this, Zhongli said, Mom, Dad, third brother, let's go inside to talk. After Jin Peng led them into the yard, he closed the big gate. Jiang Hao Yu saw this and knew that some people from above were secretly running this restaurant. He had seen it before. Jin Peng took several people to a private room and said with a smile, Today, we have lamb and beef that haven't been served yet. Do you want some? Usually, others want to eat, but there's no stock. You're lucky to catch it today. Zhongli smiled and said, Since we have good ingredients, we must try them. Brother Jin, you decide and prepare 8 dishes for us. Anything is fine, just the signature ones. Jean Ping replied, okay, I'll arrange that now. Uncle and Annie, you guys come in first. I'll bring you a pot of tea later. When you come here, consider it your home.
Don't be polite.
Just call me if you need anything. Jiang Qinghua politely said, thank you. That's very kind of you. No trouble at all. I'll go place the order now. All right, you busy yourself. After Jean Peng left, Jiang Xuemei spoke up. Eating here costs quite a bit, right? Jiang Li nodded. It's okay. It's a bit more expensive than state-run restaurants, but the ingredients here are top quality. Plus, the taste is something you can't find outside. When the dishes arrive, if you like them, come often these days. Thanks to you, we get a discount. Hearing her daughter, Jiang Xuemei nodded. That's good. The environment here is nice too. If you hadn't brought us, most people wouldn't find this place. Yeah, people who don't know wouldn't realize it exists. While the family was chatting, suddenly they heard a loud argument outside. Wei Xianjia had come with his partner for dinner today, planning to discuss marriage. But his partner suddenly wanted to break up, and they started arguing. Wei Xianjia, I told you, I'm not breaking up with you, because I found someone else. It's because of your family. When we got engaged, we agreed that your family would arrange a job for my brother. However, the result is that it's been almost half a year and my younger brother is about to go to the countryside. Your family still hasn't handled it. Tell me, how am I supposed to marry you? Wei Xianjia looked at Kai Jinjin and felt it was very ironic. Are you breaking up with me because of your brother's work? Your brother is just a troublemaker. Didn't we arrange a job for him before? He didn't want to work because he disliked the hard work. Then we changed to another position, and he still disliked the long hours. He always finds reasons to refuse to work. Now that he has no job and is rushing to go to the countryside, what was he doing before? How did I not realize before that you're someone who always supports your brother? If I had known you were like this, I wouldn't have gotten engaged to you. Fine, you want to break up?
Yes.
Break off the engagement and return the part of the bride price that our family gave. As for the expenses after we got together, I won't count them. This is my compensation for the past half year. Of course, if your family wants to keep the bride price and not return it, the Wei family won't be easy to deal with either. Kai Jinjin's face looked very unhappy after hearing this. The bride price was used by her mother to buy her brother a house. It was only 1,000 yuan, and now she can't possibly come up with that. Then she shamelessly said, I've been with you for half a year, and everyone around knows about me. Breaking up now puts me at a disadvantage. And you still want the bride price? Wei Xianjia, I didn't expect you to be like this. Wei Xianjia snorted coldly, I'm like this. And what about you? My words are very clear. I don't care about the expenses during dating, but the bride price won't be returned. Let's see if your Kai family can still live in the big courtyard. Kai Jinjin, we grew up together. You weren't like this before. But now, you've become someone I really don't recognize. Wei Xianjia felt very upset inside. After so many years of feelings, it's impossible to just forget them easily. But as a man, if he doesn't cut ties, it will only cause more trouble. Wei Xianjia also cares about his reputation. Seeing his unrelenting attitude, Kai Jinjin was so angry she directly overturned the table. This is why Jiang Li and the others heard such a loud noise. Kai Jinjin, enough. I'll pay for the food. Consider it a breakup fee. The things you've damaged, you pay for them yourself. I won't spoil you anymore. Hearing the noise, Jean Prum walked in and saw the two of them overturning the table in the private room. He was a bit speechless and said, Can't you two argue or fight somewhere else? Do you know how expensive it is to set up a full set of tables and chairs here? Wei Xianjia replied, Sorry, Brother Jean. All these tables, chairs, and utensils were arranged by Kai Jinjin. You can check the cost later and go to Kai's family to settle it. I, Wei Xianjia, will no longer be the fool who pays for everything. Wei Xianjia, enough.
Kai Jinjin shouted angrily.
Ha, so you want me to pay for the stuff you broke? We already broke up, you know. Brother Jean, just count the meal costs. I don't want to argue with this woman anymore. I used to be so stupid, but I won't be in the future. Jean Peng sighed, Little Wei, let's talk nicely. Weren't we doing fine before? Why did we suddenly break up? Jean Prung was very confused. The couple seemed fine when they arrived. Suddenly, after finishing the meal, they broke up, which made him speechless. Jiang Li curiously walked to the door of the private room. Seeing that the people arguing inside were Ayu's brothers, she hesitated whether to say hello. From what she saw, it was obvious the couple was causing the trouble. It had to be said, this woman was very brave. She dared to overturn the table here. Wei Xianjia kept saying things, but refused to be the fool who pays. After listening for a while from the corner, Zhang Li admired her quick thinking. When Wei Xianjia noticed her, he was surprised and asked, "Little sister-in-law, when did you arrive?" Zhang Li slightly curled her lips. "Call me Zhang Li or Zhang Comrade. Don't call me randomly." Yes. I'll call you Zhang. Sorry for making you laugh. Can I talk to you after I finish handling this? Zhang Li nodded. You do your thing. I just came over because I heard someone arguing. Since it's not convenient, I'll go back first. Kai Jinjing saw Zhang Li and Wei Xianjia so familiar and became angry again, shouting, "Who is this fox spirit?" Wei Xianjia, tell me clearly. Hearing the words fox spirit, Zhang Li sneered, "Brother Wei, your taste really isn't good. I'm glad you didn't get married, or..." Haha. Wei Xianjia looked a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect Kai Jinjing to suddenly direct her anger at Zhang Li. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, she's not thinking clearly. I already called her little sister-in-law. Please don't mind her. When Lao Ho returns, I will treat everyone to make amends." Zhang Li responded with a hum and said, "It's fine. I won't argue with a crazy person.
I'm going home now.
All right, I won't see you off. No need, you're busy." Zhang Li was too tired to bother with this woman. If it weren't for Wei Xianjia's sake, she would have already beaten her up. Kai Jinjin saw Zhang Li leave and asked Wei Xianjia, "Who is that fox spirit's partner? I've never seen her before. Where did she come from? Some country bumpkin? Are you all so desperate now? Anyone can join your circle?" Wei Xianjia was getting annoyed and said sharply, "Kai Jinjin, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Don't call her a country bumpkin. She doesn't owe you anything. If you're so great, don't eat the food grown by country bumpkins. Enough. I don't want to talk to you anymore. No point in arguing. Brother Jean, settle the bill." All right. I see through you now. From now on, we're done. I'll go back and have my parents cancel the engagement. Remember, it's me, Kai Jinjin, who doesn't want you. Wei Xianjia said indifferently, "Whatever. Just remember to bring the bride price. Let's go." He was a bit sad and upset at first, but after her antics, he lost all his mood. Now, he just wanted to end this marriage agreement quickly. Back in his own private room, Zhang Li said, "Next door is Ayu's childhood friend. They broke up recently. We don't need to worry about them. Let's just eat our own food." Jiang Jianqing, hearing this, asked curiously, "They're fighting so loudly over a breakup? Is it that serious?" Zhang Li smiled and said, "It's nothing. You've seen enough weird and extreme people. One of those women who always supports her brother, better not to keep such women. Ayu's brother has really poor taste. With someone like that, why not just break up? Why keep her around for the new year? I tell you, third brother, my future wife can't be like that. I'm afraid our family will be in chaos. Work hard and find me an educated sister-in-law." Jiang Jianqing rolled his eyes and said, "You really think highly of your third brother. Someone like you, unless the girl is blind, no way she'd pick you." He knew well what kind of person he was. If any girl liked him, it was probably because of his face. He wasn't as easygoing as second brother. Jiang Li disdainfully pouted and said, "You're really my brother. Out of the 4 siblings, you're the only one without a partner. Don't wait any longer. Are you going to rely on your nephew to take care of you in the future? Mom and Dad, what do you think?" Jiang Qinghua nodded. "That's right. Your mother and I won't support you. You should find a wife to take care of you. Our younger brother already got his marriage certificate before we came. So now, you're the only single one." Jiang Jiancheng, feeling ignored, said thick-skinnedly, "I'll go with the flow. Please don't pressure me anymore. I really want to get married now, but no one wants to marry me.
Jian li smilat.
All right, I won't say more. I'll go check if the food is ready. Just as she was about to leave, Jean Peng came in carrying 2 dishes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Something just came up. Please start eating these 2 dishes first. The rest will be here soon. Jiang Li smiled and replied, It's okay, Brother Jean. Sorry for bothering you. Not at all. You all eat first. I'll go to the kitchen and keep an eye on things.
Jian li nudda.
Okay. Jiang Jianqing looked at the 2 dishes and picked up his chopsticks to serve some for his parents and little sister. Jiang Snowmei saw this and smiled. You eat your own. Your dad and I will serve ourselves. It's been years since we last saw you. You're so sensible now. That's really not easy. Sending you to stay with your second brother was the right choice. If we hadn't sent you away, who knows what kind of trouble you'd have caused at home. Jiang Jianqing awkwardly smiled. I was young and naive back then. I know I caused my parents a lot of worry. It won't happen again. Yeah, eat up. The family of 4 happily ate lunch together. Meanwhile, Ling Shui was feeling restless. She had nothing to do at noon, so she decided to visit Jiang Li's vegetable garden. But she found that someone was home, and more than one person. She asked the neighbors around and learned that her in-laws and little sister-in-law had come. She and Jiang Chixi had been married for a long time, but had never visited her in-laws. She didn't know if they were easy to get along with. If they hadn't come, she wouldn't mind, but now that she knew they were here, she thought she should make some arrangements. Otherwise, the neighbors would start talking. Even if Jiang Chixi knew she hadn't visited her parents, he would definitely have opinions. Seeing that they weren't home at noon, she figured things out and went out to buy some things. No matter what, she decided that today she would definitely meet her in-laws. She just hoped they would have a good impression of her. Jiang Li was thinking the same. After the family finished lunch and just returned to their home entrance, they heard that second sister-in-law had come earlier. Jiang Li then patted her head and said, Look at me. I forgot something. Turns out I forgot to tell second sister-in-law. Silly me. Hearing her daughter's words, Jiang Xuemei also remembered that the second daughter-in-law was in the city. And she still hadn't met her yet. Although her daughter had said she was a good person before, she still wanted to meet her before leaving. She also trusted her son's judgment. Mom and Dad, you go back first. I'll go to second brother's house. I think sister-in-law already knows you're here, so it's better I say hello. Jiang Xuemei nodded. All right, tell her we'll come for dinner tonight. And don't let her buy anything. We don't need anything, so don't waste money.
Jian li nudda.
Got it, I know. At this moment, Ling Shui was at home packing her things. Looking at the gifts she prepared, she felt they weren't enough. After all, it's her first time meeting her in-laws, so she wanted to be more respectful, so she could feel at ease. But thinking of Chu Xi, such a good person, she believed her parents would get along well. And she also missed her husband who had been out for so long and hadn't returned yet. She wondered how he was doing now. Just as she was missing him, she heard Jiang Li's voice outside the door. Is second sister-in-law at home? Second sister-in-law? Ling Shui put down what she was holding and quickly went out, asking, I'm here. Why did Li come? Jiang Li saw her and smiled. Sorry, second sister-in-law. We just arrived in the city this morning, and I forgot to tell you. When Mom and Dad find out you've been here, they asked me to come find you and invite you to dinner at my place tonight. Ling Shui opened the door to her house and said with a smile, You don't need to come. I was planning to go there later. You've been on the train for days, and you're already tired. It's not necessary to make a special trip. Jiang Li entered the yard. It's fine. We just finished lunch. I'll treat it as a way to digest.
Come on in, let's talk.
But why didn't you call me earlier to let me know you were coming? I could have come to pick you up at the train station.
Jian li smilat.
We were just leaving suddenly, so no one knew we were coming. How have you been lately, sister-in-law? Do you miss my second brother? Ling Shui was teased and said playfully, It's like you don't miss your own partner. Tell me, how long will you stay this time? Jiang Li replied, We plan to stay until the new year and then go back. However, it's hard to say for sure. We'll need to see how things are on that side then. If there's nothing important, I will definitely go back to spend the new year with my grandmother. As the elderly grow older, they have less time to spend with us each year. So, while everyone is still free now, I want to spend as much time as I can with her. After hearing this, Ling Shui thought for a moment and said, "Alright, if you go back for the new year, just tell me. If it's possible, I'll go with you. Anyway, I want to see the elderly too. Zhang's relatives, both of them, I've already met. There's no reason I, as the daughter-in-law, shouldn't go back." Zhongli smiled and said, "That's fine. Let's decide at the end of the year." Ling Shui nodded and said, "Good. Since you're here, help me carry these things, and we'll go back together. I don't really know what my parents like, so I just bought some random things." Zhongli looked at the pile of stuff in the living room and said with some helplessness, "Second sister-in-law, don't worry. My parents are very kind. And you are my second brother's chosen wife. My parents trust his judgment. When my mother saw you at our house, she liked you very much, not to mention you're now her daughter-in-law. So, there's really no need to worry."
Vi egentlig understod her våries.
If she were to meet her in-laws, she'd probably be nervous too. So she was very understanding. Ling Shui smiled and said, "It's okay. A daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually."
Exactly.
Let's see if there's anything else to take, and we'll head over now. Coincidentally, my third brother is off today, and is there too. Tonight, I'll cook a big meal myself for you all. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Ling Shui looked at the gifts she had prepared, and then said, "That's enough. If my parents need anything later, I'll go buy it." Zhang Li nodded and said, "Alright, I'll help you pack the things." After quickly packing everything, the two of them left the house directly. Ling Shui locked her door, pushed her bicycle, and rode with Zhang Li toward that place. Zhang Li sat on the back seat, holding the things. They rode for a while, and soon arrived at her family's home. Standing outside the gate, Ling Shui took a deep breath, and then went inside. Jiang Snow Mei was in the yard washing clothes. When she saw Jiang Li bringing a girl back, she knew that this must be her future daughter-in-law she hadn't met yet. She then stood up with a smile and said, "You must be Xiao Shui, right? I am your mother-in-law." Ling Shui was surprised to see how beautiful and elegant her mother-in-law was, and she paused for a moment. Then she said, "Hello, Mom. I am Ling Shui. Sorry, after marrying Chu Si, I didn't visit you all." Jiang Xuemei waved her hand and said, "It's okay. As long as you and Chu Si are happy, we are happy too." "Let's go to the living room," she said. Then she saw her daughter holding many things and said with some blame, "You just come. Why did you buy so many things? My husband and I lack nothing. You're just wasting money, child." Seeing her mother-in-law so kind, Ling Shui's nervousness disappeared quickly. She naturally replied, "Since I married Chu Si, I haven't been able to show my respect to you. It's my duty. I just hope you don't dislike me. If you need anything later, just tell me, and I will buy it for you. Chu Si is busy with work and can't always be with you, so I will take his place to be filial to you. As long as Mom doesn't mind my fussiness." Jiang Xuemei chuckled and said, "We're healthy, so there's no need for you to be filial right now. As long as you both are happy, I will be at ease. By the way, when we came here, check if your parents have free time. I want to invite them to a meal. You said you two are married, but haven't had a wedding yet. As a mother, I feel a bit guilty about that. Chu Si is very focused on his career. Please be more understanding. It's a bit unfair to you." Ling Shui replied calmly, "I'm not upset. Military wives are like this. I've gotten used to it. My mother was also a military wife. When my father was busy, we didn't see him for days. Sometimes, if he was on a mission, he wouldn't come back for a month. So I don't feel any unfairness. Soldiers should live up to their uniform. Only when everyone is safe can the family be happy." Listening to Ling Shui, Jiang Xuemei felt very satisfied and thought her son's taste was good. People like her, who are so understanding, are rare. "Come, I just brewed a pot of tea. Would you like some? If you don't like it, I will make you a cup of honey tea." Ling Shui smiled. "The tea is good. My father often drinks tea at home, and I like it too."
"Good then. Try it."
Jiang Li saw her mother and sister-in-law getting along so well and said with a smile, "Mom, since you have a sister-in-law now, you don't need a daughter anymore, right? I've lost favor. Jiang Shuemei glared at her and said, "You only care about competing for attention. Go and see if your dad and your brother have come back. These two insist on going for a walk. I don't know what's so interesting nearby. Your dad just can't sit still." Jiang Li smiled and said, "All right, you two chat first. I'll go see if there's any fish for sale." At this moment, Jiang Qinghua and his son were waiting in line at a meat stall. They were lucky because there was a fresh meat sale this afternoon, and the meat was freshly slaughtered. Seeing this, Jiang Qinghua's legs felt weak. Nowadays, people love eating meat, and soon the line was very long. Jiang Jianqing saw his father's interest and also smiled, saying, "Dad, wait here. I'll check if there are any fish for sale over there. Tonight, second sister-in-law is coming for dinner, so it's better to prepare more." Jiang Qinghua nodded. "Okay, go ahead. If there are any, buy some extra. Your younger sister also likes to eat." "Got it." After searching around, Jiang Li finally found the two people at the market. Jiang Qinghua had just cut a piece of pork belly and used up his meat voucher. Seeing his daughter arrive, he smiled and said, "Lily, look, Dad bought you some pork belly. We'll stew it for tonight's braised dish." Jiang Li found it amusing and said, "I haven't had enough meat at lunch, and such fatty meat is better to eat less. By the way, my second sister-in-law has already come. What about our third brother?" Jiang Qinghua looked around and pointed to the other side, saying, "There, over there." Jiang Li looked in the direction his father pointed and saw her third brother buying fish, then went over and asked, "Third brother, are you done buying?" Jiang Jiancheng saw his little sister coming and asked, "Has second sister-in-law arrived?" "Yes, she's chatting with Mom. Since you and Mom haven't gone back yet, I came out to see if everything's okay. Just worried you and Dad might lose each other." Jiang Jianqing smiled and said, "Mom just wants to talk to you and second sister-in-law privately. Let's go. We've bought everything we need. Let's go home." Jiang Li nodded. "Okay, let's go home." The family of three walked along the road. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Passers-by kept glancing at them. Jiang Li didn't like being stared at and pulled her brother to walk faster. Seeing this, Jiang Jianqing also smiled and said, "Our little sister is really pretty. I don't know what kind of good luck Bei you had, but he managed to catch your eye. Tell me, what exactly is so good about him that you like him?" Jiang Li snorted coldly. "Is it because he's good-looking? I only care about his face. TSK, superficial." Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said, "If you have the ability, find an ugly wife. Desire and nature go together. I just like his face." "Fine, you like him, so it's your choice. I'm just the one being disliked." The sour smell of love. Jiang Li glared at him, but was too lazy to respond. She held her father's arm and pouted, "Dad, let's ignore this stinky dog." Jiang Qinghua nodded, "As you say. Your third brother is just a stinky dog." Jiang Jianqing rolled his eyes silently. "Fine, I am stinky dog. Please don't think of me in the future, so I don't stink up your lives."
Ha ha ha.
The three of them chatted and laughed, making the nearby passers-by feel quite envious. When they got home, Ling Shui was washing clothes with her mother. Jiang Jiancheng was the first to walk in and say, "Second sister-in-law, long time no see." Ling Shui stood up and smiled. "Long time no see, Jiancheng. You've gotten darker. Hee, training every day. It's strange if I don't get darker." At this moment, Jiang Li spoke, "Second sister-in-law, this is my dad." "Dad, this is Ling Shui, my second brother's wife." Ling Shui smiled and said, "Hello, Dad.
I'm Ling Shui.
Just call me Little Snow." Jiang Qinghua smiled kindly. "Good girl. Thank you for being with Chissy. When you come home, don't be so formal. Your mom and I are easy to talk to. As long as you don't do anything that harms the Jiang family, we won't interfere with your lives." Ling Shui obediently replied, "I understand, father." "Good, go chat with your mom. I'm a grown man, I don't need to be involved." Ling Shui nodded. "Okay, if you need anything, just call me Dad." "All right, go now." Jiang Qinghua wasn't very good at getting along with his daughter-in-law, but as long as his sons liked her, it was fine. After all, spouses are meant to spend their lives together. When they grow old, they won't be so disliked. That night, Zhongli prepared a table full of delicious food. Ling Shui hadn't eaten Zhongli's cooking in a long time. When she smelled the familiar aroma, she missed it so much. She had never eaten better food in her life than Zhongli's. Of course, there was also Jiang Jianqing, who rarely came home. Now, being fed by his sister, he felt incredibly happy. Zhongli took out a few bottles of soda and said with a smile, "Stop looking and start eating." Hee, just waiting for my little sister to say that. Honestly, little sister, with your cooking skills, you'll make that Ho Beiyu guy lucky. You say, after you get married, if I often go to your house to eat, do you think he'd kick me out? Zhongli chuckled and said, this really isn't easy to say. But even if I want to kick you out, I can only do it when I'm not at home. Of course, we're not in a hurry to get married yet. We still need to wait at least 2 more years. She isn't planning to marry so early now, no matter how much she likes him. She has to wait. Right? Your younger sister doesn't want to marry so soon either. Once she's married, she won't have as much freedom as now. While we're young, we should travel and see more. Hearing his words, Jiang Jianqing nodded and said, exactly. We can't let Huabeiyu succeed easily. Maybe they'll come back in a few days. When he comes knocking, Dad can't be nice to him. Things that are easily gained are not cherished. We need to test him properly. Jiang Qinghua nodded. That's right. I think the same. He's such a treasure. Not easy to take away. Jiang Snowmei listened to their conversation and said with a smile, you two can test him, but don't go too far. If you scare Li Li's boyfriend away, Li Li might stop talking to you. Mom, I won't. Even if Dad and brother test him, if he can't handle this, then maybe I was wrong about him. Jiang Qinghua nodded. Yes, my daughter is special. A girl shouldn't rush into marriage. Feeling the warmth of her in-laws, Jiang Snowmei thought the Jiang family atmosphere was really good. There was no endless scheming and plotting, just unity as a family, which was really nice. Unlike the families in their courtyard, who were always calculating for profit. Some girls were even used as tools for marriage alliances. Fortunately, her father didn't have many demands on her, or her marriage to Jiang Chusi wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Of course, the reason her family didn't oppose was also because her husband was excellent himself. After dinner, Jiang Jianqing also needed to leave. He had training tomorrow, so being able to rest for an afternoon was already good. Seeing that his parents were healthy and well, there was nothing else to worry about. Mom and Dad, I'll head back first. If you need anything, just call Li Li, Jiang Snowmei nodded. Go ahead, take care of yourself, and don't make us worry. Yes, I will take good care of myself. You both should also take care of your health.
Got it.
Hurry up and go. Don't come back late. Okay, I'm leaving now. Jiang Li sent her older brother to the door. After watching him walk away, she turned to go back inside. Soon Ling Shui didn't stay long either, and was heading home. She has to work tomorrow and needs to pack up when she gets back. Mom and Dad, I have to work tomorrow, so I won't stay with you tonight. I'll come back after I finish work. As for my parents, I'll ask them if they have time later. If they do, I'll let you know. Jiang Xuemei nodded. Okay, you go back now. Let your dad see you off. It's not safe for you to be out alone after dark. Ling Shui shook her head. No need, Mom. I walk this way often, it's pretty safe.
Don't bother your dad too much.
It's okay, your dad is free anyway. It's good for him to see the way home. Go quickly. Seeing her mother-in-law insist, Ling Shui had no choice but to agree. Jiang Qinghua put on his coat and smiled. Dad will take you home by bike. I'll wander back on my own later. Chu Ci isn't home. If any neighbors bother you, just tell Dad. I'll handle it. Ling Shui obediently replied, okay, Dad. I will. At this moment, only a little sunset glow remained in the sky. When Jiang Qinghua reached her home, it was already completely dark. Dad, do you want to come in and sit for a while before leaving? No, you should rest early. I won't go in. If others see me, they might start talking. Since her son wasn't home, it wouldn't be good for her father-in-law to go inside alone. Ling Shui thought about it and agreed, then said, Dad, drive carefully on your way back. Okay, you go in quickly. Lock the door at night. Maybe later, you should consider getting a dog at home. It's safer to have a guard. Ling Shui nodded. All right, I'll ask around. Her father-in-law's advice wasn't unreasonable. She didn't sleep well alone at night. Okay, I'm leaving now.
Goodbye.
After her father-in-law left, Ling Shui locked the door. Meanwhile, Ho Beiyu was also on his way back with his team. Jiang Chisi was driving and looked at him, asking, "Are we going to have an assessment when we get back?" Ho Beiyu nodded, "Yes, the official assessment is on the 1st of next month. Don't worry, you're capable." Jiang Chisi smiled. "I'm not worried about myself. Just asking. After being out for so long, if your team isn't settled soon, my superiors will start to suspect I've been eliminated." Their current roster still belonged to their original unit. Only after officially forming the team could they transfer the household registration and documents. He wasn't worried about himself, mainly because his wife had already gone back to Kyoto early for her work. If something happened to him here, his wife would also be troubled. By the way, after you go back this time, everyone should take a day off. You've all been working hard lately, especially those who are still injured and haven't recovered. Try to rest more. Otherwise, it might affect the upcoming evaluation at the beginning of next month. Jiang Chisi nodded. Okay, I'll go back and spend time with my wife, and also visit my father-in-law. Our marriage was so sudden that we haven't even met the parents yet. I wonder how my father-in-law will react when he sees me. Huabeiyu smiled. Well, you haven't handled it very well. Marriage is for a lifetime, and you haven't done it properly. If my Lily ever did something like that, think about how you and your father would treat me. Jiang Chisi sneered. My dad would probably break your leg. Lily is the only girl in our Jiang family, and we all cherish her very much. So, you better think carefully about your relationship with Lily. Huabeiyu smiled. Don't worry. I hold Lily close to my heart. Even if we get married someday, I will follow all the proper procedures. I hope so. On the other side, Shunli rested for a day and then went to the research institute. When Liangwei saw her, he was surprised. When did you come? Why so suddenly? Jiangli smiled. I recently designed a few new sketches. Since things at home are not busy, I thought I'd come take a look. Is it convenient for Uncle Yang? Liangwei saw her new designs and immediately smiled happily. Yes, it's convenient. If others are not, you must be. That's good. I'll wait a few days before coming over. I plan to bring my parents here to tour. Just get Zhou Zheng and Li Na ready. It will just be the three of us then. She was used to the two assistants already and didn't plan to change anyone this time. Liangwei listened and said with a smile, Sure. Recently, those two have been talking about you.
You worked well with them last time.
Especially because they are eager to learn. If you teach them well, they might soon join the experimental team officially. Last time, those two should have been split into different groups for the experiment. But because of Guan Weihong's situation, someone messed up the plan. And you should be careful when you come back this time. That Guan Weihong seems to have found a very powerful man. If you hadn't left quickly last time, she might have caused you trouble already. When Jiangli heard the name Guan Weihong, she took a moment to remember who she was. She chuckled lightly and said, Even if she found a strong man, what can she do? Can't she just kill me in broad daylight? Besides, I have quite a few new designs now. And they are all related to military stuff. I don't believe the organization won't protect me. Right, Uncle Liang? Liangwei twitched his mouth. You're right. I will mention this to the higher-ups. Jiangli nodded and said, But you should be careful when you're not at the research institute. Since you came here today, they will probably find out soon that you're back. Inside the institute, your safety is more assured, but outside, it's hard to say.
So,
Jiangli responded, I understand. Don't worry, Uncle Yang.
Since the words are out, I'll head back now.
This is my home phone number. If you need anything, just call me directly. Liangwei took the phone. All right, I'll wait for you to come. Okay, I'll go now. You busy yourself. After Jiangli left the research institute, she noticed someone watching her. Thanks to Uncle Yang's reminder, she guessed who it was. She didn't expect Guan Weihong to be so capable. She had left her job, yet there were still spies in the research institute. She had underestimated her before. But she had also underestimated herself. No matter who Guan Weihong had found, She was not a pushover. Not long after she left, Guan Weihong received news. Thinking about how she hadn't acted last time because Zhongli left, she was determined to seek revenge this time. Xinghua, that little Jay is back. You promised me before. As long as you help me teach her a lesson, I'll marry you right away. Lu Xinghua hugged the person in his arms and smiled. Don't worry, she's just a woman with no background. As long as I want, she won't be able to stay in Kyoto. Guan Weihong chuckled. Then I'll see what you can do. In the next 2 days, Zhongli took her parents sightseeing in Kyoto. The family of 3 took many photos. After returning, Jiang Chusi learned that her parents had come to Kyoto and immediately told Huibeiyu.
What did you say?
Li and uncle and auntie are here? Jiang Chusi nodded and said, yes, Jianqing mentioned it. They've been here for a few days now. I just wanted to let you know before I leave. Huibeiyu smiled and said, thank you. I'll come over tomorrow. If future parents-in-law come to Kyoto and don't know, that's okay. But now that they do, we can't just do nothing. Although I met Li's parents before, I wasn't very familiar with them at the time. So, tomorrow's visit will probably end with a scolding, and there's no avoiding it. After saying goodbye to Huibeiyu, Jiang Chusi packed his clothes and left the military base. Jiang Jiancheng has no holiday, so this time, Jiang Chusi has to leave alone. At home, Zhongli was cooking lunch when she heard the knock at the door. She went to check and saw her second brother had returned. She was very happy and said, second brother, when did you come back? Are you hurt? Jiang Chusi patted his little sister's head and said affectionately, I'm fine, just minor injuries. Where are mom and dad? They're upstairs. Come in first. I'm still cooking in the kitchen. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Jiang Chusi entered the yard, which was very tidy. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw his parents coming down. Jiang Snowmei saw Chusi and said happily, you're back?
Yes.
Mom and Dad, why did you come to Kyoto? If it weren't for Jianqing telling me, I wouldn't have known. Jiang Snowmei smiled and said, we just happened to have some errands to run, so we stopped by to see you. How long can you stay this time? Are you hurt? Jiang Chusi replied, it's nothing serious, just minor injuries. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Hearing that her son was injured, Jiang Snowmei felt distressed and asked, where are you hurt? Does it hurt? You're so careless. If something serious had happened, what would little Snow do? Jiang Chusi scratched his head and said, I've been very careful. It's just that this mission was a bit tricky. I'll pay more attention in the future. You really don't know how to be careful, his mother said. You're already an adult and a husband. Next time you go on a mission, think more about your family, okay? I won't stop you and Old Third from protecting the country, but sometimes it's better to be a little selfish. My husband, and I can't stand losing you. Jiang Chusi nodded and said, I will, mother. Rest assured. Jiang Qinghua patted his son's shoulder and said, you've lost weight. When dinner is ready this afternoon, eat more. By the way, call your wife and tell her to come directly after work for lunch. Jiang Jianqing nodded and said, okay. After being away for more than half a month, I don't know how my wife has been doing lately. He is a good soldier, but not a good husband. When Ling Shui received a call from her husband, she was very happy and asked, when will you come back?
Where are you now?
Will you come home tonight? Jiang Chusi spoke softly, I'm at my parents' place. Come over for lunch when you take your break. Okay, I'm about to finish work soon. Wait for me. Yes, I'll wait for you.
Bye. Bye.
After hanging up, Ling Shui started packing her things, eager to see her husband as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Zhongli added 2 more dishes in the kitchen. When lunch was ready, her sister-in-law arrived. Jiang Chusi hugged his wife and said with a smile, you've been working hard alone to take care of the house lately. Once I finish this busy period, I will spend more time with you. Ling Shui nodded, okay, your work is important.
I'm fine.
As long as you come back safe, I will be happy. Zhongli came out and saw her brother and sister-in-law bonding. She smiled and said, lunch is ready. I made a lot of delicious food today. Jiang Chusi turned around and replied, great, we're coming. The family sat together, enjoying a rare warm lunch with the second brother's family. While eating, Ling Shui said, "Chusi can have a day off tomorrow." "Mom and Dad, do you think we can have a meal with my parents then?" It was originally scheduled for the day after tomorrow at noon, but Chusi has to leave then. "I was thinking we could meet tomorrow evening instead." Jiang Shuimei replied, "Tomorrow evening is fine, as long as your parents are free. Chusi will be back then too, and your parents can meet him." Ling Shui nodded. "That's what I thought too. If we wait until the day after tomorrow, my parents won't get to see him." Jiang Chusi swallowed his food and said, "I'll prepare a gift for the meeting tomorrow. It's our first time meeting my parents, so I won't neglect the elders. Mom and Dad, just prepare dinner." Jiang Shuimei nodded. "Okay, I trust you. If we run out of money or tickets, just tell me. We have some here." "Alright, if it's not enough, I'll let you know." Seeing that everything was settled, Ling Shui called her parents after dinner. When her father learned that the son-in-law he hadn't met yet was back, he agreed immediately. He also understood that soldiers have busy schedules, so he was very understanding. The next morning, Jiang Chusi and Ling Shui left early. His holiday is not long, and he finally has a day off. Today, he just wants to take his wife for a walk here. Then he plans to buy some things and prepare to visit his father-in-law and mother-in-law tonight. Jiangli received a call from Huabeiyu all day and was a bit surprised, saying, "You finally decided to call me? Did you get hurt on this mission?" Huabeiyu's charming and smooth voice replied, "It's just some minor cuts. Almost healed now. Sorry I haven't contacted you for so long. Are you upset with me?" Jiangli smiled and said, "I'm not that unreasonable. I know you have a mission. As long as you come back safe and sound, I won't be upset. Soldiers are like that. If I got upset over this, I would really be unreasonable. Okay, I will take care of myself and not worry you. I heard your parents are coming. When do you think I can visit them officially?" Jiangli replied with a smile, "Tonight, my second brother is meeting his in-laws. How about tomorrow night? My parents can stay a few more days, so no rush." Huabeiyu responded, "I'll follow your plan. Tomorrow night it is." His plan is to first meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Once the relationship is confirmed, he will have his parents come over to arrange the engagement. Although Lily is still young and can't marry now, they can at least get engaged. He feels uneasy if he doesn't secure her somehow. After all, Lily is so wonderful. If someone else starts to like her, he would definitely regret it forever. In this life, Lily can only belong to him. "Alright, I will arrange the dinner for tomorrow night. We'll go to your friend's private restaurant. The phone bill is quite expensive, so I won't mention it."
See you tomorrow night.
"Okay, see you tomorrow." After hanging up, Zhang Li went to the yard and said to her parents, "Mom, Dad, Huabei will come over tomorrow night to meet you." "I've already agreed." Jiang Qinghua heard his daughter's words and looked up, asking, "Why does he want to come over? Didn't he meet you before?" Zhang Li smiled and said, "It's not the same as before. We are now officially a couple, so he naturally wants to visit properly. Besides, you're about to leave soon. It's good to meet him this time. At least you can get to know him better." Jiang Qinghua nodded, "That's fine. We'll see him tomorrow night. By the way, do we have enough ingredients for night? Your second brother is meeting his future in-laws for the first time. We can't be careless." "Don't worry, Dad. I've prepared most of what we need. I'm about to go buy some meat now." Jiang Qinghua nodded. "Alright, but be careful where you go. I heard that the authorities in Kyoto are quite strict. The meat at the market was already sold out this morning. If my daughter goes out now, she will probably have to go to the black market." Jiang Li responded, "I understand. I'll be careful. I'm leaving now." "Alright, go ahead." Jiang Li left the house and first disguised herself in an alley. Then she headed toward the black market. Buying things is secondary. Mainly, she wants to sell some goods and look for old items. After her daughter left, Jiang Shuimei went to the guest house. She plans to finish all her work here in the next few days and then leave for Hong Kong. They left in a rush last time, and her documents were lost. This time, they might have to sneak across the border. There are many things to arrange. When Jiangli arrived at the black market, she first visited some old acquaintances. Then she prepared what she needed for the evening at home. Thinking it was about the right time, She went to the trading spot. As she collected boxes of old items, Zhongli felt very happy. She doesn't lack money now, but the more old items she has, the better. She hopes that someday she can either build a museum or donate these items to the country. These are treasures of China, witnesses of history. She is patriotic and tries her best to do more for her country. After finishing here, Zhongli wandered around near the black market. After asking around, she learned that 2 families were interested in buying houses. Then she carried her things home. This time, she plans to buy a few more houses to keep. When the time comes for redevelopment, she will be a sure landlord. But she will need to ask Ayu's friends for help then. Meanwhile, Zhang Chusi accompanied his wife to watch a movie, then went to the friendship store. In this era, it's hard to find good things at the supply and marketing cooperative. So Jiang Chusi plans to buy some gifts for his parents-in-law at the store. Ling Shui looked at the prices and felt a bit distressed. Maybe we should just buy a few things randomly. Everything here is too expensive. Jiang Chusi smiled. Don't worry, I won't run out of money. Anyway, it's our first time meeting your parents. We can't let them be unhappy. Our marriage already made you suffer enough. If I don't do well now, I'd really feel sorry for you. Ling Shui smiled softly and said, I'm fine. I don't feel wronged. I was the one who suggested we get the certificate. I'll wait until you're free to have a wedding, she added. She truly had no complaints. Her husband was someone she chose herself. Since she chose him, she accepted everything about him. Then, the 2 of them bought 2 sets of clothes, along with some cigarettes, wine, and tea. Anyway, Jiang Chusi had spent all the money he had, so they finally went home. Time passed quickly. When they returned, the sun was setting. Zhongli was already in the kitchen preparing dinner. After Ling Shui arrived, she saw her sister and mother-in-law busy, so she put down her things and also went to the kitchen. At this moment, Ling Feng was changing clothes at home. Seeing his wife dressed so beautifully, he chuckled and said, Do you really have to dress up so fancy? It's not a wedding. Today, we're just meeting the in-laws. Yiting pouted playfully and glared at him. What's wrong with dressing up? I heard Xiao Shui say that her in-laws, although they live in the countryside, are not ordinary people. Plus, her younger sister-in-law seems to work at a research institute. She's quite impressive, so we can't be careless. Ling Feng nodded, that's right. I know that girl Zhongli. The new pistol we just got is actually designed and developed by her. She's quite a remarkable person. I didn't know before, but after Xiao Shui told me who we were having dinner with tonight, I found out. It seems Xiao Shui has good taste. I was worried she might choose someone average, and she would have a hard life later. But it turns out her family is quite good. They have 3 brothers, 2 in the army, 1 at a research institute, and another working at a supply and marketing cooperative, I hear. Being able to raise such outstanding children shows that her parents are not simple people. At first, he only knew about Jiang Chusi. He thought it was great that his daughter chose such an excellent person. But it turned out that the most impressive person in the Jiang family was that young girl. Not only the higher-ups knew about her, but even the senior elders had taken notice. So tonight's dinner had to go smoothly. All right, we should go now. If we don't leave soon, it will be dark. Don't keep everyone waiting anxiously. Ling Feng smiled. Okay, let's go. Seeing his parents go downstairs, Ling Yuhan also looked up and asked, Do we really not need to go with you? I want to meet my brother-in-law too. Hearing her eldest son's words, Yiting replied, If you can convince your wife not to go, then you can go. I don't want her to become sarcastic after going. Your younger sister just stayed at home for a while, and she's always complaining about her nose or eyes. I shouldn't have let her come in the first place. Ling Yuhan sighed. Mom, don't be angry. Wu Yu is just a bit stingy. She doesn't have any bad intentions. I don't want to hear your excuses. We're leaving. Where's your brother? Her eldest son's family was upset, and she wouldn't take them along. As for her younger son, he was fine. Plus, her younger son and Xiao Shui had the best relationship. Xiao Shui had agreed to stay with him tonight. Seeing this, Ling Yuhan could only say helplessly, My younger brother is already waiting in the car. I'll see you off. No need. What's the point of seeing us off at home? We're leaving. Yiting now disliked her daughter-in-law very much. She had always thought she was not a good person, but her son liked her anyway. As parents, they couldn't stop their son from marrying her, so they just let it happen. They had hoped that after marriage, her personality would improve, but she became even more petty. When her daughter came to stay, she acted as if she was being treated unfairly, always sarcastic. Fortunately, her sister-in-law later gave them a house. Otherwise, if her daughter kept living there, the house would be chaotic. Ling Yuning saw that her parents had finally figured it out and opened the car door, saying, "Why are you so slow? My sister must be waiting anxiously. Hurry up and get in the car." Yi Ting glared at him. "It's just you who's anxious. We're already here, aren't we? All right, I won't say anything." Ling Shui also thought it was about time. She and Jiang Chixi were standing outside the gate waiting. Ling Yuning looked around and asked confusedly, "Are we sure we're not lost? This place looks like small villas." Ling Feng replied, "That's right. Your sister gave me this address. I heard her sister-in-law's house is here." "Really? Is her brother's sister so rich? They don't seem to be from Kyoto, do they? Earlier, my friend wanted to buy a house here, but had no connections. Looks like I should take a good look at that girl later." Yiting suddenly hit him lightly. "That girl? Call her sister. She's older than you. Be careful later. If you upset her, I'll break your leg." Ling Yuning covered the back of his head where he was, pouting. "I was just speaking quickly. Why hit me? Sister is just sister. All right, we've arrived. You see your sister." When Ling Yuning heard his father's words, he looked out of the car. Ling Shui and Jiang Chixi saw the car arriving and stood there waiting for it to stop. Ling Feng was very pleased at first glance because the man next to his daughter was his son-in-law. After the car stopped, they went over. Jiang Chixi was a bit nervous since Ling Shui's father was a senior officer and his presence was very commanding. When the people got out of the car, Jiang Chixi spoke first. "Hello, Mom and Dad. I'm Jiang Chixi. Thank you for coming out late at night." Ling Feng replied calmly, "It's okay. I understand. It's not easy for you to take the time. Mom and Dad, let's go inside. My in-laws are waiting." As Ling Shui finished speaking, she saw Jiang Qinghua and his family come out. Ling Feng saw the visitors and smiled, saying, "Hello, family. Nice to finally meet you." Jiang Qinghua happily said, "Hello, family. Hope we didn't disturb your evening."
No.
"Don't worry, family," Jiang Qinghua smiled. "Let's go inside and talk. Dinner is ready, and we can have some drinks. It's fate that the two kids are together." Ling Feng nodded. "Yes, it's been a few days since we last drank. Tonight, the two brothers will have a good drink." Yiting looked at Jiang Shuimai and, noticing her elegant aura, smiled and said, "Hello, mother-in-law. I'm Yiting, Ling Shui's mother. You're very beautiful." Jiang Shuimai politely replied, "Hello," from the Qin family.
I'm Jiang Xuemai.
"Nice to meet you. You're very pretty too." Jiang Li saw their polite compliments and joked, "Uncles, aunts, and younger brother, let's go inside before the food gets cold." Hearing Jiang Li, the Ling family finally looked at her. When they saw her delicate, fairy-like appearance, they were all stunned. Jiang Li was so beautiful that she outshone the other girls in the courtyard. Ling Yuning, a bit infatuated, said, "Sister, you look so pretty." Jiang Li giggled and said, "You're very handsome too. Come on, let's go inside." "All right, let's go in and talk." Ling Feng had a very good first impression of Jiang's family, who says farmers are uneducated. When his daughter got married, he was often teased by his friends. They said Jiang Chixi was excellent, but from a poor family. If he still considered that poor, he wouldn't know what a good family looked like. Especially when they entered the restaurant, the large table of food was so impressive that even Ling Feng had never seen anything like it before. Jiang Qinghua politely said, "Dear relatives, please sit down. Tonight's dishes are all made by our daughter, Lili. We didn't know what you liked, so we made a little of everything. If anything doesn't suit your taste, I can ask my daughter to prepare something else." Ling Feng waved his hand. "No need. These are perfect. We're not picky." I didn't expect your daughter to be such a good cook. Thank you for your effort. Jiangli smiled and said, it's no trouble. As long as you like it, that's what matters. After everyone was seated, Jiang Chusi started pouring drinks. Those who couldn't drink alcohol were filled with soda instead. Yiting looked at Jiang Chusi carefully, growing more pleased. She took her daughter's hand quietly and asked, is he treating you well? Ling Shui nodded, he is very good. Mother can rest assured. Yiting nodded with satisfaction. As long as he's good to you, I feel at ease. And your in-laws seem easy to get along with. At first, I was worried you wouldn't have a good life, but now that I've seen everything, I feel relieved. When her daughter got married, she had nothing, and she was actually unhappy about it. But because her son-in-law was in the military, and it was a critical time, she didn't say much. Fortunately, her daughter had good taste. Mom, the Jiang family is very kind. They don't have many worries. Especially Li treats me very well. She always thinks of me when she has good things. It's much better than those families in the big courtyard. I'm glad we didn't listen to you and Dad back then. If I had married someone from a big courtyard, I wouldn't be living so comfortably now. Thinking about the girls who married into the courtyard, acting like old maids every day, she felt lucky about her choice. All right, I won't say more. The food is really delicious. Ling Shui smiled. If you like it, eat more. Arlie Li's cooking is much better than a restaurant. Once I learn how to cook well, I'll make food for you and Dad at home. Or you can come to my place. I really don't want to see my sister-in-law. Yiting sighed. Let's not talk about her. If I miss you and Dad, I'll come stay at your house for a few days. Of course, once your older brother's house is renovated, they won't be living at home anymore. Whenever you want to go back, just go. Ling Shui nodded. That works too. At this moment, Ling Yuning said to Jiang Li's sister, I heard you work at a research institute. Is that true? Jiang Li turned around and smiled. Of course it's true. Why wouldn't you believe it? Ling Yuning shook his head. It's not that. It's just that you're only a few years older than me, but you're so impressive. I don't even know what to do after I graduate from high school. My older brother is already in the army, and I don't want to go. But if I don't join the army and don't have a job, I might have to go to the countryside. I don't know how to farm. I can't even cook. What am I supposed to do?
Epsilon Okozon, Sai.
His older brother and sister are both settled and have their own careers. Only he is still just drifting through life. Even now, he's still in school, mostly just wasting time with hardly anyone studying seriously. He wasn't so anxious before, but because Jiang Li is so talented, he feels like a failure. Jiang Li smiled and replied, You're doing fine. Don't doubt yourself. Think about what you like to do. Maybe earning money, translating, drawing, or playing music. There must be something you enjoy. Just follow what you love to do. Ling Yuning sighed. I think I only like eating. He really has no hobbies. Usually, he just exercises with his father at the army or plays ball with friends. He has no special skills at all. His grades are average and he feels like crying. What's wrong with him? All right, you're still a kid. Don't think too much. Wait until you graduate to worry about other things.
Come on, eat now.
Are my cooking smells good?
And you still have time to complain.
Ling Yuning chuckled. It's delicious. The food my sister makes is the best I've ever had. Can I come often in the future? Jiang Li nodded, of course. You're my brother-in-law's younger brother, so you're also my brother. Since you call me sister, I'll look after you. If you want to eat something, just come find me if I have time. She liked this younger brother quite a lot. She heard her sister-in-law has an older brother too, but her sister-in-law isn't very kind, so she didn't invite him tonight. Of course, who to invite is up to her sister-in-law. Ling Yuning smiled, then thank you, sister. I'll come to visit you often. Good. Eat up. Although Ling Feng and Jiang Qinghua have different statuses, they still had plenty to talk about. After all, the Ling family was originally farmers. Even the educated Yi Ting was surprised by Jiang Xuemei's talent when they talked. Actually, Jiang Xuemei's family used to be very wealthy, and if they hadn't been wiped out, they would still be top tier. She learned from her elders from a young age. Everyone enjoyed the dinner very much. Even Jiang Chusi relaxed a lot. He thought his father-in-law and mother-in-law might give him a hard time or criticize him, but they said nothing. As long as he and Ling Shui were happy, they were satisfied. After dinner, Ling Feng and Jiang Qinghua were both very drunk, their faces flushed. They acted like good friends, leaning on each other. Jiang Li was shaking her head in disbelief. Even Yi Ting and Jiang Xuemei covered their faces in embarrassment after seeing this. Two grown men hugging and holding each other was hard to watch. Luckily, Jiang Chusi and Ling Yuning separated them. One took them back to their room, the other to the car. Things quieted down. Yi Ting stood by the car, smiling and said, "Sorry for the trouble, dear. My husband hasn't drunk this much in a long time. He had a good time tonight." Jiang Xuemei waved her hand. "It's okay. My husband is the same. No one should laugh at anyone."
Ha ha ha.
"We're heading back now. I'll come find you later to hang out. Or you can come over to us. I'll host you. Since we're family now, let's stay in touch more." Jiang Xuemei nodded. "Sure, I'll visit when I'm free. Hurry up and get in the car. It's late. Drive carefully on the way back and stay safe." Yi Ting smiled. "All right, we're leaving. You guys should go home and rest soon." "Okay, I'll go back after you leave." At this moment, Ling Yuning took down the gift she forgot from the car and said, "Jiang Jie, these are our gifts. I just forgot to give them earlier. I won't take them inside." Jiang Li saw this and said, "That's fine. We'll take them ourselves. You shouldn't spend so much." No problem, no problem. As long as you like them. Get in the car. Rest well at home. Come visit when you're free." Ling Yuning nodded. "Okay, we're leaving now." After sending her mom off, Ling Shui also left with Jiang Chusi to go home. Tomorrow, her husband will return to the team, so they need to spend more time together now. If she can get pregnant in the next couple of days, that would be perfect. Being alone at home is too lonely. Having a child around might make things more lively. Jiang Chusi naturally understood his wife's plans. After they returned home, they stayed up until dawn before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Ling Shui was still sleeping when Jiang Chusi grabbed his luggage and left the house. He thought about his wife wanting to raise a dog. It was a good idea to ask Huabeiyu to get him one later. Since his sister had been taken away, having a dog wouldn't be too much. When he returned to the army, Huabeiyu looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You said you want to raise a police dog?" Jiang Chusi nodded. "Yes, to watch over my wife's house. You know I don't have much time to go home, so having a dog at home makes me feel more at ease." Although the security in Kyoto was okay, there were always a few careless people. Having a dog at home was a good idea. Huabeiyu thought for a moment. "All right, I'll also ask Li Li for one. When your parents leave, Li Li will be living alone, and a dog would help keep her safe." Li Li was very capable and had secrets, but she still needed care when necessary. Seeing his agreement, Jiang Chusi nodded and said, "Since you have a way, I won't interfere. I'm going back to training now. I hope I can pass the assessment smoothly next month." Huabeiyu nodded. "Yes, go ahead. Just come find me if you need anything." "All right, I won't bother you. I'm leaving." After Jiang Chusi left, Huabeiyu made a call to a brother. Their army did have police dogs, but not many. Most of the time, they weren't used often. In the future, there would be many more. And police dogs were all from pure bloodlines, living better after retirement than most people. Of course, their bloodlines were very pure, and it wasn't easy for ordinary people to get hold of such dogs. On the other end of the call, his brother chuckled when he heard Huabeiyu wanted police dogs. "Can they be puppies? There aren't many adult dogs. You want two?" There really aren't that many. They had just started training police dogs, and asking for two was almost like asking for his life. Huabeiyu heard they were puppies and thought for a moment. "Have they been weaned? I'm worried they're too young for me to raise." "That's fine. They're already 3 months old and growing strong now." "Okay, do you think I can come tonight to pick them up?" "Sure, but don't come too late. If it's too late, we'll have already closed." Huabeiyu replied, "Okay, I will come around 5. Please help me catch 2 little dogs." "Thanks. All right, I'll get them for you."
Goodbye.
See you." After hanging up, Huabeiyu went to the training ground. In less than 2 weeks, the Special Forces team would be officially established, and the schedule was tight. Fortunately, he had already chosen Jiang Chusi as the team leader. In terms of strength and intelligence, his future brother-in-law was top-notch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a deputy captain at such a young age. As for Jiang's combat skills, they were decent, but his mind was a bit slow. Still, he was suitable for official enlistment. Anyway, valuable resources should stay within the family. Before Jiang Li's relationship with Huibeyu was known, he had to use connections to get ahead. Once higher-ups found out, it wouldn't be so easy to get special treatment. Jiang Li didn't know that Huibeyu, because of her, had helped her two brothers rise in Kyoto and eventually gain a foothold there. Of course, their success was also due to their own efforts. Thinking about Huibeyu's visit that evening, Jiang Li got up early and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. While Jiang Snowmei was alone at home, she told Jiang Qinghua, "You're planning to leave the day after tomorrow. Do you want to wait for me here?" Jiang Qinghua shook his head. "No, I'll go with you. Even if it's dangerous, I'm not afraid. You're my wife. Even if it means risking my life, I want to stay with you. I may not be very capable, but as your husband, I'll do my best to protect you. Darling, don't leave me behind." Jiang Snowmei sighed. "Why do you have to do this? That's our Jiang family's feud. You don't need to share the burden. Going to Xiangjiang is dangerous. I don't want you to lose your mother because of me. It would make me feel guilty toward your ancestors." Jiang Qinghua smiled. "From the day you married me, you became part of our Jiang family. If you really leave me, I'll never feel at ease. No matter what happens in Xiangjiang, I just want to be with you. Even if you kill someone, I'll hand you the knife." The hatred in his wife's heart, kept inside for decades, was finally ready to be avenged. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to tolerate such patience. The revenge for his father's murder was unforgivable, and since her parents were involved, his wife had to go back. He couldn't miss it. Seeing that she insisted on going, Jiang Snowmei had no choice but to say, "All right then, we'll do our best to come back. Although I haven't gone back in many years, not everyone in the Jiang family has died. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Shuimai has not been idle all these years. So, this trip to Hong Kong is uncertain. Who will come out on top?" When Jiang Li returned with the shopping, she saw her parents packing their bags. She asked suspiciously, "Are you leaving now? Where are you going?" Hearing her daughter's question, Jiang Shuimai said, "We're going to Yangcheng. A friend sent a message saying there's news about your uncle. Whether it's true or not, I want to see for myself." Hearing the word uncle, Jiang Li frowned and asked, "Why didn't I hear my mother mention this before?" Your uncle and I are twins. We had an accident years ago, which forced us apart. It was a sad thing, so we didn't talk about it. Now that there's news, I might never have said anything if I hadn't heard." Seeing her mother look a bit sad, Jiang Li comforted her. "Sorry, Mom. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked so much. But are you sure it's safe for you to go there? Yangcheng seems pretty chaotic right now. Do you want me to go with you?" Jiang Shuimai shook her head. "No need. Your dad and I are grown-ups. We won't be kidnapped by traffickers. You focus on your own work. When we arrive in Yangcheng, I'll call you to say we're safe." "Don't worry." Jiang Li agreed. "All right, then bring some money and tickets. If you run out of money on the way, just call me. I'll find a way to send help. Also, take care of yourselves outside. Don't make us worry."
Got it.
"Your boyfriend is coming tonight, right? Hurry and get ready. Your dad and I will pack up and come down." Jiang Li nodded. "Okay, take your time packing." After finishing his work in the afternoon, Huibeyu went to visit a friend early. He was in a good mood because he would see Li tonight. He kept smiling all the way. When Yongnan saw him, she noticed his good mood and asked happily, "What's making you so happy? Tell your brother so I can be happy too." Huibeyu slightly smiled. "You, a single person, wouldn't understand even if I told you. Where's my dog?" Yongnan curled his lips and said, "Meeting and stabbing each other. Do you have such a brother? I told you, you need my help now, don't go too far. Be careful, if I get upset, I might not help you anymore." Carrot, humph. "All right, with your attitude, it's a bit the eyes. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." Yongnan rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, you're the boss.
I'll go get it for you.
After the two puppies were brought over by Yang Nan, Huabei looked at them and confirmed they were female dogs. He nodded in satisfaction. Good job raising them. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal later. Yang Nan snorted coldly. Forget it. You're so busy. Having a meal with you is harder than New Year's. Hee hee, it's not that bad. I promise I'll treat you next time. I'll go now. Go ahead, and remember to take good care of them. Huabei nodded. Don't worry. When they grow up, I'll bring them to see you. I'll see you off. Huabei held the two puppies in his arms, and they whined and barked. He opened the car door, put them into the prepared box, and didn't want to wait until the car was full of their waste later.
Bro, drive carefully.
Remember to invite me for drinks later. I'm waiting for you. Huabei smiled. Don't worry, I won't forget. I'm leaving now.
Bye-bye.
Huabei started the car and left, heading to Jiang Li's place. At this moment, Jiang Li was cooking, and Ling Shui was helping while learning cooking skills. When the meal was almost ready, Huabei arrived. Hearing the car outside, Jiang Li took off his apron and went out. Only someone like him could drive here at this time, probably his partner. Huabei parked the car, got out holding a small box, placed the puppies on the ground, and then took the prepared gift from the trunk. When Jiang Li came out and saw all the things he brought, he smiled and said, "You're pretty punctual. Wow, where did these puppies come from? So cute." Huabei looked back and said affectionately, "One is from your second brother for your sister-in-law, and the other is for you. Do you like them?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, I like them. Perfect for our yard." They're all female dogs. Why didn't you ask for a male?" Huabei helplessly said, "Girls don't need male dogs. Female dogs are just fine." "All right, I'll carry the dogs inside first. Wait for me." "Okay." Jiang Qinghua was reading the newspaper in the living room when he saw his daughter bring in the two dogs. He looked puzzled and asked, "Where did these dogs come from?" Jiang Li put down the dog and said, "Aya brought it. There are also some things outside. We'll talk about it later." Seeing his daughter leave quickly after dropping the puppy, Jiang Qinghua put down the newspaper and reached out to hold the dog. He looked at the two puppies, which were very clean, and he affectionately petted them. Jiang Shuimei came downstairs and saw the puppies, smiling and saying, "It's only been a little while, and now there are two more dogs." Jiang Qinghua stroked the puppies and said with a smile, "Your future son-in-law brought them." "Your daughter went out to meet someone." "Really?"
Yes.
"Then I'll go to the dining room and see if the food is ready." Huabei stood at the door, looking at the yard and asked, later, "Your parents won't trouble me, right? My heart is pounding so hard." Jiang Li smiled and said, "No, don't worry. All right, let's go inside." He was already here. Whether he showed his face or kept quiet, Jiang Li was determined. No matter if it was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire ahead, he would go through it. Seeing his fearless attitude, Jiang Li almost couldn't help but laugh. Someone who isn't afraid of anything can still be scared sometimes. "Okay, my parents are easy to talk to. We're not getting married right now, so you don't need to be so nervous. Last night, my second brother wasn't as nervous meeting my father-in-law as you are." Huabei chuckled. "That's different. Let's go." When Jiang Qinghua saw the visitor, he put down the puppy and asked, "You're here?" "Yes, hello, uncle."
Sit down.
"The meal will be ready soon." "Okay." Huabei sat down, but didn't dare to sit firmly because his father-in-law's expression wasn't very good. He felt a little nervous. "Ahem, just tell me about your family. I won't stop you from dating, but I need to know some things. Also, our Jiang family only has this one daughter. If your family wants to marry my daughter, it won't be so easy. At least, we need to be satisfied."
Huabei nodded.
"I understand. I will treat Lily well. As for my family..." He briefly explained his family situation. After hearing it, Jiang Qinghua looked puzzled and asked, "Your older brother is divorced? Isn't military marriage supposed to be protected?" "That's right, uncle. But people who want to leave just leave. My older brother is tired now. His work is busy, and he also has to handle family matters every day. In the end, he had no choice but to divorce. Of course, my brother's situation doesn't affect our family." He knew that his brother's issue was caused by his sister-in-law. His brother was just laughed at a little, and that was it. Yes, in the future, you will all live separately. As long as our family member Li Li is not hurt, that's what matters. Dinner is ready, Jiang Shuemei said as she walked over. Jiang Qinghua stood up. Let's go eat. Hua Beiyu also stood up and said, hello, Auntie.
I'm Huo Baiyu.
Just call me Xiaoyu. Jiang Shui smiled. Okay, Xiaoyu, let's go eat. Okay, Auntie. Ling Shui saw Hua Beiyu walk into the dining room and said happily, you're here. Yes, hello, second sister-in-law. Come quickly and sit down. Lili made your favorite dishes today. Eat more later. Thanks. Jiang Li came over holding a bottle of white wine and asked with a smile, can I drink tonight? Hua Beiyu said, just a little, it's fine. All right then, drink less. If needed, you can stay here tonight. There's a room downstairs. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Qinghua saw that Hua Beiyu treated his daughter well and felt a bit less annoyed. Then he said, we're leaving the day after tomorrow. When we're gone, as Li Li's partner, you should take good care of her. And if anything happens to Li Li, you know the consequences. Hearing his father-in-law's warning, Hua Beiyu was not upset. He was very obedient and said, Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. As long as Li Li is in Beijing for one more day, I will take good care of her. All right, I'll trust you this time. Let's eat. Jiang Shuemei used her chopsticks to serve some food to Hua Beiyu and said with a smile, eat more, good boy. You've worked hard in the army. Thank you, Auntie. I can serve myself. Mom, Ayu is now the leader of my second and third brothers. Although he's young, he's quite capable. Oh, that's impressive. Indeed, we're getting old. It's the young people's world now.
Huo Baiyu smilet.
Auntie, you're flattering me. It's all earned through hard work. All right, enough talking. Let's eat. Hua Beiyu had prepared for a serious talk, but his father-in-law turned out to be quite easy to talk to. His mother-in-law was even more so. Jiang Qinghua knew he came by car, so he didn't insist on drinking and stopped after one glass. After dinner, the family sat together. Jiang Qinghua asked a few more questions before asking someone to leave. Jiang Li saw them to the door and asked worriedly, are you okay? Maybe you shouldn't go back. Hua Beiyu pulled her into his arms, smelling her faint body scent, and with a slightly husky voice, he said, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Jiang Li hugged his waist and smiled, replying, I do. I knew Lily was missing me too. I have to go back now. I might not have time to be with you soon.
Sorry.
I understand you're busy. After my parents leave the day after tomorrow, I'll be busy too. Who finishes first, I don't know yet. So, you don't need to apologize to me. All the effort now is for a better future. Hua Beiyu kissed her cheek and said, you're right. Let's work hard together. Yeah, let's go. Be careful on the way. Call me when you get home. Okay, I'm leaving now. 3. Epsilon. Jiang Li kissed him and then sent him off in the car. Hua Beiyu smiled and said, remember to think of me.
Bye.
Note: drinking alcohol and driving is not allowed. After watching him leave, Jiang Li turned back to the yard. Seeing that her parents had gone to rest and her sister-in-law hadn't left yet, she said, Sister-in-law, stay here tonight. It's too late, and I don't feel comfortable. Ling Shui replied, that's fine. I'll rest in the guest room tonight. By the way, what do these 2 puppies eat? And which one do you want? I don't mind which one I get. Jiang Li looked at the 2 puppies. I want the one with the white stripe on its forehead, like a lightning bolt. We can call it Lightning. Hua Beiyu's choice of dog was indeed a good breed. A Tibetan Mastiff isn't something most people can get at this time. Once these dogs recognize their owner, they stay loyal for life. Ling Shui said, okay, then your dog can be Lightning and mine can be Tangyuan. They're so round and adorable. All right, they'll sleep in the living room tonight. Tomorrow, I'll build them a nest in the yard. It's already late. Sister-in-law, get some rest early. Okay, I'll go back to my room now. Good night. Jiang Li still wanted to wait for Hua Beiyu's call, so she wasn't in a hurry to go to bed. When Hua Beiyu got home, he saw his parents and grandma still in the living room, not asleep yet, and said somewhat speechlessly, are you waiting for me to report back? Zhao Ming saw him come back and asked, how did it go? Did your in-laws give you a hard time? Tell us everything. Hua Beiyu changed into slippers. Let me make a quick call to Lily first, just a moment. Alright, hurry up. After Beiyu returned Jiang Li's call, he went to the living room and said, "My future father-in-law is very nice. The people in the Jiang family are very easy to get along with. This time, Lily still needs to work at the research institute for a while. When she's not busy later, I'll bring her back to meet you all. It's already quite late. You should go rest now." Zhang Ying asked, "Is the Li you mentioned really very beautiful? I want to see her now. What should I do?" Beiyu sighed, "Mom, don't scare her away. The right time will come, and you'll meet her. By the way, how's my older brother doing?" Talking about his older brother, Zhang Ying suddenly looked unhappy and said, "What can I say? Grandma is taking care of the two kids first. He's on a mission again. That woman is really ruthless. She just says no to her own children. Recently, my two nephews keep asking for their mother. I think, regardless of how the adults are, the children are innocent. So I took the kids over there. I thought it would be good for the kids to see their mother, but she wasn't even home and didn't tell anyone where she went. My two grandsons cried all day. It broke my heart." Hearing his mother's words, Beiyu also frowned and said, "If necessary, let my older brother find another wife. Nan Chung and Nan Zhe really need their mother right now. If this continues, the children might develop psychological problems. Let my older brother choose for himself this time." Zhang Ying sighed, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't pushed my older brother back then, he wouldn't have become like this. Alright, Mom. Let's not talk about the past. Has my eldest sister been back home for a while?" Zhang Ying nodded. "Yes, your sister is pregnant with her second child. She's been throwing up a lot lately. I plan to visit her tomorrow. I just hope her baby is a boy. Otherwise, her mother-in-law will definitely cause trouble again." Previously, because her first child was a girl, her mother-in-law refused to even look at her. It made her daughter not rest well during her postpartum period. If it weren't for the fact that the family is not easy to mess with, and Chungyang was protecting her daughter, she really wanted to bring her daughter back to raise her. The Chung family has plenty of grandchildren, but she can't understand what's wrong with her daughter. She adores her granddaughter so much that she's crazy about her, but the Chung family just treats her like a tool. Has my sister's family already separated? Is her mother-in-law still coming over to cause trouble? If it's really bad, I'll find time to visit and see. Do they think we in the family are easy to bully?" Zhang Ying sighed. "Filial piety is like a mountain on top of your head. Your sister shouldn't cause too much trouble with them, so she's been holding back. Before, her mother-in-law already argued with her. Recently, I've been busy and haven't visited. Alright, enough. Tomorrow we'll go see how she's doing. Children are like debts. None of them are easy to worry about."
Sigh.
Watching her mother walk away, Hua Beiyu thought about asking someone to find out about brother-in-law's situation tomorrow. If he truly wronged his eldest sister, he wouldn't hesitate to break his legs. After resting for a day, Jiang Xuemei and her husband packed their bags and took the train. Jiang Li personally saw them off at the station, repeatedly reminding, "Remember to call me if anything happens. If you run out of money, tell me. If my uncle isn't doing well now, Mom, you and Uncle can come to Kyoto. I have an extra yard here, so don't feel it's inconvenient. If you can't reach me by phone at home, call the Research Institute. Uncle Liang will tell me." Jiang Xuemei patted her head and also advised, "Take good care of yourself here. No matter how busy work is, remember to eat and rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Mom and Dad just want you to be happy." Jiang Li nodded. "I know. You all must take care of yourselves, okay? Otherwise, my brothers and I will worry." The train was about to depart. She said goodbye. "I'll call when I arrive." Jiang Qinghua hugged his daughter. "Lily, take care of yourself. We're leaving now." "Okay. Remember to call me when you get there." Holding back his sadness, Jiang Qinghua watched his daughter board the train, his eyes turning red. He didn't know if he would see her again this time. His heart was full of reluctance that words couldn't express. Jiang Xuemei also watched her daughters back outside the train, tears falling in sadness. After leaving the train station, Jiang Li suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She frowned, clutching her chest, unsure why she felt something was about to happen. But after that brief pain, everything returned to normal. She rubbed her chest. Maybe she was overthinking. On the way home, she reached a very remote place and said, "Come out. You've been hiding for so many days. Are you still afraid?" Since her return, someone had been lurking around their house. Before, her parents were there, so she couldn't act. Now, it was different. She was alone and could do whatever she wanted. The people tracking her, once they heard her speak, no longer hid. Zhangzhe came out, surprised by her calmness, and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Jiang Li curled her lips into a sly smile and said coldly, "If I were afraid, I wouldn't be here."
Tell me, who sent you?
Was it that woman Guan Weihong or her accomplice? Zhang just smirked slightly. "You seem to know a lot, but no matter who sent us, today you can't go back. If you don't want trouble, just come with us quietly. Otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy." This woman was so beautiful. Zhang Zhe and the others had never seen anyone this stunning before. They wondered what their boss was thinking. Guan Weihong was just average, yet she liked that woman and ruined such a beautiful person.
It was truly baffling.
Jiang Li initially wanted to settle things here directly, but if she didn't eliminate the root cause, it would only lead to more trouble later. She then calmly said, "Since your big brother has invited me, let's go. Lead the way." Seeing her obedient, Zhangzhe hesitated for a moment. "Are you really coming with us?" "Stop wasting time. My time is precious, and I don't want to waste it here." Zhangzhe chuckled. "All right, since you're not afraid, let's go." Because it was daytime, Zhangzhe led Xin Li along a small path. After leaving the alley, he took her to a car heading toward a large estate. Jiang Li remained expressionless the whole time. No one could tell what she was feeling. Zhangzhe had never seen someone so calm before. He felt that their boss's target seemed a bit off, like they were a king who didn't take them seriously. She was so composed, like a guest visiting someone's home. When the car reached the outskirts of the city, Jiang Li got out. Looking at such a secretive place, she had a feeling. She thought today might be her lucky day. Places like this were usually good hiding spots for valuables. Of course, they were also places for cover-ups, murder, and theft. She hadn't shed blood in a long time, but since these people had come to her, she wouldn't be polite. Zhang just saw her standing there lost in thought and said, "Stop staring and come inside with me. Once we meet our big brother, be polite. Maybe he'll let you go." Zhang Li nodded and said, "Got it. Let's go." Despite being a bad person, she talked so much nonsense. She really wondered what she was thinking. Lu Xinghua and Guan Weihong just finished a passionate encounter. Now he is wearing loose pants, leaning against the bed, smoking a cigarette. Guan Weihong hugs his waist and playfully says, "Xinghua, why hasn't your person brought that little troublemaker here yet? I'm almost too impatient to wait." "Don't worry, my people are already watching. They should bring her back soon. But when they do, what do you want to do?" Guan Weihong stands up, speaking firmly. "I want to ruin her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost my job. Not because of her, my parents also scolded me badly. Not because of her, I've become a joke in the neighborhood." Lu Xinghua smirks. "Of course, the woman I like has a mean heart." Knock, knock. Hearing the sudden knocking at the door, Lu Xinghua frowns. "Who is it? What's the matter?" "Brother, the person you wanted is here. He's in the living room." Hearing this, Guan Weihong happily says, "Is it the woman I asked for?" "Yes." "Xinghua, someone's here. I'll go see now." Lu Xinghua nods. "All right, get dressed." "Okay." Jiang Li sits on the sofa in the living room, crossing her legs confidently, showing no sign of being caught. If the outside environment weren't so dirty, she'd even want to brew herself a cup of tea. When she just came in from outside, she thought it would be as run down as the outside, but it turned out to be something more complex inside. It seems Guan Weihong is quite capable after all. After waiting about half an hour, Jiang Li finally sees a man and a woman walk in. Guan Weihong is wearing a cheongsam, her curvy figure fully displayed. The man beside her isn't tall but looks quite handsome. If it weren't for those calculating eyes full of schemes, you wouldn't realize such a man has behind-the-scenes power. When Lu Xinghua sees Jiang Li's true appearance, he is stunned. He thinks, with such a beautiful woman, Why has he never seen her in the capital? If he knew she was so beautiful, he wouldn't have bothered with Guan Weihong. Seeing the contrast between the two women, he suddenly feels Guan Weihong isn't as attractive anymore. Feeling Lu Xingguo's gaze, Jiang Li frowns in dislike. She then asks, "Tell me, what do you want to do with me now that you've brought me here?" Enemies meet with extra hostility. Guan Weihong sees Jiang Li looking so bright and beautiful and feels a burning jealousy. She angrily says, "Jiang Li, I never thought you'd have a day like this. Last time you left so quickly, I thought you wouldn't come back. But luckily, heaven doesn't forget those who work hard. Finally, I get to see this day. How about now? Are you feeling scared?" Jiang Li looks at her twisted face and says calmly, "What should I be afraid of? Are you going to hurt me? Guan Weihong, we have no real feud. You only hurt yourself. Being so jealous isn't good, really. I don't care about you. Today, I will ruin your reputation. I want to see if your lover still cares for you after you've become a fallen woman. Xingbo, have someone take her to the backyard. I want to see her being toyed with." Lu Xingbo doesn't reply but looks at Jiang Li and says, "You're so calm. It feels like you're the one in charge here. Are you like me? I smell strong blood on you." Jiang Li raises an eyebrow and sneers, "I don't associate with animals. I have my principles. As for you..."
Lu Xingbo frowns.
"We have no real enemies. If you ask me nicely now, I might let you go. But only if you become my lover." "No way."
Jiang Li firmly replies.
"Xingbo, what do you mean? Have you fallen for this fox?
You promised me.
I gave myself to you. You can't change your mind."
Guan Weihong yell angrily.
Lu Xingbo glances at her and says calmly, "When I loved you, whatever I said was true. But now, I have no interest in you. I've been with many women. If you're obedient, I might consider having another lover. If you keep shouting at me, you know my methods." Guan Weihong looks at him in disbelief and asks, "What are you talking about? Was I not your first woman? Are you lying to me?"
Lu Xingbo smirks.
"Do you really believe everything I say? You probably know my background. A man like me wouldn't have just one woman. I only played with you because you looked good and had a nice figure. Now I've found a better target, so you're naturally out. Behave yourself. You are still my woman." Guan Weihong was stunned after hearing this, standing there without knowing how to respond. As for Jiang Li, who watched the scene unfold, she found it amusing and said, "I didn't expect you to be so brainless. Men are so good at lying. Not even bothering to check. You just handed yourself over. Should I be impressed by you? And you, don't you know how to introduce yourself?" Lu Xingguo sat on the sofa opposite her, smirking mischievously. "My name is Lu Xingguo, the second master of the Lu family. So what do you think? Want to consider what I just said?" Jiang Li sneered, "No mirror, no? Do you even deserve it? He's ugly, but he has big dreams. He doesn't look at himself properly, yet he dares to covet her. Truly a rare sight." Seeing that she didn't take him seriously, Lu Xingguo's expression darkened slightly. "Do you know whose territory this is? Talking to me like that, aren't you afraid I'll sell you to Hong Kong?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Do you really think I'd come alone here? That's so naive." At that moment, she suddenly had a pistol in her hand. Lu Xingguo was stunned when he saw the gun. "Who are you?" Jiang Li smiled. "Don't you already know who I am? I'm just some secret person you can't find out about. After all, your status isn't high enough to investigate me." Guan Weihong saw her holding the gun and screamed, "What are you doing? Killing people is illegal." Jiang Li, with a wicked smile, said, "I know killing is illegal, but as long as no one finds out it was me, it's fine. Besides, this place is so remote. I think only the people here know about it. Don't you agree, Comrade Lu?" Lu Xingguo stared at the gun in her hand, annoyed. "Put away the gun. I'll let you go if you do. Keep pointing that thing at me and don't blame me for being rude." TSK, how do you plan to be rude? With those ugly faces here? Or is it because you're shameless? Do you really think I, Jiang Li, am a soft target? You say you'll arrest me if you want, and I'll leave if you say so? Am I really so shameless?" Hearing Jiang Li's words, Lu Xingguo's heart pounded quickly. He thought she was a delicate beauty, but it turned out she was a fierce woman, like a poisonous flower. This time, Guan Weihong was about to die from worry. He pinched his brow and said, "Then what do you want? Just say it. If only you had been more aware of the situation earlier. I am someone who values money. As long as you can satisfy me, I will forget about today's matter. Otherwise, I don't mind everyone sharing the same fate. Anyway, I am alone, taking all of you down to, it's still a win for me. Are you crazy?" Lu Xinghua shouted angrily. "Why die when you can stay alive? I have money if you want, but today's grudge is settled." "Oh," Zhang Li raised her gun. "Since that's the case, I think I should eliminate the problem completely, as I dislike trouble."
Bang!
With a gunshot, Lu Xinghua's forehead was instantly hit, and Guan Weihong screamed in shock at the scene.
Ah!
"Someone's been shot. Call for help."
Bang!
Zhang Li fired again. Guan Weihong's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Hearing the gunfire outside, her brothers rushed in and saw their leader dead, immediately attacking Gang Li. Zhang Li did a backflip to dodge their rush and started shooting at them. After seeing this, Zhang Zhe shouted, "Don't kill her. Comrade Zhang, we were wrong. We're just people trying to survive." Zhang Li ignored his shouting until only Zhang Zhe was left in the room, then said, "Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. It's just not the right time yet. Remember, be a good person in the next life. Everyone should have principles."
Bang!
Zhang Qi looked down at his chest, unwilling, and said, "You won't have a good ending either. I'm waiting for you below."
Ha!
"I am someone even the king of wouldn't want. Waiting for me?"
Ha ha!
Zhang Li laughed wildly at this moment. She had never seen the king of in her previous life, and probably wouldn't in this one either. After clearing everyone in the yard, Zhang Li didn't rush to clean the scene. Instead, she went to find the treasure here. Right now, she was like a greedy beast. No amount of good things was enough for her. It would be a pity if the house here were burned down later. If she had people she could trust, she would cherish this place and want to keep it for herself. When she found the warehouse, she was amazed to see it filled with supplies. It seemed that Lu was quite capable. What made her happiest was the dozens of boxes of old items here. If she weren't good at finding things, she wouldn't have discovered such a hidden basement. It seems that the treasure here is the entire wealth of that man. She quickly took all the valuables and poured some engine oil around the yard. As the fierce fire spread through the entire yard, Zhang Li smiled slightly, then turned and left. Not long after she left, a few cars arrived here. Due to the large flames, by the time the rescuers arrived and put out the fire, everyone in the yard had turned to ash. Zhang Li finished her work very neatly, not worried at all about being caught. Even if someone suspected her later, with her mental strength, she wouldn't show any signs of guilt. So, she was quite relaxed as she went home to cook dinner. Huabeiyu knew that tonight only Lili was at home, so he planned to come over after work. But when they met, Huabeiyu clearly felt a strong smell of blood on Zhang Li. Even after she took a shower, it couldn't be completely hidden. Seeing his frown, Zhang Li asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Hor Lili, did something happen today? Did you do something bad?" Hearing his words, Zhang Li was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked away and said, "What are you talking about? I could never do something bad. I am a good person." Huabeiyu saw her response and knew she misunderstood. He then sighed and said, "Lili, you should trust me. No matter what kind of person you are, I love you just the same. The reason I ask is because I'm worried you didn't handle the scene properly. And who was the other person? Has anyone found out? I can still come and clean up if I hurry." Zhang Li rubbed her forehead, genuinely surprised that Huabeiyu was so perceptive. She had washed herself several times, yet he still noticed. It was so frustrating. "Ayu, I handled everything myself. Can you stop asking? I know you care about me, but there are some things I prefer to solve on my own. And don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. If I had no choice, I wouldn't want to get blood on my hands. Of course, if you don't like this side of me, I can accept breaking up. I won't force you." Hearing the word break up, Huabeyu suddenly became angry. He pulled Zhongli into a hug and kissed her fiercely. His breathing was chaotic, with a hint of punishment. Zhongli was caught off guard by the sudden kiss, her heart pounding rapidly. She pushed him hard several times but couldn't move him, only had to endure. They didn't know how long they kissed until a strong smell of blood entered their mouths. Only then did Huabeyu loosen Zhongli. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Lili, don't say the word, break up again. I can't accept it. You are mine, and you can only be mine. Lili, I love you very much. Please don't be mad at me anymore, okay?" Zhongli gasped for breath and said helplessly, "I didn't say I don't want you. I'm just worried you might not like it. Look at you, you even bit my lip until it bled. How am I supposed to see people tomorrow?" She was really fed up with this stubborn person. She only said that casually. "I'm sorry, it was my fault just now.
I'll put some medicine on it.
Let's go." "No need, it'll heal soon." Huabeyu sighed. "All right, I won't ask anymore. Whatever you do, I support you. Even if one day you really break a hole in the sky, I'll be with you. At worst, I just won't wear these clothes anymore." Before having memories from the past life, he really liked this job, but after regaining his memories, he didn't love it as much. "All right, let's stop talking. Let's go eat. I made your favorite. Tomorrow I'll be busy at the research institute.
I don't know when we'll meet again, or when I'll have time.
And also, when you go back later, please take care of Lightning for me. I might not have time to look after him. My sister-in-law took Tingyuan back home. No one is at home all day, and I'm worried he'll cause trouble." Huabeyu nodded. "Okay, I'll take him home and look after him. Don't worry. But when you go to work, remember to eat. You scientists, once you're busy, you lose track of day and night. I'm really worried about you. Next time we meet, you'll probably have lost some weight." Zhongli smiled. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. By the way, I've looked at a few more houses recently. The other party is interested in selling. I'll send you the address. When you have time, help me transfer the ownership. The money and documents are under the bed in my living room. You can take them when you come." Huabeyu nodded. "All right, I'll handle it for you as soon as possible." "Yes, eat up. You've lost quite a bit of weight recently. By the way, my parents want to meet you. Let me know when you're free, so I can arrange it." Hearing this, Zhongli looked up and asked, "Are your parents easy to get along with?" Huabeyu smiled. "Don't worry. My family is similar to yours, easy to get along with. Just after my older brother divorced, there was some gossip in the neighborhood, and my older sister's life isn't going smoothly either. My mom has lost quite a bit of weight recently. What happened to your older sister? I haven't heard you mention it before." Huabeyu sighed. "My older sister and brother-in-law are doing pretty well, but my sister's mother-in-law is very strict about favoring boys over girls. My sister's first child was a girl, and she was very unhappy about it. And their family often comes to visit just to get free stuff. If it weren't for her husband's face, my sister would have fought with them long ago. Now my sister is pregnant again. If it's another girl, I worry my brother-in-law might have other thoughts." Zhongli sarcastically said, "What's wrong with having a girl? Girls are caring. Your sister's taste isn't very good. If it were me, I'd have taken my daughter and left long ago." Huabeyu smiled. "Don't worry, our family all like daughters. We won't let anything happen to you. These days, I've been busy checking my brother-in-law's whereabouts. Luckily, he hasn't done anything to hurt my sister. Otherwise, I'd break his leg." Zhongli smiled. "Your brother-in-law is quite unlucky. Luckily, he hasn't hurt your sister, or he'd be stuck in bed for the rest of his life. Before my sister got married, our whole family spoiled her. It's not fair that she has to suffer after marriage. Take you, for example. You're the princess of your family. If you marry me and I don't treat you well, that's my fault. Not only would your parents be angry, but your brothers wouldn't forgive me either. If my sister had even half your strong personality, I wouldn't have to worry about her so much." He couldn't understand what his older sister was thinking. Her family is her support, yet she still takes the brunt of it and doesn't complain. If she just said the word, he and his older brother would promise to teach her tormentors a lesson. Enough of this. Every family has its own problems. How are my second and third brothers doing lately? Huabei replied, they're doing well. Their exams are coming up in a few days. With me here, you don't need to worry about them. Zhongli nodded, that's good. But don't use connections to get ahead. I want my brothers to succeed on their own abilities, understand? Their relationship isn't known by many people yet. If certain officials find out later, it could cause trouble. Don't worry. Second brother's abilities are obvious, and although third brother isn't very bright, he's good at fighting. I was thinking about having third brother participate in the military district competition this year. Zhongli smiled and said, my third brother has always been active since he was young. It's normal for him to be strong. Actually, if the current situation weren't so tense, I wouldn't want my brothers to join the army. They spend their days worrying and always have their heads in their belts. You're the same. Huabei swallowed his food and smiled as he replied, don't worry. We will protect ourselves when we go out. We were safe before even with outdated weapons, and now with your new weapons, we won't be in danger easily. But the bulletproof vest we're using now is still too poor. If you have research in this area, you could try to improve it. After hearing this, Zhongli thought for a moment and said, I need to research bulletproof vests. Give me some time, and I will find suitable materials quickly. Yes, no rush. Finish your current tasks first. Before the assessment, we probably won't be taking on any missions.
You don't need to worry about that.
Just keep that in mind. Zhongli nodded, I understand. I have a plan.
Good.
After dinner, the two of them lingered in the living room for a while. Then Huabei, holding Lightning, left. He had planned to stay overnight, but since he had other things to do tonight, he didn't stay. After seeing him off, Zhongli locked the door and went to her space. She had collected a lot today, but hadn't looked at it carefully yet. The long night was perfect for entertaining herself. As for Huabei leaving, his face darkened. Although Zhongli didn't say anything, he knew someone in Kyoto was causing trouble for her. He just needed to find out who had a problem, and he would get the general idea. Although Zhongli was very powerful in her past life, some things still left no trace. Then he took Lightning back to the army and went out again. Soon, he heard that a yard outside the city had caught fire, killing more than 10 people. The police were investigating, but they hadn't identified the victims yet. Even the owner of the yard couldn't be sure because Liu Xinghua had used a fake identity when buying it. It had been a while, but the police still hadn't revealed their identities. When the head of the Nanjing branch of Kyoto City saw Huabei, he was stunned. Already annoyed by this matter, he spoke somewhat irritably, Chief Hua, what brings you to our branch? Huabei slightly curled his lips. Wang Xian, what tone is that? I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? I'm just curious because I heard that outside the south of the city quite a few people have died. Tell me what happened. Wang Xian rolled his eyes. Commander Hua, are you planning to come work at our police station?
What's that?
Are your troops so free now? Huabei replied calmly, don't worry. Even if your police station fails, our troops won't collapse. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I was just trying to help analyze the situation. Wang Xian snuffed out his cigarette and said, it's not really a secret anymore. Many people now know that a yard outside the city caught fire, but no one knows exactly how many people died. When I arrived to take the report, the place was already burning almost completely. We don't know who the culprit is. When we cleaned up the scene, more than a dozen bodies were so badly burned they were unrecognizable, some even turned to bones. Can you imagine what kind of thing this is? Just outside the capital, this person is too reckless. Huabei listened and understood the situation. He then asked, do you have any clues? Wang Xian sighed. If only we had clues. Right now, we haven't even identified those people. We can only wait for missing persons reports. Huabei felt a bit relieved after hearing this. He was worried that Li might accidentally leave some clues, which could cause trouble. Fortunately, they handled everything thoroughly, destroying evidence and erasing traces, just like in the past, eliminating all leads. All right, since you're busy, I'll go first. By the way, if you don't have any clues, you can also ask the neighbors nearby. Anyone who has lived there might know something. Wang Xian waved his hand. Let's go. It would be great if there were neighbors around, but it's just that one yard. Just a ghost town. Ha, good luck.
Let's have a meal together sometime.
It's been a while and I really miss school days. Okay, I'll come after I finish my current work. Alright, I'm leaving. Hua Beiyu left quickly, and he also departed swiftly. As long as he was sure there were no problems, he could rest easy. Of course, tonight the troops had a surprise drill, so he wouldn't sleep long. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu's family didn't think much when their second son didn't come home again tonight. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was already 2 days later. After all, even if their son was in the capital and didn't come home, he would occasionally call to report his safety. It wasn't until the police station in the south of the city sent a message that Lu's family finally panicked. After all, Lu Xingbo secretly controls many of Lu family's assets, including a house outside the city that others don't know about. Only Lu Xingbo's father and elder brother are aware of it. When Lu Xingqing learned that his younger brother had died, he was very angry. Especially after the items in that house were all gone, he almost smashed everything inside. Fortunately, when they stored things earlier, they divided them into 2 places. Otherwise, the Lu family might have been back to the old days of hardship. But no matter how angry the Lu family was, Zhang Li didn't know about it. Anyway, no matter how they investigated, they couldn't find anything about her. Right now, she was in the lab working on her new project. Zhou Zheng and Li Na, having learned from previous experience, were very skilled at helping Zhang Li this time. Especially Li Na, who was very happy today, making Zhang Li quite curious. You've been smiling all morning since you came in. Can you tell me what good news happened? Let me share the happiness. Li Na, hearing Zhang Li's words, looked at the door and then whispered, Last night, I heard that Guan Weiheng died, and the second son of the Lu family is gone too. Do you think it's true? Knowing that this is in the capital city, if someone just disappeared like that, it's a bit frightening. But I'm happy that the disliked person is dead. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow. Guan Weiheng is dead? Is the news accurate? Yes, they all raised white flags at the Guan family's house. It seems he died quite tragically, burned to death. But I didn't go there. I only heard from neighbors. What about the Lu family? Li Na said. What else could it be? They were killed together back then. Everyone in the residential area knows that Guan Weiheng got involved with Lu Xingbo's second son. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Zhang Li smiled. Those 2 are quite unlucky. Let me tell you, it seems quite a few people died back then, not just them. The Lu family is still investigating the murder. I wonder how powerful that elder brother is. So many people say he can kill just like that. Impressive. Hearing this, Zhang Li, who was involved, found it a bit funny. It seems these 2 people really didn't have good relationships. Even after death, they still get gossiped about. TSK. Looks like she really played the role of a good person. Alright, let's stop talking. Your data is almost ready. Just make a small adjustment. Zhou Zheng, go to the warehouse and get some of the materials I just used. If things get delayed over there, you should go find Director Liang. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Zhang Li focused on her work again, thinking that after finishing these tasks, she would develop a bulletproof vest for Hua Beiyu. Although she had never made one before, she had a cheat tool, so it probably wouldn't be too difficult. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuemai and Zhang Qinghua, along with their group, were hiding in a remote village. Lin Fei hurried back, carrying a bunch of things, and said with a worried look, We just caught a group of illegal immigrants at the seaside. It won't be easy for us to go over now. The boats are ready. Miss, when do you think is a good time to leave? Zhang Xuemai thought for a moment and said, At dawn. We can't wait any longer. There are fewer patrols then, so our chances will be better. Plus, if we manage to get on the boat, those people won't be able to do anything to us. They had been out for a long time, and if they didn't leave soon, they might be discovered here. Dawn was the best time, so they had to leave tonight. Lin Fei responded, In that case, I'll go check the situation again. If there are still many patrols, we should wait a bit longer. If the patrols are fewer, we can try to go. Zhang Xuemai nodded and said, Okay, be careful and stay safe.
Got it.
Seeing his wife feeling anxious, Zhang Qinghua tried to comfort her. Xuemai, don't worry too much. We've come this far, and maybe we can still go back. Jiang Shuemai sighed. I'm just worried about my brothers. I don't know how they're doing now. If they're still in Hong Kong, I can't be sure if anyone has found out. I'm so useless. If only I had been as capable as Lily back then, my parents wouldn't have been killed. My brothers shouldn't have to leave their homes and come to the mainland just to survive. Thinking about those past events made her feel regretful. All right, stop thinking about it. You should rest for a while. We still have to go out tonight. Okay, you rest too. Yes, I'll stay with you. Lin Fei and his two brothers had been observing all afternoon and only returned at nightfall. After a simple dinner, they packed their belongings and left. The late autumn weather was cool, and the night wind felt refreshing. Jiang Shuemai adjusted her clothes carefully and had kept a close watch on the surroundings. Lin Fei led the way, and they quickly reached the seaside. Miss, my brothers, and I will push the boat. You all hide well. If anything seems wrong, run immediately. We don't mind if these people get caught, but you should think about the young lady and young master at home. Jiang Shuemei nodded. I understand. You all should go quickly. Okay, we'll be there soon. Jiang Qinghua braced against the cold wind, hearing only the sound of the waves. The darkness in front of him made him feel a little scared. He had never been on a boat before and wasn't sure if he could handle going out to sea later. Holding his wife's hand tightly, he said worriedly, Our boat should be able to get through, right? Shuemei replied, Don't worry. We are close to Shengjiang. It's only a few hours away. Good. Just as Lin Fei and the others pushed the boat into the sea, they saw a distant flashlight beam. Everyone was startled, and Lin Fei quickly rowed the boat over, saying, Miss, get on the boat. They're coming. Hearing that people were coming, Shuemei didn't hesitate about getting into the water. She pulled Jiang Qinghua and her brothers onto the boat. Lin Fei managed to get everyone on board when someone shouted from nearby, Trouble. Someone is smuggling across. Come quickly. Hurry, row the boat fast. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Jiang Qinghua didn't think twice. He grabbed the oars and started rowing with everyone. Because the waves were big that night, they rowed quite far in a short time. The patrols saw the boat leaving and cursed loudly from the shore. Shuemei watched the boat drift away and finally relaxed a little. Lin Fei said, That was close, almost got caught. The patrols here are really strict lately. Shuemei brushed the sand off her shoes, saying, That was really dangerous. Once we get past this, we don't know what's waiting on the other side of Shengjiang. Tonight, everyone should take turns resting. If we find trouble once we arrive, we'll jump into the sea. If we get separated, we'll meet at the usual place. Everyone nodded. Okay, we understand. This time, Shuemei was going back to take revenge. It wasn't just her who hated it. Everyone was holding back their anger. Many people had died that year, not only Zhang's family members, but also some family-born children and guards. 2 of them had even watched their wives die painfully in that chaos. Everyone followed Shuemei back, with no complaints, even if it meant risking their lives. They were willing to die together. Jiang Qinghua had never been on a boat before. At first, he was fine, but later in the night, he started feeling seasick. The waves were so big that he vomited until his eyes blurred. Shuemei was very worried and gave him some medicine to help him sleep. This time, when she went out, the girl prepared many first aid medicines and poisons for her. Among them, there were many sedatives. If he hadn't been so severely dizzy, Jiang Shuemei wouldn't have acted this way. After Jiang Qinghua fainted, he finally stopped vomiting. Lin Fei looked at the son-in-law, took out a blanket, and said, Miss, you and your husband go inside and lie down. The wind outside is too strong. Don't catch a cold. Jiang Shuemei glanced at her man and nodded, saying, All right, be careful. Don't worry, I will watch over you. Lin Fei is the only one among these people who is not married. Over the years, he has been hiding in the black market, doing business for the young lady. Even after so many years, he remains loyal to the Jiang family. Jiang Shuemei also advised him back then, but Lin Fei didn't want to leave. Watching the young lady and her husband go inside, Lin Fei suppressed his longing. So many years have passed, but he still can't forget that fleeting, stunning moment. Even though the young lady now has a young master and a young lady, he only wants to stay by her side until the end of his life. Sometimes he wonders if, back then, if he had been braver, he might not have missed his chance. Unfortunately, now it's all too late. This time, he just hopes the young lady can find the young master and reunite the family. As the sun rose on the horizon, shining over the sea, Jiang Xuemei and her group disembarked in a rather clumsy way, weaving through the forest. They didn't expect that there would be patrols at the Hong Kong port either. As soon as they got off the boat, they were chased by a group of people. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would already be in custody. Jiang Xuemei held onto Jiang Qinghua, running while saying, "Lin Fei, you two split up and run separately. Meet at Causeway Bay tonight. Hide the gold bars well, and find a way to get a new identity." Lin Fei said, "Miss, I'll stay with you." "No need, Qinghua and I are fine. Just go quickly." Seeing that the young lady insisted, Lin Fei had no choice but to reply, "All right, but you two must be careful. We'll meet tonight." "Okay, let's go." Jiang Qinghua, who was seasick and just woke up, was still out of breath from running with everyone. But he knew they couldn't stop now. If they did, it would be over. So he used all his strength to run wildly. Jiang Xuemei also knew some martial arts, and after years of training, she ran quite fast. Everyone scattered quickly and soon disappeared from sight. Jiang Xuemei even mixed into a market with Jiang Qinghua. At that moment, the seaside market in Hong Kong had many vendors selling seafood. Jiang Xuemei spoke fluent Hong Kong Cantonese, but no one noticed anything unusual about her. Jiang Qinghua knew he couldn't handle the situation, so he wisely stayed silent the whole time. No matter what anyone said, he looked confused. It wasn't until the two of them settled in a rural home that he finally relaxed. Jiang Xuemei changed into clean clothes. Seeing that it was still early, she smiled and asked, "Are you scared?" Jiang Qinghua shook his head. "No, it's been a while since I felt this excited. What should we do next?" Jiang Xuemei checked the time. "Let's rest for a bit, then have lunch before we leave. Until our identities are sorted out, when you go out, act as if you're deaf and mute. People here are quite suspicious. If they find out, it could be a big problem." Jiang Qinghua nodded. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I won't mess up." After receiving a safe call from her parents, Zhang Li never heard from them again. At first, it was fine, but after a month, when her eldest uncle said they hadn't returned, she realized something was wrong. Because no matter what, her parents would never want their family to worry. Now, a month of being out of contact, Zhang Li felt more and more anxious. Then, one day after a month, she found Liang Wei. "Uncle Liang, the project I have is ready for submission today. After that, I need to go somewhere." Seeing her a bit anxious, Liang Wei asked, "Did something happen?" Zhang Li replied, "It's a personal matter. I need to go south, and I might trouble Uncle Liang to help me with an introduction letter. Also, I'm working on a new bulletproof material, and I want to look for it while I'm there. I should be back in about a month." "That long?" Liang Wei asked. "Yes, but if everything goes smoothly, it might be faster." "Uncle Liang, don't worry. I'm confident that my finished product will satisfy the higher-ups." Liang Wei said, "All right, but do you need someone to accompany you? Your official status is now formal, and many people know your skills. If you go alone, I'd be a little worried. Spies are very bold nowadays. Even our research institute can't guarantee everything is clean. Zhang Li is safe in Kyoto, but if she leaves Kyoto, it's hard to say." Zhang Li replied, "Uncle Liang, don't worry. I will take care of myself, and I have a gun with me. Nothing will happen. Since everything is settled, I'll go prepare. Please inform the director later." Liang Wei sighed and said, "All right, you go back and prepare." After Zhang Li left, she went straight to the laboratory. Once she finished handling things at the research institute, it was already evening. She returned to her home yard, packed her belongings simply, left a letter on the table, and left overnight. She didn't know where her parents had gone, so she decided to check the place she had called earlier to report her safety. Just as she left, an urgent telegram arrived, but unfortunately, Zhang Li missed it perfectly. Jiang Su looked tired as he sat in a chair, feeling guilty as he watched his sister on the bed, seemingly not breathing. Jiang Qinghua, with a full beard, stared at the person on the bed without moving. Brother-in-law, the doctor said my sister will wake up. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so reckless, Sheng Sheng wouldn't have been shot. Jiang Snowmai's original name is Jiang Sheng. Jiang Qinghua looked at the person on the bed and spoke hoarsely. Don't blame my older brother. It's my fault for not protecting her. If I had been with her at the time, she wouldn't be like this. I've already sent a telegram to Lili. My daughter is very capable. As long as she can come, my Snow May will be fine. He believed in his daughter. Once she received his message, she would find a way to come here. Jiang Su looked very despondent. After finally reuniting with his sister, they almost lost each other forever. He blamed himself. If he had discovered her arrival earlier, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Looking at his unconscious sister, he felt more and more guilty. At this moment, Lin Fei entered the ward and said, "Young master, how should we handle the Zhang family? And those from the Wang family?" Jiang Su, smoking, hesitated before lighting his cigarette and said, "Lock them up first. They better pray that Sheng Sheng is safe, or they won't have a good ending." Lin Fei nodded. "Yes, I'll arrange that immediately. I guarantee they won't have an easy time. All right, go ahead." Jiang Qinghua listened to their conversation but didn't speak. He only hoped that his daughter would receive his telegram and come here quickly. As for how to deal with those people, he didn't want to know. He had always known that Hong Kong was chaotic, but he never expected it to be this bad. That brother-in-law was even more full of hostility and not someone to mess with. He was now very glad that when his wife married him, her brother-in-law wasn't around, or he might not have been able to marry her. Jiang Su stayed for a while, left some brothers to watch over, and then returned home. He still has some unfinished business to handle. After hiding away for so long, some interests must be settled. He won't be like his enemies from the past, who cut off the roots and then regrew. Those kids should blame their own family for the sins they committed. The Jiang family members were burned to ashes in a big fire years ago, with no place left for offerings, and they don't deserve one. Jiang Li was sitting on the train, feeling restless these days. Looking at the scenery outside, his mood grew more annoyed. Meanwhile, Ling Shui was anxiously pacing around holding a telegram. The telegram was from her father-in-law, but it only had a few words. "Mother critically ill. Come quickly." She thought, why didn't they give an address or a phone number? With just these few words, her younger sister wasn't there, so she really didn't know where to go. Also, her mother-in-law was seriously ill, and this should have been reported to her husband. When she called, they said the team was still on duty and couldn't be reached. She truly didn't know who to contact. Now, she just hopes her sister can call her once she arrives there. At least her father-in-law can send a telegram to her sister, which means they know where she is. Actually, Jiang Qinghua did send an address, but only a few people risked sending someone to Yangcheng. The signals from Hong Kong could be intercepted inland. Jiang Heng was cleaning the old house when he saw his father return looking exhausted. He asked worriedly, "Dad, how is Auntie?" Jiang Su adjusted his shirt collar and lit a cigarette, saying, "She hasn't woken up yet. Nerves are injured." How could this happen? Auntie will wake up, right? He had never met his aunt before. He thought it was just him and his father left in the family, and now that they finally had a relative again, he didn't want anything to happen to her. At that moment, Jiang Su took out a photo from his pocket and said to his son, "This is your cousin Jiang Li. Arrange a few people to wait in Yangcheng. If you see her, bring her here. Your uncle said your cousin is skilled in medicine and very capable. As long as she can come, your aunt will be fine." Looking at the girl in the photo, who looked like a fairy, Jiang Heng asked confusedly, "Is this really my cousin? Where did you get this photo?" "Your uncle gave it to me. He can't pick her up himself, so he asked me to do it. Take a look. If it's not possible, you should go yourself." Jiang Heng looked at the group photo and said, "Are these three men all my cousins or brothers? They look really good." Sure enough, they all inherited our Jiang family's genes. Jiang Su replied, "The twins are your cousin's children. One is your older cousin, and the other is your younger cousin. Your younger cousin's sister heard from your uncle that she is the most talented in their family. The telegram has already been sent 2 days ago, so your younger cousin should be on her way now. Now, go pack your things and head to Yongqing. Jiang Heng nodded. All right, I'll pack up now and go. I'm finally going to have a sister. That's great. Yes, our Jiang family now has a girl. You won't be alone anymore. His wife passed away early, and he raised his son himself. Back then, everyone advised him to remarry, but he only had hatred in his heart. Besides his first wife, he never looked at other women. Even when his son was young, he wanted a brother or sister, but he scolded him many times. Fortunately, they had many sisters, so their family was not lonely. At worst, they could adopt another son later. Jiang and Jiang are the same, right? Jiang Heng carefully put away the photo and left with the 2 children. Jiang Su was not worried. His son was now strong and capable. Having been trained harshly since childhood, he was tougher than anyone. They could return to Hong Kong quickly to seek revenge, and their son played a big part in that. Over the years, the father and son had achieved some success abroad. He wouldn't let the same thing happen again. After leaving, Jiang Heng's gentle and warm expression disappeared, replaced by a cold, emotionless face. Holding the photo in his pocket, he felt a little excited inside. No one knew how much he longed for siblings. Being alone was very lonely. He never expected that after so many years, his aunt would give him such a big surprise. Jiang Li was a beautiful name, and she looked somewhat like him. From now on, she would be his sister. As for those brothers and older brothers, haha. Jiang Li sneezed loudly, rubbing her red nose, and muttered, "Who's scolding me? Little girl, do you have a cold?" Hearing the voice beside her, Jiang Li turned and smiled. "No. Maybe someone is thinking of me. Auntie, don't worry about me. That's good. You're just a girl. How could your parents let you go out alone? If I were your daughter, I wouldn't feel safe either. These days, kidnappers like to target girls like you. When you get to Yongqing, you must be careful, okay?" Jiang Li smiled. "I know. Thank you for reminding me, Auntie. I'm going to the bathroom. We'll talk when I come back." "All right, go ahead." At the moment Jiang Li left the sleeper, several pairs of eyes followed her. Since she left Kyoto, a few people had been tracking her. Jiang Li noticed them from the start, but since neither side made a move, she didn't rush to act. It was obvious who these people were. It wasn't until the train reached its destination that Jiang Li took a few people into an empty alley. Because she wasn't familiar with the map, after dealing with those people, she got lost. Carrying her suitcase, she walked through a deserted alley, wandering for over an hour before finally finding her way out. Looking at the more lively city of Yongqing compared to Kyoto, Jiang Li suddenly thought about starting some business here. But right now, it was more important to talk to her parents. She found a small guest house to stay in, and then went to the address she had called earlier. However, the place she called was a post office. After a quick look, Jiang Li felt like a headless chicken. Frustrated, she wandered around, hoping to find some clues. But by nightfall, she still hadn't found any trace of her parents. The only thing she discovered was that someone here had indeed seen her parents before. Lying on an empty bed, her mood grew more restless the more she thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng had just arrived in Yongqing. He immediately sent his men out to look for someone. He didn't know if his sister was here yet, but he hoped luck would be on his side. His aunt's situation couldn't be delayed any longer. After resting for a night, Jiang Li went out again. This time, she remembered she hadn't called her sister-in-law to report her safety. When she called, she was told her mother was critically ill, and she froze in shock. "Sister-in-law, did you really receive the telegram from our father?" "Yes, just after you left. Your neighbor helped you receive it. If I hadn't gone to your house for something, I wouldn't have known." The telegram was sent from Yongqing, but Dad and Mom's location wasn't mentioned. Jiang Li listened and said, "All right, sister-in-law, I will handle this. Don't tell my brothers yet. They might get distracted if they're on a mission. Just wait for my news." Ling Shui replied, "Okay, but be careful. I'll wait for your call." "All right, I'll hang up now." After hanging up, Jiang Li felt even more anxious. The telegram from her father meant her mother's condition was serious. Since she couldn't find anyone here, she decided to go to the hospital to see if her mother was there. The telegram was sent from this city, so she believed her parents should still be here. Jiang Heng's subordinates have now found Jiang Li's trail, but they are not sure if she is the person they are looking for. After quickly sending the message back, Jiang Heng changed his clothes and went out himself. Jiang Li, preoccupied with her worries, did not notice that she was being watched. Her mind was full of her mother's critical condition. Yanqing is not very big or small. When she reached the third hospital, someone stopped her on the way. Frustrated, she snapped, "Get out of my way, you good-for-nothing." Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow and said with a bit of amusement, "Lily, are you getting a bit too fiery?" When she heard the name Lily, Jiang Li looked up at the person approaching and asked with confusion, "Do you know me?" Jiang Heng took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to her. "It's not convenient to talk here.
Come with me."
After seeing their family photo, Jiang Li looked him over carefully and asked, "Are you my uncle's child?" "Yes, I am your cousin. Come to my place. Your aunt isn't here."
Jiang Li fronat.
"How is my mother?"
Hard to say.
"Come with me first. My identity is a bit sensitive."
Jiang Li nudda.
"Lead the way." Seeing how brave his cousin was, Jiang Heng smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" Jiang Li shook her head. "You mean me no harm, and you look a lot like me." Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you're more impressive than I thought. Let's go. The car is over there." "Okay, let's go." Jiang Heng took her back to his place and said to his subordinates, "This is my cousin Jiang Li. Get to know her. From now on, her matters are also mine. Do you hear me?" The subordinates replied, "Yes, young master." Seeing this scene, Jiang Li asked, "Are you from Hong Kong?" "My parents probably aren't in Hong Kong, right?" Hearing Jiang Li speak fluent Hong Kong Cantonese, Jiang Heng was surprised. "You actually speak our dialect? Did your aunt teach you?"
Jiang Li fronat.
"That's none of your business. Did my parents really go to Hong Kong?" Jiang Heng nodded. "Yes, your aunt went back to Hong Kong for revenge, but was accidentally shot. The doctors said she suffered nerve damage and has been unconscious ever since. My uncle said you are skilled in medicine. That's why I sent you a telegram. As you know, it's hard to send messages from Hong Kong to the mainland, and we couldn't leave the address. We could only wait here, timing it to see if you would appear. Since you're here, there's a ship back to Hong Kong tonight. Can you go?"
Jiang Li nudda.
"I can go, but once I get there, you handle the situation. I will make the introductions here. Since you're my cousin, I won't be polite. My things are still at the guest house, and I also need some herbs. If it's convenient for you, please help me take care of it." Jiang Heng nodded.
Sure.
"But I'm curious, why are you so calm? You haven't seen your cousin in years. Shouldn't you be excited?" Jiang Li was speechless. "I can't be happy about it. I'll be excited when I see my parents. She's not a child. She knows her mother has brothers, and having more cousins isn't surprising. All right, I'll arrange for you to rest first. If you want to eat something, just tell Uncle Zhang. He'll take care of it."
Jiang Li nudda. Got it.
"I won't be rude." Seeing how calm her cousin was, Jiang Heng smiled after the others left. He said to Ah Bin beside him, "Do you think my cousin is a bit special? Most people, when they see me, either tremble or, at least, get scared. But look at her. She seems so calm, not like a girl in her teens. This kind of person only becomes like this after experiencing harsh reality. I really wonder how my aunt raised my cousin. Such a beautiful sister, and she seems even better than me." Ah Bin replied, "Miss Zhang is skilled in martial arts and quite good. You can tell just from her walking style. Someone like her is suited to make it big in Hong Kong. Staying inland would be a waste." Jiang Heng licked his back teeth, smiling. "But it depends on whether she's willing. Hong Kong is good, but with my sister's looks, I think staying inland is also fine. At least it's safer here." Although he wanted to keep his cousin close from their brief contact, he knew she wasn't easy to deal with. He had been abroad for so many years, trying to establish himself with his father, and he had many enemies. He hasn't married yet, feeling he's not worthy. But today, seeing his cousin, he suddenly realized they seem to be the same kind of person. People who have killed are different. He wouldn't mistake that. Now, He just didn't know what kind of people his two cousins and younger cousin were, and he hoped they wouldn't surprise him too much. As night fell, Zhongli changed into a black outfit and left with Zhongheng. Seeing her bundled up so tightly, Zhongheng smiled and said, "The boat I arranged is very safe. You don't need to worry, cousin. But do you have a gun? It's not very peaceful over there." Zhongli replied calmly, "If cousin thinks I can do it, then I can. If he thinks I can't, then I won't." Zhongheng chuckled, "I believe my cousin definitely can. After all, you carry a familiar scent." Zhongli said nothing, raising an eyebrow. Zhongheng took a pistol from his waist and handed it to her, saying, "This is for you. Things are a bit chaotic in Hong Kong recently. Don't run around too much when you get there." Zhongli took the gun, tapped it lightly, then smiled. "Foreign weapons. Looks like cousin has some skills abroad." Seeing that she understood the value, Zhongheng's lips curled into a slight smile. "Cousin also knows a lot. I'm really curious about your true identity." Zhongli shrugged. "I have no special identity. I'm just a casual person. Of course, right now I work as a small employee at a research institute." Zhongheng raised an eyebrow. "Would you be interested in coming to Hong Kong to develop your career? With your skills, I believe we brothers and sisters can make a name here." Zhongli smiled. "Cousin, you really think highly of me. My mother doesn't plan to leave the inland, but I will come to Hong Kong sooner or later. It's not the right time to develop in Hong Kong now. If she were alone, it wouldn't matter, but her brother's statuses prevent her from making the decision to leave the inland." Zhongheng wasn't surprised by her refusal. After all, his aunt's family was still in the inland, unless they all moved there. "All right, if you want to come, cousin will always welcome you. Go inside and rest. It's quite windy outside."
Jian minuda, ukay.
Zhongheng watched his cousin leave, then said to Aubin, "Do you think my sister is a bit too aloof? Aren't most sisters supposed to be cute and lovely?" Aubin replied expressionlessly, "Miss Zhang is very good like this. People who are too naive only end up getting their bones picked clean in this era. Especially someone as beautiful as her. It's best to have some skills for self-defense." Zhongheng smiled. "That's true. My cousin is such a beautiful girl. I've never seen anyone more beautiful than her in Hong Kong. Especially those eyes. She's almost a mirror image of me. When we get to Hong Kong, tell everyone to protect her well." Aubin nodded. "Yes, I will instruct my brothers." Zhongli was rocking on the sea and eventually fell asleep. If Zhongheng hadn't woken her, she might still be dreaming. Seeing his sleepy but just awakened cousin, Zhongheng chuckled and said, "Wake up now. We're about to dock. Earlier, I cleaned up some clutter, but I might have missed a few. When you get off the boat, stay close to me and don't move around." Zhongli rubbed her eyes and replied softly, "Okay, I understand." Zhongheng smiled and said, "Good. I won't let anything happen to you." Aubin was directing his brothers to bring the boat ashore. Once it was steady, Zhongli followed Zhongheng off the boat. Since it was still before sunrise, the wind by the sea was quite strong. Zhongli adjusted her collar and asked, "Should we go straight to the hospital now?" Zhongheng said, "Let's go back first. We'll go after sunrise." Zhongli thought for a moment and agreed. "That works. Let's go home and rest first." Since she was already here, she didn't want to wait any longer. Her father was probably resting at this time. Zhongheng checked his watch and asked, "Why hasn't the car arrived yet?" Aubin looked into the distance and replied, "It should be here soon." While everyone was standing by the roadside, Zhongli suddenly lunged at Zhongheng. Then a bullet narrowly missed them. Zhongheng heard the gunshot, quickly pulled his cousin to hide. Zhongli frowned and said, "That's a rifle." Zhongheng brushed dust off himself and asked, "Are you okay, cousin?" Zhongli shook her head. "I'm fine." "Aubin, find a way to catch the person, preferably alive." Aubin responded, "Got it." Zhongli moved her ears and said, "The person is in the southeast corner." Hearing this, Aubin believed her and replied, "Understood." Zhongheng saw how sharp his cousin's hearing was and became more curious about what she had experienced. Even with his training since childhood, his ears weren't this sensitive. Being able to tell the direction of a gunshot just by sound was truly impressive. Zhongli stood still, completely unafraid. When she saw the distant car lights, she finally said, They've run away. Jong Hung lit a cigarette and said, let him go for now. Next time, we'll catch him. Yeah, let's go. The wind by the sea was strong, and Zhongli felt quite cold being blown around. When 3 cars stopped in front of them, Jong Hung asked first, why is it so late? The driver, Ji Yun, explained, we encountered a roadblock on the way. Sorry, young master. Jong Hung asked, are you all okay? Any injuries? Ji Yun shook his head. No, those people seem to be just delaying us. Did the young master encounter an assassination attempt? Jong Hung nodded slightly and said, it's nothing. Let's go back and talk later. Cousin, get in the car. Jiang Li opened the door and got into Jong Hung's car. After getting in, Jong Hung asked Ji Yun, is my father at home? Young Master Hui. The master is at the hospital with Mississippi. He went there right after dinner last night and hasn't come back yet. All right, I understand. Drive the car. Jiang Li leaned against a seat and asked Jong Hung, what exactly is going on with my parents here? Do you have enemies? Jong Hung raised an eyebrow. Hasn't your aunt told you about what happened here? Jiang Li shook her head. No, if I had known, I definitely wouldn't have let them come alone.
Those are old stories now.
I wasn't born yet when it happened, and my father told me about it. The Jiang family was a big family in Hong Kong. One day, some people heard that our family had a treasure map worth a fortune. No matter how my grandparents explained to outsiders, some people didn't believe them. Then a few of them teamed up and attacked our family. They bribed the servants and put poison in the drinking water. When my grandfather and great-grandfather found out, it was too late. At that time, my father and your mother were in the ancestral hall being punished, so they narrowly escaped. In the big fire that followed, dozens of Jiang family members turned to ashes. When my father and aunt were fleeing, they were forced to separate. My aunt was taken inland, and my father was sent to America. After that terrible massacre, my mother was deeply affected. Not long after giving birth to me, she passed away. Over the years, my father has been gathering strength to come back and avenge those who died tragically. But unfortunately, that day, my aunt suddenly brought people in, and she was shot by a stray bullet without warning. After hearing her cousin's story, Zhang Li felt very heavy-hearted. She never expected her mother to carry such a deep blood feud. Enduring humiliation for so many years, if it were her, she probably would have gone crazy by now. But why didn't they tell her and her brothers about such a big thing? Their grandparents' tragic death was also their responsibility. Surely, her brothers, upon learning this, wouldn't just stand by. Even if they didn't wear that particular outfit, they would still want to share their mother's burden. I see now. No wonder my parents left so many last words. They were passing on their final wishes. If I had known earlier, I would have gone with them. Jiang Hung comforted her. It's all in the past now. You should go see how your aunt is doing this morning. Yes, with me here, my mother will be fine. Even if I can't do much, I have my master. If she has such a big golden finger, she should have some ability. If not, she would have lived a pointless life. As the car entered a private courtyard, Zhang Li quickly noticed there were many people around. Zhang Hung opened the door, and the butler hurried over and said, Young master, is Miss Biao here? Yes. Please ask Uncle Jean to take my cousin to her room to rest. Jean Zhe smiled. It's my duty. You don't need to be so polite, young master. Jiang Li got out of the car, looked at Jean Zhe, and politely said, Hello, Uncle Jean.
Im Jiang Li.
Just call me Li Li. Jean Zhe examined Zhang Li and saw she looked very similar to her cousin. He kindly said, Miss Biao, hello. The rooms are all arranged. I will take you to rest first. Breakfast is ready. I will call you when it's time. Jiang Li nodded. Okay, thank you, Uncle Jean. Please lead the way. Then she looked at Zhang Hung and said, I'll go rest now. Wake me up at dawn. Zhang Hung nodded. All right, go ahead. Jiang Li looked at the large courtyard. On the surface, there didn't seem to be many people, but secretly, there were quite a few hidden around. But in Hong Kong, that was normal. When she reached the room, she saw it was filled with pink decorations, and she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Uncle Jean smiled. Are you satisfied, Miss Biao? Everything was arranged by the young master. He said girls like pink. Of course, if you're not happy, I can have someone change it for you by dawn. Jiangli slightly curled her lips and sighed. Forget it. Just to sleep. That's all. I haven't slept in such a pink room for a long time. Sometimes it was nice to experience something different. Anyway, once she closed her eyes, she couldn't see anything. Jinze said, "All right, Miss Biao, rest first. If you need anything, just call me." "Thank you. You should go busy with your work. It's late at night. Get some rest early." "Good night, Miss Biao." Jiang Li saw the butler off, then sat on the soft bed. She took out her pajamas and went for a shower. In a strange place, lying on an unfamiliar bed, Jiang Li couldn't sleep. Maybe she had slept too long on the boat, so now she just couldn't fall asleep. Until dawn, she was practicing the 5 animal frolics in the courtyard. When Jiang Heng came looking for her, he saw his cousin practicing martial arts. He smiled and walked over, saying, "Aren't you resting? Why are you up so early?" Jiang Li didn't stop her movements and replied calmly, "I can't sleep." Jiang Heng smiled. "Then I'll practice with you. I also know the 5 animal frolics." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Cousin, let's practice some martial arts. I haven't done it in a long time, and I don't know if I've lost my skills." Jiang Heng rolled up his sleeves. "Sure, let me see how my cousin's martial arts are." "Okay, but you can't hold back, cousin." Jiang Heng smiled.
Got it.
Then, the two started sparring in the yard, testing each other at first. After a while, they both began to show their real skills. Jiang Heng had learned from 3 masters since he was young, so his skills were naturally excellent. Jiang Li, having lived through 2 generations, was also quite capable. They fought back and forth, evenly matched, not knowing how long it lasted until the butler called them and they stopped. Jiang Heng wiped the sweat from his face and said with a smile, "My cousin's skills really opened my eyes. Shall we continue tomorrow?"
Jiang Li nudda.
"Yes, I haven't had enough yet." "Good, go change your clothes. I'll wait for you in the dining room." "All right, I'll go first." After Jiang Li left, Jinze whispered, "Young master, is she really our family's cousin? Her skills are so impressive." Jiang Heng smiled. "Our Jiang family has no weak members. I heard my 2 cousins are in the army now and they're pretty good too. Only that younger cousin is working steadily at home. I wonder if he's holding us back." Hee. That's something to ask the young lady about." Jiang Heng chuckled. "Let's go. Whether they're talented or not, they're my brothers. I won't look down on them." The Jiang family's lineage had already thinned by their generation. Now that they had more brothers, Jiang Heng only welcomed them. He didn't care much about material things. As long as his aunt was happy and his father was pleased, that was enough. After breakfast, Jiang Li got back into Jiang Heng's car. Watching the scenery and buildings along the way, Jiang Li remained calm. She had seen many prosperous places, and now Hong Kong was just okay. The only better thing about it compared to inland areas was that here, residents could freely do business, making it much livelier. When the car stopped at a private hospital, Jiang Heng said, "This is the place. Our family has shares in this hospital. But most people don't know. We invested when we were abroad."
Jiang Li nudda.
"If you don't want to tell me, don't. I don't want to know too much, cousin." Jiang Heng smiled. "Your family, it's fine. Let's go. Take me to the ward."
Okay.
Jiang Su was still unaware that her son had already arrived. When the two stood at the door, she hesitated for a moment. It was Jiang Qinghua who saw his daughter and, with red eyes, said, Lily, you're finally here. Come and see your mother. Dad can't lose her." Seeing her father looking quite disheveled, Jiang Li felt very sad. Holding her father's hand, she said, "Dad, don't worry. I'm here. Mother will be fine." Yes, I believe in you. Mother will wake up. She hasn't seen you get married yet, so she will wake up, right? By the way, this is your uncle, your mother's older brother. Call him." Jiang Li looked at Jiang Su and politely said, "Uncle, hello."
Im Jiang Li.
"Just call me Lily." Jiang Su looked at the girl who resembled his sister and happily said, Yes, Lily is very pretty. Uncle will bring you a gift when he returns." Jiang Li smiled and said, "It's okay. I will check my mother's pulse first." "Good, go ahead." Your father said you are good at medicine. Hurry and see what's wrong with your mother.
Jian minut dah, okay.
After examining her mother, Zhang Li frowned slightly. Seeing her daughter's worried expression, Zhang Qinghua asked anxiously, Li, how is your mother? Is it complicated? Zhang Li withdrew her hand and said, Dad, don't worry. I'm here. Mother will wake up.
It just needs some time.
I'll buy medicine and prepare treatments like acupuncture and medication. She'll recover quickly. And take her home. The hospital's medicine isn't working anymore. Hearing his daughter, Jiang Qinghua nodded. All right, I trust you. Then he looked at Jiang Su and said, Brother, I'll need you to prepare the car. Jiang Su replied, No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Heng heard this and said, I'll go. You all stay here and pack up. We also need to handle discharge procedures. Dad, you take care of that. Okay, find a spacious car to bring here.
Got it.
I understand. Jiang Li saw that everything was arranged and sat calmly beside her mother. Looking at her mother, who had become much thinner, she felt very sad. It's only been a little over a month, and her parents have changed so much. If her brothers found out, they would be very worried. Then I thought of second sister-in-law and said to Jiang Heng as he was about to leave, Cousin, please ask your people in Yangqing to send a safe telegram to my second sister-in-law, just saying everything is fine and not to worry. Jiang Heng turned back and replied, Okay, I will arrange it.
Don't worry.
Thank you, cousin. Soon after, Jiang Heng and his team returned. Jiang Su, holding the discharge papers, looked at his sister on the bed and said to Jiang Qinghua, Can you carry her? If not, I will. Jiang Qinghua nodded. I will take good care of my wife myself, so big brother doesn't need to worry. Although he hadn't rested well recently, that didn't mean he couldn't do it. Jiang Li tidied up her mother's clothes and saw her father lift her mother up. Feeling the lighter weight in his arms, Jiang Qinghua's eyes welled up again. When the 3 cars left the hospital, Jiang Li sat in the front passenger seat and said to Ji Yunkai, who was driving, Is there a traditional Chinese medicine hospital or a place that sells Chinese herbs nearby? Ji Yunkai replied, There isn't one nearby. You need to go to the city center. Are you looking to buy herbs? Jiang Li nodded. Yes, I need to buy some herbs. How about this? We first take her home to settle her. Then I drive you there? That area has a lot of people. We need to bring a few people along. Recently, they had just cleaned up some family issues, and the remaining troublemakers hadn't been dealt with. He didn't dare to take the second miss there alone. If they were ambushed on the way, it would be hard to explain to the young master. Jiang Li wasn't troubled by this, and smiled. That's fine. No rush for now. Jiang Qinghua held his wife in the back seat and suddenly thought of his daughter's situation, worried. Do people know you're here? Will it affect your work? Jiang Li turned back and said, Father, don't worry. I will handle everything. Good. Let's try to go back quickly so it doesn't delay your work. It's still quite sensitive now. Father, no need to rush. I've already made arrangements and will be back in at most a month. Since I came here, everything at home has been fine. You don't need to worry about the family. The brothers don't know about this place. I told second sister-in-law not to tell them. I'm afraid they'll get distracted or something will go wrong during a mission. Don't blame them. Jiang Qinghua nodded. Just make sure everything is arranged. It's better that your brothers don't know, so they won't worry about your mother's work being affected. If it weren't for the fact that the doctors here couldn't find a solution, Dad wouldn't have sent you a telegram. Jiang Li comforted him, saying, Dad, don't worry. Mother's problem isn't difficult, just a bit complicated. Trust me. Jiang Qinghua smiled. With you here, Dad feels more at ease. Mother will definitely understand us. We're just waiting. Yes, everything will be fine. Ji and Kai listened to their conversation and realized that Miss Biao's medical skills seemed quite impressive. But such a talented person can't stay in Hong Kong, which is a loss for the Zhang family. Watching the young master step by step grow up over the years, he felt heartache. They are all orphans. Back then, Grandpa brought them back to keep the young master company. He saw the young master suffer so much, yet no one shared the burden. Every time he thought of it, he felt very sad. Now, the young master finally has siblings, but he still fights alone. As a subordinate, He can't cross boundaries, so he had to swallow his words back. When the car returned to the Jiang family's old house, Jinze immediately ran over. Seeing Jiang-su, he respectfully said, "Master, everything is arranged." Jiang-su nodded. "Good, take us there."
Yes.
Jiang Qinghua held his wife carefully and followed Jinze. When they arrived at the residence, they saw everything was clean and white. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. The patient needs a clean environment to recover. After inspecting the room, he said, "Don't put any incense or scented items in the room. Just place some fresh flowers. Also, disinfect the room daily. I will prepare a list for food and drinks. Uncle Jean, just follow my list to take care of my mother. Also, check the daily meals carefully. This is a critical time, and I don't want any complications. Although everyone in the family is familiar, I don't want history to repeat itself. Uncle, don't take things lightly either." Jiang-su responded solemnly, "I understand. I will have people investigate. This time, I guarantee nothing like what happened before will happen again. Yes, it's best if the people you brought back don't come into the inner courtyard. Pay special attention to the kitchen. I will be here treating my mother recently, so with me around, Uncle, you don't need to worry. Those loose ends outside should be dealt with quickly." Jiang-su nodded, "I understand. Since that's the case, I'll leave the house to you. If someone comes to visit when we're not home, you can handle it. Remember, no matter who it is, there's no need to show any subservience. The Jiang family is no longer what used to be. No one needs to be afraid." Jiang Li smiled and said, "Okay, I understand. All right, then I and your brother will go handle things. If you need anything, just find Uncle Jean." "Okay, go ahead." Jiang-su nodded happily, then took his son and left. Recently, because of his younger sister's matters, he had indeed delayed a lot of work. Now that someone is taking care of things, he can safely go deal with those troublemakers. Jiang Heng followed behind his father. After they walked a bit, he asked, "Have they dealt with the people we caught?" Jiang-su turned back.
Not yet.
"That's not really your style, is it?" Jiang Heng said, "It's not that I won't handle it, but there are people who harmed Aunt. I think we should just deal with them directly. That would be a bit of a mercy. Since the ancestors are gone, and their remains are missing, I think they shouldn't have any either. Once the fugitives are caught, I'll send them all to." Jiang-su smiled and said, "Don't dirty your hands. The sea is a good place." Jiang Heng nodded. "Yes, I understand. All right, let's split up and handle things separately. With your sister at home, I feel at ease." Jiang Heng smiled. "Indeed, I feel at ease. My cousin is as skilled as I am. Aunt raised a good daughter. It's just a pity she can't stay in Hong Kong with me." He really liked this cousin. She was beautiful, kind, smart, and capable. Even among the elite families, he couldn't find someone like her. If such a woman was around him, he wouldn't still be single now. He believed in the principle of not wasting resources. He just wanted to find someone to share his life with, to grow old together. His mother's meeting with his father was happy, but also unfortunate. Having seen many illegitimate children in Hong Kong, he was quite repelled by them. Fortunately, his father didn't pressure him, and the Jiang family's generations followed naturally. After the father and son parted, Jiang Heng first arranged for his second cousin-in-law to send a telegram. Then he took his men to handle the remaining people. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, after settling her parents, asked Ji Yun to take her out. She didn't bring many people, just 5 in total, enough for one car. Although there were many herbs in her space, she hadn't brought anything with her, nor could she conjure anything out of thin air. That was her trump card, and she absolutely couldn't reveal it unless it was a last resort. When she arrived in the bustling city center, Zhang Li's appearance immediately drew the attention of many people on the street. She is truly more beautiful than those celebrities, with a noble aura around her. Alongside her are bodyguards, which makes everyone wonder who this young lady is. Huang Zhongming was shopping with a young star when he saw Zhang Li and was immediately stunned. He asked his bodyguard, "Have you seen this woman before? She looks unfamiliar." "Young master, I haven't seen her before, but the bodyguard next to her seems to be a recent returnee from the Jiang family. I've met him once before." The Jiang family? The one that almost was wiped out 20 years ago? The bodyguard nodded. Yes, that Jiang family. It said that this time they returned and took care of many enemies from the past. They are ruthless and well-equipped, apparently coming back from the United States. They are making a strong return. Looks like this must be the Jiang family's young lady. Go find out if she is married. The bodyguard replied, Yes, I will go now. Meanwhile, in a private room, 3 men sat together, and when they saw Jiang Li appear, they looked eager to act. Lei Jun tapped the table. That woman is a martial artist. Do you know which family she belongs to? He spoke calmly. The bodyguard next to her is Ji Yunkai from the Jiang family. I checked before. He's Jiang Heng's trusted assistant. Someone who can accompany a woman out must be the young lady of the Jiang family. But earlier, my sources only found Jiang Su and her son. Do you think she might be Jiang Heng's fiancé? Suan smiled. The Jiang family's strong return has disrupted many family businesses. Those they eliminated have all fallen into their hands overnight. People said Jiang family has a treasure. After all these years, they're still rising strongly. Do you think they've already found that treasure? Otherwise, after so many years abroad, they wouldn't be so powerful without money.
Lei Yun nodded.
That makes sense. Luckily, our family didn't get involved in that massacre, or the Jiang family would have taken over all of Hong Kong by now. Jiang Heng, that man, I've only met him once, but I can tell he's not someone to mess with. Even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Hong Kong is about to change. Suan smiled faintly. It's better when there's chaos. Without chaos, it's hard to fish in troubled waters. There are so many illegitimate children at home. You two should also settle down. If you keep playing like this, don't blame me for not warning you. You might never know how you will end up. He said, Don't worry. Except for my younger brother, who is favored, no one else is a threat. The He family belongs to me. Suan smiled and said, It's good you know your place. It seems the Jiang family needs more investigation. This woman is not simple.
Lei Yun nodded.
Indeed, she is not simple. Such a noble woman. I hope she isn't Jiang Heng's fiancée, or we could all be in danger. At this moment, Jiang Li didn't know that her appearance had added some danger for certain people. The next few days were extremely busy. After buying the necessary herbs, since it was still early, she wandered around the commercial street. Ji Yunkai didn't rush her, as he admired capable people. Jiang Li didn't overdo it. After buying some clothes, she followed Ji Yunkai home. The journey was quite peaceful, and they didn't encounter any sudden problems. Ji Yunkai safely sent her home and finally relaxed. Then he said, Miss Biao, I need to go now. If anything comes up, just ask Uncle Jean to call me.
Jiang Li smiled.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you for accompanying me today. No need to thank me. It's my duty. Miss Biao, I'll take my leave. All right, see you later. After Ji Yunkai left, Jiang Li carried her clothes to her parents' house. She saw her father in the room cleaning her mother and said with a smile, I'm back. Is Mom okay? Jiang Qinghua replied, Same as always. Maybe you should check her pulse again? Jiang Li looked at the person on the bed. I'll tidy up a bit and then give her some acupuncture to unblock her channels. Later, I'll prepare some medicine for her. Is Dad used to being here? Jiang Qinghua said, It's okay. The food here is a bit unfamiliar. If you say it's bad, well, it's not exactly bad, just tastes strange. How can good ingredients turn into that? And that steak, it's not even fully cooked, yet people eat it happily. If it weren't for your mother saying that's how it is, I'd think the chef did it on purpose. Listening to his father's complaints, Jiang Li also chuckled. The cuisine here is like that. Tonight, I'll cook myself and make up for your stomach. We can't wait until Mom wakes up. You've lost a lot of weight too. Jiang Qinghua said, No need. Don't overexert yourself. Your mother's condition is more important.
I'm fine.
Jiang Li smiled and said, Dad, don't worry about me. I'm not tired. Mom's condition is under control. You don't need to worry. She'll get better. Jiang Qinghua sighed. Sigh. It's all because Dad isn't capable enough. Otherwise, Mom wouldn't have gotten hurt. All right, let's not talk about this. Nobody wants to hear it. The more you blame yourself, the worse Mom will feel when she wakes up. Sigh, I won't say more. You just came out, go rest quickly. Don't worry, I will take care of Mom. Jiangli glanced at her mother. Okay, I'll go back to my room to organize the herbs. I'm right next door in the yard.
Call me if you need anything.
Jiang Qinghua nodded. All right, I understand. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Jiangli returned to her room. But when she saw the room filled with pink decorations, her temples throbbed. The room was nicely decorated, but after living so long, she found it a bit too bright and overwhelming. If it weren't for the trouble of changing everything, she really wanted to replace all the pink with normal colors. Sighing helplessly, she opened the bag of herbs that had been sent back. She sat on the floor and started to sort them. Before she knew it, it was getting dark. Jiangli realized it was late, so she changed her clothes and headed to the kitchen. But she didn't know where the kitchen was after leaving the room. She then found Jean Zhe and asked, Uncle Jean, where's the kitchen? I want to cook dinner. Jean Zhe saw that Miss Jiang wanted to cook and looked a bit nervous. Is the cook at home not good at making food? Jiangli saw he misunderstood and smiled. It's not about the cook. We're used to eating hometown dishes. My dad is not used to the food here, so I want to cook something he likes. Uncle Jean, don't worry.
Jinshe, misunderstanding, smiled warmly.
I'll take you to the kitchen. We received a lot of fresh ingredients today. Should I call the master and young master to come back for dinner? Jiangli smiled, of course. Since this is my first time cooking, uncle and cousin should taste it. All right, Uncle Jean, I'll let them know to come back for dinner later. Okay. Then Jiang Li went to the kitchen. Seeing the chef preparing dinner, she said, Tonight, I'll cook for Uncle and the others. You all can just eat your own food. The chef listened and smiled, saying, All right, Miss Biao, you start cooking. We're not in a rush. Jiang Li nodded. Okay, please bring me all the ingredients for today. Then she looked at Jean Zhe and said, Uncle Jean, you don't need to stay with me. Go ahead and do your work. I'll be done soon.
Jinse replied, Understood, Miss Biao. Call me if you need anything.
Got it, go ahead. At this moment, Zhang Heng still didn't know his cousin was cooking tonight. He was in the dark basement now. Looking at the man with torn flesh, he said calmly, Still not talking? Where are the others hiding? The sins you committed back then, you've been living freely for so many years. Do you sleep peacefully at midnight? Wang Qingshan clenched his teeth and said, I don't know anything. I'm just a son. My father never told me anything. Besides, it was my ancestors who destroyed your whole family. Let me go, and I know nothing. Jiang Heng sneered. You think you're innocent, don't you?
Ha ha ha.
You're innocent? What about the young master of the Jiang family back then?
Was he innocent?
They all knew nothing, but you still slaughtered them all. Not even a body was left. Since I was born, I've carried the mission of revenge. I've endured so many years. All my scars are because of you. Talking about innocence? That's really funny. Abin, who was present, said, Since he knows nothing, there's no need to waste more time. Let's send him to reunite underground. Abin nodded. Yes, young master. Seeing that they wanted to kill Wang Qingshan, Zhang Heng was also furious and shouted, Don't kill me. I really don't know anything.
Please spare me.
I'll give you all my private savings. Jiang Heng coldly flicked ash from his cigarette. Your family's money is dirty to me. Remember, next life, don't be born into the wrong family. Wang Qingshan struggled, but Abin gave his brother a signal, and then he was dragged away. Jiang Heng was in a bad mood, and Abin didn't dare to speak casually. Until Ji Yunkai came and said, Young master, Uncle Jean called. He said Miss Biao is cooking tonight, and wants you to come home for dinner. Hearing that his cousin was cooking, Jiang Heng's stern face finally showed a hint of a smile. He then stood up and said, Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go home. Abin, stay behind and handle them. Don't let the person who hurt my aunt die too quickly. Abin nodded. Yes, young master. Don't worry, I know what to do. All right, I'll come back after I finish eating. Okay. Leaving the dark basement, Zhang Heng first took a shower and changed into clean clothes before getting into the car to go home. Ji Yunkai was driving and said, Young master, Do you really not want to visit Miss Biao? We have many enemies now. If Miss Biao helps you, things will be easier. Jiang Hung frowned and replied, Stop talking about this. I already asked her. Her current status inland makes it hard for her to come to Hong Kong. Plus, we are all people who have spilled blood. I don't want to drag her into it. Although my cousin is strong, we who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies are already covered in dirt. Ji Yunkai lowered his eyes and said, Understood, young master. I won't mention it again. Yunkai, you've been with me since you were young. You know what we did abroad. After seeking revenge, I don't know where to go anymore. Why should I involve innocent people? Young master, you can't say that. We're all forced into this. If I were you, I might hate even more. Enough of this. Let the people below work faster. Those people are probably still in Hong Kong. Keep an eye on the police station, and if needed, send some gifts.
Yunkai nodded.
I know. Everything is under control. Good. Thank you for your hard work. As the sunset's last rays filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground, the sky took on a faint orange hue. People walking in the evening became blurry and warm under the sunset. When Jiang Hung returned home, his father had just arrived. Jin Zhe saw that both the old master and young master were back and smiled as he approached. Miss Biao has prepared dinner. It's just waiting for you. Jiang Su took off his coat and handed it to him, smiling. Sorry to make the kids wait. Let's go. Okay. Jiang Li and his father were feeding chicken soup to their mother when they heard their uncle and others returning. He replied, We'll go over in a little while.
Jinsha nodded.
All right, I'll tell the dining room now. Yes, I'll go after I finish here. Jinzei looked at Miss Jiang. No rush, you can do your thing first. Jiang Li nodded and continued feeding his mother. When Jiang Qinghua saw that many people had come out, he frowned and said, Your mother isn't doing well. She hasn't swallowed much. Maybe we should stop and give her nutritional fluids instead. Jiang Li wiped his mother's mouth and said, Father, don't worry.
Take it slow.
Constantly giving her nutritional fluids isn't good. Although I didn't eat much, it's better than not eating at all. Look at my mother's complexion. Has she improved today? Trust me. Take it slow. My mother will wake up soon. Jiang Qinghua sighed. All right, I'll help you. Jiang Su and his son weren't worried when they heard Li was taking care of their mother. They looked at the table full of food and asked uncertainly, Jinzei, did Li cook all this herself? Jinzei nodded. Yes, Miss Biao personally cooked everything. The chefs just helped out. I just had a bowl of boiled fish, gifted by Miss Biao. It was really delicious. Jiang Su raised an eyebrow. Old man, since when did you become so sweet-talking? But it does look good. I haven't had this kind of dish in a long time. Living abroad, eating only bread and milk, it's refreshing to see home-cooked dishes again. Hearing this, Jiang Hung smiled and said, At least your father has eaten some. I grew up abroad and never tasted good food. Since coming back, it's all about Hong Kong-style cuisine. Oh, that's because authentic Chinese food isn't available abroad. If you like, you can find a chef from the mainland later. Jiang Hung nodded. That sounds good. While the father and son were chatting, Jiang Li and his father entered. Sorry, uncle and cousin, are you hungry? Jiang Su beckoned. Come sit over here. We're family, no need for formalities. I heard you cooked yourself. Were you tired? Jiang Li went to sit down and smiled. It's not tiring. I often cook at home. Uncle and cousin, try it and see how it tastes. I don't know if you'll get used to it. Jiang Su smiled. As long as you made it, I like it. It's been a while since I ate spicy dishes. I wonder if my stomach will react. Hearing this, Jiang Li also smiled. Don't worry, I didn't use very spicy peppers. I'm just afraid your stomach isn't used to it. Hee hee, you're thoughtful. Since everyone is here, let's start eating. Jiang Li nodded. All right, let's eat. Jiang Qinghua saw the familiar dishes and helped himself to a bowl of rice, then started eating happily. Jiang Hung first took a piece of braised pork, and his eyes lit up after tasting it.
Wow.
This is so delicious, not greasy at all. Cousin, who did you learn your cooking from? You're amazing. Jiang Li saw that he liked it and smiled, saying, It's just something I fiddled with when I had free time. You should try this boiled fish. My brother and the others love this dish the most. Okay, I'll try it. Jiangsu poured himself a glass of Western wine and ate his favorite boiled shrimp. Curious, he asked, how did you make this dish? It's much better than what the chefs usually make. The sauce is also amazing. Jiang Li smiled silently, thinking, it must taste good because she used rare seasonings from the future. Otherwise, she couldn't have made this flavor. Wow, it's really spicy, but it feels so good. This chili is magical. The spicier it is, the more I want to eat. Cousin, after eating this meal, I think I won't be used to others cooking for me anymore. Jiang Li chuckled. If you like it, I often cook for you guys lately. There's nothing much to do at night anyway. By the way, have you ever thought about opening a hotel here? I can invest and help you plan. So, in the future, you won't have to worry about not being able to eat what you want. Hearing this, Jiang Heng smiled and said, that's a good idea, but we just came back, and many of our properties haven't been recovered yet. We probably don't have time right now. But there's a hotel available downtown. If you're bored, I can arrange a few people for you to get started. What do you think? Jiang Li asked, how big is the hotel at the ground level? Jiang Heng swallowed his drink and replied, it has 3 floors, about 2,000 square meters. It's quite large. I was thinking of renovating and reopening it once things settle down. But since you want to open a Chinese restaurant, just change it directly. There are quite a few inland people here, so business shouldn't be bad once it opens. Seeing how big the place was, Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, I'll go see it tomorrow. If it's too large, I might convert the upper floors into something else. I know some medicinal recipes, so I could open a herbal medicine shop upstairs. Older people pay attention to health, especially wealthy ones. But I don't know if you can get the herbal ingredients through channels. If you don't have a reliable source, there's no point in considering it. Jiang Heng said, our family used to have channels for that, but over the years, they've been cut off. But if you want to do it, I'll try to develop a new route. Herbal ingredients are hard to get, but I have channels for Western medicine. If you need anything later, just let me know. Jiang Li listened without surprise and smiled as she replied, I don't need Western medicine right now, but I will ask if I do. By the way, cousin, are the weapons you're using now imported from America? Jiang Heng nodded. Yes, we have our own production line there and we sell to others. Little sister, why do you ask? Do you have something in mind? Jiang Li put down her chopsticks. I'm asking mainly because I want your help to find a certain material. Honestly, I am developing new types of weapons at the Research Institute. The ones you're using now are not as good as mine. By the way, I was told to carry one of these when I went out.
Take a look and tell me what you think.
Jiang Heng looked surprised when his cousin suddenly took out a pistol. Jiang Qinghua was also startled. Wait, daughter. Why are you carrying a gun when you go out? Is there danger? Jiang Li turned back to reassure him. Dad, don't worry. It's just some small stuff. I can handle it myself. Jiang Qinghua was still a bit worried after hearing his daughter say that. Is it related to your work? Maybe we should stop doing this. Jiang Li smiled. Dad, don't overthink. My job is going well. Good always wins over evil. No matter how many tricks bad people have, they are just child's play for me. As long as I don't want to, no one can catch me. Besides, don't you trust me or my master? Jiang Qinghua listened and said, all right, as long as you know what you're doing. But you should be careful with that pistol you carry everywhere. I heard it's easy to accidentally fire. Jiang Li responded from the other side. Got it, don't worry. At this moment, Jiang Su spoke up. Lily, did you really design that yourself? It's not available on the market yet. Looks like your boss is doing a good job keeping secrets. Uncle, this has only been produced for less than 2 months, so it's normal that it's not circulating. I guess it won't be long before spies get the design plans. But without the core design, it might look the same, but its power definitely won't match my original.
I didn't know I'd be coming here at the time.
If I had known, I would have brought more. Of course, if cousin can get me some parts, I could assemble a few at home for fun. Hearing this, Jiang Heng's eyes lit up. Really, little cousin, you can assemble them at home?
Yes, it just takes some time.
Here, write down the materials you need, and I will go find them for you tomorrow. Your older brother, and I really like these things. I saw others with nice pistols abroad before, and I've been jealous for a long time. Zhongli smiled and said, if your cousin likes certain styles, just tell me. They are easy to make, and I can design a unique one just for him. Of course, if your uncle also likes it, I can make one for him too. Jiangsu smiled, that's great. But right now, your mother's health is the most important. As long as she doesn't wake up, I won't be at ease. Yes, I understand. I'm already making the medicine. In about a week, your mother should wake up. Jiangsu nodded. That's good. You've been working hard lately. Once I finish my work here, I'll take you out to have some fun for a few days. Your cousin hasn't had much chance to see the scenery here since he returned. When your mother wakes up, we'll go together. Zhongli responded with a small nod. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. By the way, I noticed your uncle doesn't look very well. After dinner, I'll check his pulse. If we're sick, we should treat it early and not delay. It's hard to reunite after so long, so your uncle needs to take good care of himself. Hearing this, Jiangsu paused with his chopsticks and then smiled. All right, we'll listen to our Li. By the way, come with me to the study later. I've prepared many beautiful jewelry pieces for you, all brought back from abroad. I was planning to save them for your future wife, but now that we have a little princess, I won't worry about your brother's share. Zhongli smiled and said, no need, uncle. I'll leave it for my future sister-in-law. No, if I had known about you back then, I would have prepared even more. Don't be mad at your uncle. When your brother goes back, ask him to buy you more. Our family is now quite wealthy, and we have plenty.
Don't worry about it.
Zhongli sighed helplessly. All right then. I'll thank you in advance, uncle. These things are just for looks. If only the Jiang family hadn't had problems back then, there would be so many good things. But recently I managed to find some. It's a pity about your grandmother's royal dowry. No one knows who has it now. Zhongli raised an eyebrow and asked, my grandmother was royal? Yes, your grandmother was a princess from the Manchu-bordered Yellow Banner. She came to Hong Kong with a rich dowry, and your grandfather. Although some wealth was hidden before the incident, that dowry was the most valuable. I don't believe that during the big fire, those people didn't take anything and just burned everything. Zhongli nodded. It's possible they took things, but I don't know if the people you've recently caught know anything. But the younger generation probably doesn't know. Only the older people would be aware. Uncle can ask the elders who are still alive. The Jiang family's belongings, they must return what they took back then. Jiangsu agreed. That's right. I didn't plan to leave again this time. The old house is almost repaired now. It's the root of the Jiang family. Only by living here can I feel the presence of home. Our ancestors were burned to death here. Are you afraid, Lili? Zhongli girl replied. No one is really afraid. The living are the most frightening, aren't they? She had died once before, so ghosts and spirits didn't scare her. Even if there were ghosts, she carried the bloodline of the Jiang family, so she wasn't afraid of ancestral spirits' visits. Good. That was a very good point. The living are indeed scarier than ghosts. If they had shown mercy back then, your other uncles and aunts wouldn't have died. Your other brothers and sisters would also be living well. But I heard someone saw your aunt who might still be alive, though no clues have been found yet, and we don't know if it's true. Zhongli raised an eyebrow. Is there still someone alive in the Jiang family? It seems so. If that person wasn't mistaken, it should be Jiang Nan, the eldest cousin on my father's side. When the incident happened, everything was chaotic. We were hurriedly sent away, so we're not sure if everyone died. Zhongli looked serious. I think our family can hold a banquet now. If Aunt is really alive and knows we've returned, she definitely wouldn't stay away. Maybe she hasn't received the news yet. Jiangsu nodded. That's what I think too. But how should we hold the banquet? Some of the old relationships are almost broken now. Some people avoid us because they know about the Jiang family. If we hold a banquet, I'm worried those people won't show up. Hearing this, Zhongli thought for a moment and said, are there any government projects opening tender soon? Since we're not leaving anymore, we should try to build some connections. Our family isn't short of money, so we can use money to create good relationships. When the time comes, invite some well-respected people to the banquet. Once other prominent families know, They will have to show respect to our Jiang family, even if they don't want to. People make their own way. Since our Jiang family currently has no clear path, we need to find a new one. Don't you agree, uncle? After hearing Jiang Li's words, Jiang Su suddenly felt more optimistic. Considering all the options and the wealth involved, he smiled and said, Li Li is so clever. If you don't come to Hong Kong to try your luck, it would be a shame. Uncle, you praise me too much. I'm just analyzing the current situation. Compared to my cousin, I still have a long way to go. Jiang Heng listened and laughed. My cousin is very capable, just as good as me. If I get the chance, I definitely want to visit the inland. I've lived so many years and never visited the place where our ancestors lived. That's a shame. But I heard that the inland is very strict now. Do you think if I go there to invest, they would welcome me? Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, let's wait a bit. In less than 3 years, the situation in the inland will change. When the time comes, your visit might bring some unexpected benefits. It's almost 1975 now, so there's no rush. All right, I'll listen to you. We'll wait a little longer. I want to establish myself in Hong Kong first, then I can go to the inland without worrying about family matters. Yeah, things here are a bit chaotic now. I see there are quite a few gangs. Since you just returned, it's best to think carefully about the consequences of your actions. We adults aren't afraid of much, but the next generation can't afford to take risks. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. As long as everyone is well-fed and happy, no one will cause trouble for themselves. You agree, right? Since ancient times, powerful families attract envy. Whether in modern or ancient times, those above would never allow one family to dominate. Being strong is good, but sometimes staying low-key helps keep secrets hidden. I've said so much, but I don't know if my cousin understands what I mean. Hong Kong is full of opportunities now. As long as you're not foolish, you wouldn't just focus on grabbing everything. If I could leave now, I'd want to share a piece of the pie here. After all, I'm just an ordinary person and wouldn't mind spending money. Jiang Heng thought for a moment after considering Jiang Li's words and smiled. I know what to do now. Thank you for your advice, cousin. You're welcome, we're all family. As long as you're doing well, my mother will be happy. On the other hand, our lives are good, and you and uncle can rest assured.
Right?
Jiang Heng nodded. That's right. In the future, we will try to stay in touch often. Once the inland opens up, we won't have to hide anymore. But you've been out for so long. Do you want me to send a telegram back for you? Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, a few days later is fine. I have it under control, don't worry, cousin. All right, if you need anything, just find me. Yes, I won't be polite about it. At this moment, Jiang Su handed her a pistol, saying, keep your things safe. For now, use the one your cousin gave you. Since it was developed by your side first, if someone sees it, your location could be exposed. Jiang Li took the pistol and replied, I understand. Only family can see it. As for those who saw it before, they're long gone. After the family chatted for a while, dinner ended. Jiang Li didn't rush to go home after eating. She followed her uncle to the study first. Jiang Su took out a small box he had prepared, and Jiang Li immediately knew it was a gift for her. Seeing the sparkling jewelry inside, Shenli smiled and said, Uncle, is this too much? Too much?
No.
Your brother and I have worked hard for so many years, just earning money but nowhere to spend it. Now that I have you, I want to give you the best. When we go to America later, Uncle will transfer a manor to you. As for your brothers, I won't interfere. The Jiang family has always had rules. Boys work their own, and girls have dowries and property. I can't control your cousin, but all of Uncle's assets will be yours in the future. Jiang Li smiled. Uncle, you should leave your things for your future grandchildren. I will work hard for what I want. All right, extend your hand, let me see. Seeing that he insisted, Jiang Su sighed and said, All right, look then. Jiang Li could tell from her uncle's tone that he was hiding something. After checking her pulse, she understood why her uncle looked like that. After a proper diagnosis, Jiang Li frowned and asked, Uncle, your liver has problems. Did you know about this long ago? Jiang Su withdrew his hand. Yes, I knew. I've been taking medicine to control it. Since you noticed, I won't hide it. I have cancer, but I can still control it. Many doctors abroad said there was no hope. I can only try to live a bit longer, at least until your cousin gets married, then I can rest assured and leave. Don't tell him. I don't want him to worry. Your cousin has suffered a lot over the years. Since he was young, he had no mother with him. I raised him like both a father and a mother. I owe him so much and feel guilty. From now on, all the responsibilities of the Jiang family will fall on him. I've lived enough. Once I avenge the Jiang family, I will have no regrets and can rest in peace. Jiang Li's eyes welled with tears. Uncle, your illness can still be treated. Trust me, okay? We won't take Western medicine anymore. Tomorrow, I will go out and get you some medicine along with my special acupuncture. You will live a long and healthy life. Jiang Su softly said, Lily, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I never thought I would see you all again. Now that I see you're safe and well, I have no regrets. However, after Uncle passes away, I hope you can take care of your cousin. Don't think he's just cold and distant. He still has a bit of a childish side. Only your cousin remains in the Jiang family now. As cousins, you should help each other. Uncle knows you have the ability. Is that okay? Jiang Li choked up and said, Don't worry, Uncle. As long as I am alive, I won't let you die. I will help your cousin, so you don't have to worry. As long as I, Jiang Li, am alive, the Jiang family won't fall apart. She had already decided that after going back, she would arrange for fifth brother to leave the inland. Fifth brother is smart enough. Even if she isn't here, with him and her cousin supporting each other, everything will be fine. She just wasn't sure if their mother would be willing. Outside the door, Zhang Heng was holding fruit and was crying heavily. He had no idea that his father was seriously ill. He didn't tell him to avoid worrying him. As a son, he felt like a failure. He also hated himself for not paying more attention to his father's condition earlier. If he had known he was abroad, he wouldn't have angered his father so much. Wiping his tears, Zhang Heng turned and left. No one knew what he was thinking. After talking for a while, Zhang Li returned to her room. Her mind was preoccupied, and she tossed and turned in bed until late at night before finally falling asleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng stayed awake all night, his mind full of his father's illness. The next morning, as soon as it was light, he went early to Jiang Li's courtyard. Jiang Li didn't sleep much. She just got up, washed quickly, and when she stepped outside, she saw her cousin standing in her yard, lost in thought. Seeing his lonely figure, she walked over and asked, Cousin, why are you up so early? Is something bothering you? Hearing her voice, Zhang Heng turned around and said, Did I disturb your rest? Jiang Li shook her head. No, I just got up for morning exercise. Would you like to join me? Zhang Heng nodded. Sure, let's work out first. Jiang Li smiled, and the two began practicing the 5 animal frolics in the yard, then sparred with each other. They fought happily, exchanging blows back and forth. Eventually, both were panting and stopped. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, After breakfast, I'll go to the pharmacy to buy some medicine, then check out that restaurant you mentioned. I think I'll need to go back as soon as my mother wakes up. If I stay too long, someone might worry. Jiang Heng took off his jacket. Who would worry? Your boyfriend?
Jiang Lismilat.
Yes, I do have a boyfriend. I've been gone so long, I wonder if he's worried. Seeing she really had a boyfriend, Zhang Heng frowned slightly, not very happy. You're so young to have a boyfriend. Is he good to you? I have many good men around me. Maybe later, cousin, I can introduce you to someone new?
An inlandman?
I don't think much of that.
Jiang Lismilat.
My boyfriend is great. He's a soldier. I like him very much. I appreciate your kindness, cousin. All right, I'm going to take a shower.
Feel free to do as you like.
Seeing her refuse, Zhang Heng sighed. Fine, as long as you like him.
We're not married yet.
If he's not good to you, we can forget about him. Jiang Li waved her hand.
Got it.
I know what I'm doing. I'll go now. Jiang Heng helplessly shook his head, then turned and went back to his yard. After her shower, Jiang Li first checked on her mother, then went to the dining room for breakfast. Jiang Su was reading the newspaper. Seeing her come in, He put down the paper and said, "Someone took photos of you yesterday when you went out. It's in the newspaper."
Take a look.
Zhongli raised an eyebrow, took the paper and looked at it. Then she smiled. "Why are those paparazzi in Hong Kong taking photos of me? And calling me Zhang family's fiancé? That's ridiculous. My cousin and I look alike. Do they have no eyes?"
Jiang Su's Mai.
"They don't know who you are, but they do know Ji and Kai. He's been around a lot since he came back. He went out shopping with you, so of course people are watching. Those paparazzi here are the best at making things up. They can turn something innocent into something bad. However, you don't need to worry. Just keep it in mind." Jiang Li put down the newspaper. "It doesn't matter. I didn't get a clear shot of his face anyway. Let's eat." "Okay, let's go." Jiang Heng finished his shower and went to the dining room. Seeing everyone was there, he politely said, "Good morning, father and uncle." Jiang Qinghua smiled. "Good morning."
Jiang Su not dead.
"Morning. Cousin, don't forget the materials I asked for today. The list is already written. If Ji Yunkai is free, he can just follow me today." Jiang Heng replied, "Sure. I have enough people on my side. Those few from yesterday can still follow you today. Be careful when you go out. If you can't fight, just run. It's not shameful."
Jiang Li smilat.
"I know. Don't worry. It's been a long time since I had such an exciting life. If I happen to encounter an attack, I can practice a bit. I just hope the people coming aren't too inexperienced." Jiang Qinghua peeled an egg for his daughter and placed it in her bowl. "Eat more. You've lost weight recently. Haven't been eating well over there?" "Dad, I'm in perfect shape. I haven't lost weight. I eat a lot, you know." All right. Whatever you say. Take care of yourself." "Got it." After a simple breakfast, Zhang Li changed into jeans, a white shirt, casual white sneakers, tied her high ponytail, and left the house. Of course, she also wore sunglasses and a mask. People in Xiangjiang's inland area still don't know she's here, and she definitely can't be photographed again today. Ji and Kai was standing by the car, looking at Zhang Li's outfit and smiled. "Miss Zhang, you look so fresh in that outfit. You're like a student."
Jiang Li smilat barmali.
"I just graduated from high school. If I could go to university now, I'd really be a college student." Ji Yunkai raised an eyebrow. "So, Miss Zhang, aren't you planning to attend university here? The resources are pretty good." "No, I can't come to Xiangjiang right now because of my identity. But don't worry. When I go back, I'll bring my fifth brother to help my cousin. My fifth brother's fighting skills are a bit lacking, but his mind definitely runs in the Zhang family. He's no worse than me." Ji Yunkai opened the door and asked, "Is your fifth brother your real brother?" Zhang Li nodded. "Yes. My mother has 3 sons. My fifth brother is the 5th child at home. I'm the youngest, 7th. My twin brothers are in the military. Only my 5th brother works at home. So, I think he can come over." Ji Yunkai listened and asked, "Do you want me to help out when he's here?" Zhang Li replied, "I need to go back and think about it, but it will take at least a month to arrange everything. Our family isn't a big family in the inland, but there are quite a few people watching us, so it takes some time. By the way, do you know if anyone near my cousin's house is selling a property?"
"Help me check."
"I want to buy a house." Ji Yun started the car. "Miss Biao wants to buy a house. There are some for sale around here. I'll organize the options later. Should I tell the old master? The prices here are not cheap." Zhang Li understood what he meant and smiled. "No need to tell uncle. I have money. When my brother comes here, you can help him find some reliable bodyguards. Money isn't a problem. Safety is the most important." Ji Yun nodded. "Okay, I will help the young master handle it." On the way, they casually talked about the local situation before arriving at their destination. The staff at the pharmacy saw Zhang Li again and greeted her with a smile. "Miss, are you here to buy herbs today?" Zhang Li nodded and handed over her list. "Please prepare these." "Thank you." "Yes, miss." "Please wait a moment, I'll get it ready right away." Zhang Li was taken to the resting area, drinking tea while waiting for the herbs. At that moment, Suan entered. Seeing the owner arrive, the staff politely said, "Hello, sir. Why are you here?" Suan looked around and said, I came to see how things are going. You all busy with your work? The staff responded, all right, understood. When Soo-in saw Jiang there, he paused briefly. Although he only saw her from behind yesterday and knew she looked extraordinary, today, seeing her face clearly, he was deeply shocked. Jiang sensed his unfamiliar gaze and looked up, locking eyes with him. Afterward, Soo-in nodded politely and approached her. Miss, hello. I am the owner of this pharmacy. You seem unfamiliar. May I ask which family you are from? Seeing his polite attitude, Jiang replied calmly, hello, Jiang.
Jiang.
The young lady from the Jiang family, who just returned?
Jiang Nudda. Yes.
Is there a problem? Soo-in smiled. No problem. But it seems the Jiang family hasn't been peaceful lately. Are you worried about being followed when you go out with just a few people? Jiang smiled and said, if you're afraid, you won't go out. They're just a few grasshoppers. As long as they dare to come, I will make sure they regret it. By the way, what's your name? Soo-in smiled and said, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Soo-in, nice to meet you. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Su family? The famous herbal medicine family? Soo-in nodded. Yes, that's right. But back then, this line of business was originally associated with your Jiang family. However, after your Jiang family had some trouble, our Su family got the chance. Do you think Jiang family will resume this business now that they're back?
Jiang smilat.
I don't know. Jiang family's affairs are decided by my older brother. I am just a girl who eats and waits to die. He wanted to get more from her, but this person was quite interesting. However, the person he met was her, so he knew he couldn't get much out of her. At this moment, Jiang herbal medicines were packed. A staff member approached and said, hello, your herbs are packed. Would you like to check them? Jiang replied, no need. The herbs from yesterday were of good quality. Yun Kai, take the herbs and let's go.
Yunkai responded yes.
Seeing her leave so quickly, Soo-in also smiled and said, I wonder when Miss Jiang might have free time to have a meal. I can introduce some friends to you. Jiang paused, then looked back and said, no rush. After our family finishes the banquet, we can have a private gathering. I'm leaving now. She still hadn't figured out the connections among these noble families, so it was better not to meet casually. After all, whether they are friends or foes, she needed to observe for a while. Soo-in wasn't upset by her refusal and smiled, Miss Jiang, take care on your way. Jiang turned and waved her hand, then got into the car. Yun Kai also explained as he got in, Mr. Su has a good reputation in Hong Kong, but privately, he's quite ruthless. The Su family has 4 wives, and Soo-in is from the main wife. They've managed to stay peaceful all these years, which shows some skill. It's known that children of noble families only survive if they are capable. Those without ability are often killed by their brothers or simply live a life of eating and waiting to die. Heirs of noble families are sometimes like raising a venomous insect. Only the strong can inherit the family head position. Jiang smiled slightly. Since ancient times, children of noble families are those who are capable. Those without ability are only waiting to be eliminated. The family head isn't just anyone can become. Yun Kai nodded. That's true. But compared to our young master, they are not much different. After all, he has been trained by the old master since he was young. Jiang nodded. My cousin is indeed very talented, but behind his success, he has put in a lot of effort and sweat. Nobody is born a king. If you endure some hardship in the first half of your life, you'll enjoy happiness in the second half. If you enjoy comfort early on, you'll suffer later. I would rather endure some hardship in the first half of my life than suffer when I grow up. Yun Kai agreed with a nod. That's right. Although the first half was tough, at least now we have the skills to protect ourselves, so we don't have to worry about starving. Alright, let's go see that hotel my cousin mentioned, the one that's closing down.
Yun Kai said, okay.
Soo-in watched the car leave, and then went to the usual place to drink tea. Lei Jun saw him arrive so late, and asked while eating, what were you doing? Why are you so late? Soo-in found a seat, poured tea, and replied, the young lady from the Jiang family just bought some herbs from my shop. I went to say hello. This person is not ordinary, Hong Kong is about to become lively. Heard this. He raised an eyebrow.
Oh,
Have you met her officially?
yes.
She's more beautiful and elegant than a star. She's from the Jiang family, Jiang Heng's sister. It's confirmed now. Lei Jun clicked his tongue. Not even a fiancé, and she's already difficult. Such a powerful person in the Jiang family isn't good for us. Suan swallowed his tea and said, whether she's hard to deal with depends on whether our interests clash. For now, things are pretty peaceful on my side. Lei Jun, your family makes jewelry, and He, your family runs a factory that makes electronics. As long as you keep an eye on the Jiang family and don't compete in these two markets, you'll be fine. Of course, if the Jiang family really gets involved, we can't act rashly. The enemy is strong, and rushing in could mean total defeat. Those families are typical examples. He nodded. You're right. We only know a little about the Jiang family's true situation. Jiang Heng is very shrewd. The industries that were wiped out, we didn't get a single piece of them. Those fools who tried to attack were directly killed by Jiang Heng. Now our elders are all waiting. Suan listened and said, our family is the same. Whoever loses patience will be the one to suffer. The Jiang family, even a dying camel, is still bigger than a horse. It's already impressive for a family to have one outstanding heir. The Jiang family has two difficult people. They really shouldn't be underestimated. Just now, during the confrontation with Zhang Li, the opponent was flawless. Nothing slipped through. Not a single useful piece of information was gained. Miss Jiang, he is becoming more and more interested in her. If he marries such a talented woman, he might easily become the head of the family. Sometimes, a good wife is very important. Right now, Zhang Li doesn't know someone is already plotting against her. She is standing at the hotel entrance. Seeing the busy people around, she admires her cousin's good judgment. This location will surely be profitable once it opens. Ji Yunkai, did you bring the keys? Let's go inside and take a look. Ji Yunkai nods. Yes, I brought them. I'll open the door now, but there might be a lot of dust. Step back a little, so you don't choke. Zhang Li nods. Be careful too. Ji Yunkai takes out the keys, opens the door, and says, I'll go in first. Stay back a bit. The hotel hasn't been used for a long time, so it's dusty. He wouldn't want to open this door if it weren't for Miss Biao coming. Zhang Li steps back 2 steps. As the door opens, a cloud of dust immediately billows out. Ji Yunkai covers his mouth and fans the air with his right hand. Only after the dust settles does he step inside. Zhang Li sees him go in and follows. When she sees the messy tables and chairs inside, before she can speak, a mouse scurries past.
Squeak. Kill it.
Quickly. Zhang Li says, forget it. We can't catch it. Let it go. Do you know who used to run this hotel? Ji Yunkai replies, I'm not sure. I only know this place was originally part of the Jiang family's business. Later, when the old master returned, he took back this property immediately. Zhang Li nods, I see. It's been so many years, but it's still in good condition. That's impressive. Ji Yunkai laughs. This is a busy street. As long as the buildings aren't collapsing, they're maintained regularly. True, but it's still a bit old. What if I tear it down and rebuild? Such a good location, but only 3 floors of business. It's a bit limited. She wants to build 7 floors herself. And she plans to design it herself, so she won't worry about lack of customers when it opens. The children of Hong Kong's upper society are all big spenders. Plus, with some stars involved and better security, it will definitely be popular. Ji Yunkai responds, that might require government approval. I'll ask the old master when we go back.
Jian minuda.
All right, I'll go upstairs to check. You can wait here. No need to come with me. Recently, she noticed a group of people watching her. She wasn't sure if they were spies from the inland or enemies from the Jiang family. Today, she came here to see if those people would make a move. Ji Yunkai didn't need to follow her and was casually sitting on the first floor waiting. Suddenly, from upstairs, sounds of fighting and gunfire came through. Hearing this, Ji Yunkai and others quickly ran upstairs. Zhang Li was stepping on a man with her right foot and grabbing another man with her left hand. Her right hand was hanging down, blood dripping from it. She had been careless earlier. She didn't expect the man's knife to be so fast, almost cutting her neck. When Ji Yunkai and the others arrived, they saw Zhongli injured, and their hearts skipped a beat. "You guys are here. Handle the people. No need to keep anyone alive." The bodyguards went over and subdued the two men. Zhongli first adjusted her bones and then tore off her sleeve to bandage her wound. Seeing her long knife wound on her right hand, Ji Yunkai's eyes twitched and said, "I'll take you to the hospital to get it bandaged." Zhongli looked at him. "No need to worry. It didn't hit any tendons. Just go back and bandage it. Don't let my father find out." Ji Yunkai nodded. "Yes, I understand. All right, let's go. Clean it up properly." These two weren't enemies. After the fight, it was clear they were ninja from Fusang, Japan. If she had been even a little careless earlier, she might have been killed. She never expected that, even after coming to Hong Kong, these people could still find her. They really have a good nose. Because of the unexpected incident, Zhongli didn't feel like wandering around anymore. After the two finished their work, the three of them got in the car and headed to the old house. Halfway there, the car suddenly had a flat tire. Zhongli almost flew out. Ji Yunkai controlled the out-of-control car, sweating coldly. Once Zhongli steadied herself, she said, "There's an ambush nearby. You two listen to my instructions later." Today really was a bad day, 2 assassination attempts. She thought they really looked down on her. Because the car was going too fast earlier, Ji Yunkai ended up crashing into a big tree by the roadside. Another bodyguard, Wang Jingyu, just managed to stabilize himself but was pulled down by Zhongli. Then, a bullet whizzed past. Seeing the bullet lodged in the chair, Wang Jingyu broke out in cold sweat. So close, he almost met the Grim Reaper. Zhongli opened the car door. "Get out. If you shoot the car a few more times, it will explode. You two hide. I'll go find the..." This person was probably the same one who shot her cousin last time. The last time he ran away, he was lucky. This time, he wasn't so fortunate. Zhongli tightened the cloth around his right hand, then quickly jumped out of the car as soon as it stopped. Ji Yunkai didn't even get a chance to speak before Zhongli disappeared from sight. Wang Jingyu whispered, "Boss, Miss Biao should be okay, right? If something happens to her, we're all in trouble." Although Jiang Heng usually seemed easy to talk to, everyone who had followed him for years knew he could be very fierce when angry. Ji Yunkai got out of the car and looked back, saying, "It'll be fine. Hurry, and leave this place. There are more people coming." He could hear the footsteps approaching, and there were quite a few. He wasn't sure if Miss Biao was safe. Wang Jingyu didn't hesitate anymore. After quickly getting out of the car, he ran into the woods by the roadside. Meanwhile, Zhongli had dodged a few bullets and was crawling over. They, seeing his target was gone, knew something was wrong. Just as he was about to leave, Zhongli quickly knocked him out with a hand strike. Looking at the unconscious man, Zhongli ignored him and picked up the rifle from the ground. Then he lay down in his position and looked toward Ji Yunkai and the others. Ji Yunkai was surrounded by more than 10 people and was already running low on energy. Since they all grew up abroad, a small group like this couldn't take him down easily. He felt ashamed to face his young master. The enemies didn't yet know that there had been taken out. With 2 gunshots, 2 enemies were instantly shot in the head. Wang Jingyu shrank back, seeing this scene, and wondered, why are they shooting at each other? And so accurately? Ji Yunkai rolled his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? It's obvious Miss Biao has taken control. Hurry and deal with the others." "Oh, I knew it. Miss Biao's marksmanship is really good."
Ha.
After firing those 2 shots, Zhongli knew things were bad. Now the enemies dared not show themselves and hid in fear. Zhongli also stayed hidden, and since everything was fine on Ji Yunkai's side, he got up, carried the rifle, and dragged the unconscious person toward the roadside. Perhaps due to blood loss, he felt a little dizzy. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng was on his way home after finishing his work when the driver suddenly saw their car had an accident on the roadside. He nervously said, "Young master, it looks like our car had an accident up ahead." Zhang Heng opened his eyes, which had been half closed, and his sharp gaze asked, Where? The young master is ahead, and it seems the car has a flat tire. Jong-hun looked up and saw ahead, his pupils narrowing. If he remembered correctly, this car was sent by Yun Kai to pick up his cousin. Hurry, drive over, and stay alert. These people dare to block the way here. They are really bold. After searching for so many days without success, today we must not let them go. Jiangli was dragging someone when she heard the sound of a car approaching. She raised an eyebrow, thinking, are there more? Have so many of these people escaped? It seems her cousin's actions are too slow. While she was lost in thought, she heard a familiar voice. Lily, where are you? Cousin. Seeing her cousin had arrived, Jiangli stepped out from the shadows and replied, I'm here. Hearing her voice, Jong-hun couldn't care about anything else and rushed over desperately. When he saw his cousin was hurt, he felt very distressed and said, Where are you hurt? Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. Jiangli lifted her heavy eyelids and said, Maybe I need my cousin to give me some blood. This person is A. Keep an eye on him. Don't kill him yet. I want to rest a little. After speaking, she stopped struggling and closed her eyes to sleep. Jong-hun quickly saw she was fainting and hurriedly held her. When Ji Yun-kai and Wang Jingyu arrived and saw the young lady unconscious, they also felt worried. Jong-hun said, Leave some people to finish up, and the rest come with me to the hospital. Ji Yun-kai, go drive the car. Ji Yun-kai nodded, Yes, young master. After everyone got into the car, Jong-hun asked, Why are there only you two? Where are the others? Ji Yun-kai replied, The young lady was attacked by two people when she went to check the shop this afternoon. Biao and who were handling things over there. When we returned, the car suddenly had a flat tire. If the young lady hadn't been so skilled, we might not have made it this far. The other side has snipers. The young lady handled them. When was her arm injured? Young master, she was hurt at the hotel earlier. I suggested she go to the hospital for bandaging, but she refused. Jong-hun felt guilty after hearing this. Looking at his pale cousin, he truly hated himself for not protecting her well. At this moment, Ji Yun-kai continued. The young lady said not to tell her father. Jong-hun nodded, I understand. When we get to the hospital, you go help. There aren't many of these escapees left. Let's catch them all quickly. I don't want to see this happen a second time. After hearing this, Ji Yun-kai thought for a moment and said, The two people at the hotel are not from around here. They have tattoos, and I think they might be ninjas from Fusong country. Ninjas? How could ninjas secretly attack Lily? Could I have been mistaken? Ji Yun-kai shook his head, You're not wrong. Miss Biao also seems to know who they are. Maybe they came from the inland? Jong-hun thought about his cousin's work and understood. Then he said, Recently, arrange more people at home. If she goes out again, have 2 cars ready. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huibeyu was finishing up some last tasks when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His face looked very pale. He doesn't have a heart condition, so this sudden pain made him feel like something was wrong. Jiang Chusi saw him frown and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Huibeyu shook his head, No, I just had a sudden chest pain, but now it's gone. Jiang Chusi looked puzzled and said, Why did your chest hurt suddenly? Maybe we should go to the hospital? No need. Just organize the list of approved people. They're still waiting. Afterward, let everyone rest for a week. There won't be so many days off after this. Once the special forces are officially formed, they will have almost no holidays and will dedicate their lives to the country. There are already several missions waiting for them. This time, go back and spend quality time with your family. Jiang Chusi nodded. Okay, I know what to do. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. It's been a long time since I saw Li. After this is done, I'll go see how she's been lately. Jiang Chusi smiled. That's good. Li must be very busy lately. When you see her, try to persuade her to take care of her health. Work is important, but health comes first.
Got it.
I'll go now. Huibeyu hadn't seen Jiangli for nearly a month. When he returned, he planned to stay with her for a few days. If he wasn't busy, he'd take her home to visit. But what he didn't know was that when he returned, Jiangli was nowhere to be found. No one knew where she had gone. This almost made him go out searching for her. Meanwhile, Zhongli had forgotten about her boyfriend and was currently receiving a blood transfusion, sleeping soundly. Jiang Heng sat beside her, watching her face look much better, and finally felt relieved. When Jiang Su received the news and rushed to the hospital, he immediately asked anxiously, "How is Lily?"
Dad, don't worry.
She wasn't hurt badly, just lost a bit of blood. She'll be fine after a good sleep. My uncle sighed. How should I explain it when I go back? Lily doesn't want me to say anything, and I don't know when she will wake up. Jiang Su looked at the person on the hospital bed and thought for a moment before saying, "Just say Lily is with us looking at some materials. She might be late coming back, so don't wait for us for dinner." Will that work? That excuse is a bit. It's fine. Just tell them. Your uncle will believe it. Jiang Heng nodded. All right, I'll make a call now. There's no rush. First, tell me what really happened. Usually, your sister shouldn't have been hurt. Jiang Heng replied, Yun Kai said there were 2 ninjas coming for my cousin, and she didn't seem surprised, as if she already knew. I think her identity in the mainland was exposed. Those people are trying to silence her.
Sie Angst so, Frauen.
Ninjas? Are you serious? Those people from Japan are really doing nothing? They've been beaten down by people from the mainland, and they still don't learn. They're like crazy dogs, biting whoever they catch. Here's what you should do. Call Jiang Han abroad and ask him to send another team over. Also, be careful recently. Since ninjas are here, there probably aren't just 2. Protect your cousin well. Jiang Han nodded. I will arrange everything. But Jiang Han also needs help right now. If we ask for more people, I'm worried something might go wrong on his side. Jiang Su thought for a moment. Then spend some more money here to hire some people. Remember, we don't have many family members left. I don't want to see anyone else get hurt. Jiang Heng looked at Jiang Li's face and replied calmly, I understand, father. I will take good care of my cousin. Jiang Li slept straight through the night. When she woke up, she felt completely exhausted. She dryly said, Is anyone there? Jiang Heng was resting nearby. When he heard her, he immediately opened his eyes. Seeing his cousin awake, he rubbed his eyes. I'm here. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Li took a moment to recover and slowly sat up.
I'm festy.
Jiang Heng responded, I'll get you some water. Wait a moment. After Jiang Li finished a glass of warm water, she asked, How long have I been sleeping? Did father ask about me? Jiang Heng said, I told uncle that you need to look at some materials tonight and will be late coming back. Are you hungry?
Jiang Li touched her stomach.
Yes, I am. Is there anything to eat? I haven't gone out to eat. I'm fine now.
You can go home now.
She doesn't like the hospital and knows her own body well, so there's no need to stay longer. Jiang Heng heard this and said, Let's go back at dawn. I'll ask Yun Kai to buy you some food. Jiang Li looked at her watch. It was already past 3 a.m. She nodded and said, All right, then we'll go back when it's daylight. Have they caught those people? Jiang Heng nodded. Yes, they've all been caught. Wait for me a moment.
Okay.
Jiang Heng opened the door to the ward, and Ji Yun Kai shivered, seeing it was the young master. He obediently asked, Young master, is there something you need? Go outside and buy some light food. Lily has woken up. Ji Yun Kai replied, Yes, young master. I'll go right now. Be quick and come back soon. After giving the order, Jiang Heng turned back to the bed and asked, Tell me, what exactly happened this afternoon? How did you get involved with the ninja? Jiang Li replied calmly, It's nothing much. When I was in Yangcheng, those people already tried to assassinate me once. They must be chasing after me. I've recently developed a lot of high-tech gadgets at the Research Institute. As long as there's a traitor who knows I went out, they won't let me go easily. Especially those from Fuso country. If they can't use me, they'll just kill me, which is normal. Don't worry, cousin. I can handle it myself. I got injured today because I was careless. The appearance of those 2 people today was very unexpected. If she hadn't reflexively dodged the attack, it might have been hard to say whether she would still be alive. The people in Yangcheng earlier were just ordinary spies. But this time, they sent such powerful individuals. It seems they're desperate. Lily, I don't feel comfortable letting you go alone. Those people definitely won't give up easily. Now that two ninjas appeared, more will come later. Maybe I should have Yin Kai take you back. Jiang Li shook her head, no need. With more people, I'd have a harder time escaping. I can just disguise myself. Even if those people are very skilled, they won't discover my disguise. She has many ways to escape. If she can't do this, her previous life would have been wasted. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow when he heard about her disguise skills. Lily, you know how to do that? Did your master teach you? Yes. If cousin is interested, I can teach you later. With this skill, it will be very convenient for future missions. Especially if you find someone with a similar build. After disguising, they'll be another person entirely. Jiang Heng smiled and said, Your idea is good. My father has a foster son abroad named Jiang Han, and we are about the same size. When that kid comes to Hong Kong, we can try changing identities. By the way, is this disguise technique easy to learn? And if you teach me, your master won't mind, right? Jiang Li stretched and replied, It's not difficult or a secret skill. Just learn it carefully. Also, do you need poison? I can prepare some good stuff for you. You may not know, but my poison skills are better than my medical skills. Once someone is poisoned by me, only my antidote can cure it. Others can't. Since you just came back, many families are watching you closely. If anyone blocks your way, just get rid of them. But cousin, we should have some limits. If innocent people can be spared, let them go. Jiang Heng smiled, I understand. I'm not a killer. As for wiping out a family, that's another matter. After all, your grandparents and others died tragically, and the children in the family are gone. If it weren't for those people, it wouldn't be just us siblings now. Jiang Li nodded, I understand. Those people deserve to die. Cousin, living isn't always about hatred. You've suffered a lot in your first half of life, and the Jiang family's burden has fallen on you alone. I know you're tired, but we're just people. Even ordinary people can enjoy beautiful sights outside. Sometimes, relaxing properly and taking care of yourself is good. The road of life is long, and no one knows what will happen in the future. We should just live happily and freely in the present. Don't you think so? Jiang Heng nodded, exactly. No one knows who will get sick or have an accident first. Just live happily. But about my father's illness, do you really think Li can cure him? He only has his father as a close family member, and he doesn't want to lose him. Hearing this, Shunli was not surprised and raised an eyebrow. When did you find out, cousin? You found out when you checked your father's pulse by chance. He didn't want me to know, so I pretended not to. So, can he really get better? Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, It depends on Uncle's health. I have a family secret recipe, but I can't say for sure if it can fully cure him. However, extending his life is definitely possible. Uncle has many chronic illnesses, accumulated over the years. Back when you went abroad, you must have suffered a lot. Jiang Heng forced a smile and said, Yes, I heard from Uncle Jean that when they first went abroad, they even picked up trash. They experienced being robbed and carried sandbags at the port. Anyway, they've been through all kinds of hardships. I guess that's when my father fell seriously ill. If those pursuers hadn't left later, my father and the others wouldn't have known how much suffering they would endure. It's a pity that out of the 8 people who went abroad together, only my father and one other person are still alive now, Uncle Jean and the housekeeper abroad. Jiang Li comforted him, saying, Don't think about it. The past is the past. We will all be fine in the future. Jiang Heng smiled and replied, Yes, we will all be fine in the future. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. Jiang Heng knew it was Ji Yunkai returning, so he stood up and said, I'll go get your dinner. Wait a moment. Ji Yunkai carried a large food box. When the door opened, he looked up and said, Young master, only one restaurant is open. I tried to order some light dishes. Jiang Heng took the food box. Thanks for your effort. We'll go back at dawn. Be careful.
Yunkai nodded, understood.
Back in the ward, Jiang Li had already gotten out of bed. Is dinner here? Jiang Heng smiled affectionately, yes. Are you all starving? Come and eat. Jiang Li didn't hold back and sat at the dining table. She looked at Jiang Heng preparing the dishes. The aroma of the food was tempting, and Zhongli started eating right away. While eating, she said, "Cousin, you should eat some too. I can't finish all this myself." "Okay, I'll eat some with you. Drink more soup." "I wonder how the food Ji Yunkai bought is." He said, "Only one restaurant is still open, the others have closed. If you find it hard to get used to, I can ask the cook to make your favorite dishes when we get home." Zhongli smiled and said, "It's pretty good. I don't usually be picky. People who survive the famine are lucky just to fill their stomachs." Hearing the word famine, Zhang Heng also said, "I've heard about those years. They say the inland areas had no harvest for 3 or 4 years. Many people died then." "Yes, and our Jiang family managed to survive, mainly because my grandfather was capable. Otherwise, with so many brothers, we might have lost a few back then."
But all that is in the past now.
Although people still can't eat to their fill, they won't starve to death. Ultimately, the reason is that agriculture is too backward. Jiang Heng didn't understand and said, "In other countries, we almost eat only bread, milk, and beef every day. After eating that for so many years, I lose my appetite whenever I see those foods now. Our local food tastes better." Zhongli smiled and said, "That's true. If there's a chance, I can cook you a seafood feast. I heard there are many kinds of seafood here, but we can't get them where I am. Sometimes, we can buy some sea fish and shrimp, and we're happy." Jiang Heng swallowed his food and laughed. "Eating seafood is easy if you want to, but you have to wait until your wound heals. I heard eating seafood while injured isn't good for the wound."
Zhongli nodded. "That's fine.
"I still need to stay here for a while, so no rush." "Yes, take your time." The two finished their dinner warmly. Zhongli felt a bit sleepy again and went to bed for another rest. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 9 a.m. Jiang Su saw she was awake and smiled. "Did you rest well? When you're done, we'll go home." Seeing her uncle come in, Zhongli stood up and asked, "When did you arrive?" Jiang Su replied, "I just got here not long ago. Your mother might want you to go back and check on her. I looked earlier this morning, but it doesn't seem to be getting better." Zhongli listened and said, "It's okay. I have a plan. I'll continue acupuncture when I go back. Can your hand handle it? Will it be inconvenient?" Zhongli looked at her arm. "It's fine. It's just a minor injury, no problem." "All right, I'll go get you discharged now. You can pack up a bit."
"Okay."
"What about my cousin?" "Your cousin had some things to do and left earlier." Zhongli understood and said, "All right, then it's trouble for you to run an errand, uncle." "No problem. I'll go now." Meanwhile, Huibeiyu was off today and had bought a gift early to visit Zhongli. When he arrived at the research institute, Zhouzhen told him that Zhongli had been resting for many days and hadn't come in. Then he drove to Zhongli's house and found no one there, which seemed strange. He first took out his keys, went inside, and checked. Everything seemed normal, so he drove to Ling Shue's workplace. Ling Shue had just started work and was surprised to see Huibeiyu. After reacting, she asked, "Why are you here? Is there something you need?" Huibeiyu didn't waste words and directly asked, "Does second sister-in-law know where Lili is?" Hearing this, Ling Shue hesitated for a moment, then took a leave of absence and left with someone. I only have a rough idea of where Lili went, but I tell you, don't mention it to Chu Xi or Jiancheng." Huibeiyu nodded. "Okay, I won't say anything." Ling Shue took a deep breath and said, "My mother-in-law was injured and is unconscious. Li went to Yangcheng, and it's been almost a week. At that time, it was my father-in-law who sent a telegram to Li, and it was urgent. Li only found out about this after she arrived there. A few days ago, I received a telegram from her saying everything was fine and not to worry.
That's all I know.
Please don't accidentally reveal the story about my mother-in-law's injury. Lili is worried her brothers might get distracted by the situation." Huibeiyu listened and asked Yangchen,
"How did she get there?"
Ling Shue shook her head. "I'm not sure either. It seems my in-laws had some business there and then something went wrong." "All right, I understand. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Chu Xi and the others will be on holiday tomorrow. They have a week off." Ling Shue responded, "Okay. Thank you for telling me. I understand. Don't worry too much. Since Li said everything is fine, things are under control. We just need to wait for news. Huobeyu nodded. I understand. Since there's nothing urgent, I'll go now. Alright, drive carefully. If you get another telegram, I'll call you. Huobeyu took out a pen and paper from his car and wrote down 2 phone numbers for her. One is my office, and the other is my home. I'll wait for second sister-in-law's news. Ling Shui took the phone and said, Okay, I got it. Alright, I'm leaving now. See you later.
Bye.
After seeing him off, Ling Shui returned to her post. Huobeyu drove away, feeling a bit restless. Although Li was capable, going out alone always felt risky. Things had been fine before, but ever since she developed new weapons, spies in Kyoto had received news. He wasn't sure how she was doing after all this time. Thinking about his own limited movement because of his identity, he felt even more anxious. Later, back home, he called a friend in Yangcheng, but no one knew exactly what was said. Jiang Li, after being discharged, changed into clean clothes and went straight to her mother's yard. When Jiang Qinghua saw his daughter return, he smiled and said, How is it? Do you like the materials? Are you tired? Jiang Li replied, It's good. I want to check on my mother first. Dad, go get a glass of warm water. I'm preparing her medicine. Jiang Qinghua nodded and got up to pour the water. Jiang Li, because her right hand was a bit weak, waited until she had turned her mother over before wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. Jiang Qinghua saw this and asked, Why are you sweating so much? Hurry and wipe it off. Did you not rest well last night? Jiang Li took the towel and replied, It's nothing, it's a bit hot inside. Jiang Li tried to control her strength, worried that her wound might open and her father would notice. She didn't want her father to worry. Her father was already tired enough because of her mother. If he found out she was in danger, he would definitely have trouble sleeping at night. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and then said, I'll finish acupuncture on my mother first before taking medicine. Does Dad need to send a telegram to the hometown to report safety recently? Jiang Qinghua thought for a moment and said, You can also send a letter to your eldest uncle. If it's not convenient, forget it. While disinfecting the silver needles, Jiang Li replied, It's convenient. Just have your cousin make a call. Oh, by the way, I might need to leave first after my mother wakes up. My identity is a bit sensitive. It's not good to disappear for too long. If Uncle Yang can't reach me later, he might send someone to look for me. Hong Kong is still very sensitive right now. As for you and your mother, there's no rush. When your mother's health improves, it's fine to go back. Also, after I go back, I want Brother Wu and his wife to come here to develop. Do you think that's okay? Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Qinghua asked, Why do you want Brother Wu to come here? Wouldn't it be inconvenient? And how would you explain that over there? Jiang Li replied, Just let Brother Wu and his wife disappear on the way to Kyoto. Nowadays, losing someone isn't unusual. Just don't let the family seem too peaceful. She had already thought it through. After returning, she would call Brother Wu and arrange some tricks along the way to ensure no one finds out. Once Yangcheng and her cousin's people take over, there's no need to worry about accidents. Jiang Qinghua thought for a moment and said, Ask your brother what he thinks. If he's willing, I won't interfere. We're all adults now, and we choose our own paths. Your mother has worked hard all her life. Let her enjoy her later years peacefully.
Jian Linudda? Okay.
I've already asked Ji Yun to look for a house nearby. Whether Brother Wu comes or not, I'll buy it first. If you don't want to stay at Uncle's house later, you can stay at our own home. I don't want to go back either. I will tell Grandma later. As long as I am here, I will handle everything. Don't worry about us. But if Father decides not to go back in the future, it would be good for him to learn how to use a gun. Things are still a bit unstable here. Jiang Qinghua sighed. Let's wait until your mother wakes up to discuss this. That's fine. After Jiang Li's acupuncture, she checked her mother's pulse again and saw she was much better. She smiled and said, Father, give Mother some medicine. All right, coming. After packing her medical kit, Jiang Li continued, I'm going to make some ginseng chicken soup for Mother. Later, give her more to eat so she can recover faster. Father, don't worry about the trouble. It will be over in a few days. Jiang Qinghua gently turned his wife to settle her comfortably, smiling. No trouble at all. Your mother is everything to me. As long as she wakes up, I would give her my heart. She has endured a lot with me over the years, especially during those famine years. Although it seemed her grandfather helped us through the tough times, in fact, your mother secretly took out a lot of gold to help. That's why our family didn't starve. Back then, the village was so hungry that people couldn't find enough food, and even the bark from the trees was eaten. Only the people your mother brought with her, who had some skills, managed to get food from the black market. Otherwise, do you really think your grandfather was that capable? If he was, he wouldn't have watched so many people in the village die back then. His father, although having some connections after retiring, was powerless during those famine years when everyone was on edge. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't do much. It was her kind-hearted wife who couldn't bear to see the Jiang family go hungry, secretly contacting her contacts. That's why her mother has always been so good to her wife all these years. People's hearts are made of flesh. If you give, you will receive in return. Jiang Li smiled after hearing this. The past is the past. Our life will only get better from now on. When mother wakes up, father can learn to drive. Then he can take mother out for a walk and enjoy the scenery here. Jiang Qinghua said, let's wait and see. You go ahead and do your work. I can handle things here. Jiang Li nodded. Okay, I'll come later. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng was being interrogated in the same underground room as before. He was heating a branding iron, looking at the who had tried to escape earlier, and said, what's it going to be? Do you want to talk? If you do, I'll make it quick for you. Everyone says the Wang family has a very talented son, who is young but already skilled with a gun. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the young master Wang Shaoxian, right? Hearing his name, Wang Shaoxian's usually cold face finally showed some change. He spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. You killed my family members. You deserve to die. Jiang Heng tapped his cigarette and said, you're stealing my lines. Your grandfather and father did such terrible things back then. You should have expected this day to come. I won't make things hard for you. Just tell me where the things your family took from us are, and I'll let you go peacefully. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to know the consequences. Ji Yunkai used many cruel methods to torture, but he didn't believe this privileged young master could hold up. Wang Shaoxian lowered his eyes and said nothing. He knew where the family's treasure was, but that was the Wang family's foundation. If he told them, the Wang family would truly have no way to recover. Seeing that he remained silent, Jiang Heng was not in a hurry. This person was still useful. Maybe he could even reveal other accomplices. Then he stood up and said, Yunkai, I leave this to you. Don't kill him. Ji Yunkai nodded. Yes, I will be careful. All right, I'm going back now. He had come out early in the morning to handle things, but he didn't know how his cousin was doing. Meanwhile, another group quietly sneaked into Xiangjiang. These people were after Jiang Li. Unaware of this, Jiang Li was still in the kitchen preparing lunch, having received another gift from the Fusang country. He was cooking chicken soup in a clay pot, and looking at it, he couldn't help but think it was a waste, such a big ginseng, all boiled together. He didn't know what to say about it. Even Jiang Su, who was in the restaurant, trembled slightly when he saw it. Lili, you're just eating this ginseng like that? Isn't that a bit wasteful? He had seen good things before, and this ginseng looked at least 100 years old. He felt heartbroken for it. Jiang Li smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry. I have many more. Some were given by my master, and others I picked myself in the mountains. This time I came in such a hurry, I only brought one. When I get back, I'll send you 2 more by mail. Just cook it in soup and drink it. It's more important to strengthen your body than anything else. Besides, their value is mainly in nourishing the body. Otherwise, they're just a simple stick. Jiang Su's mouth twitched slightly. Did your mother's family send anything over? Yes, they did. My father is with my mother, eating together. Uncle, don't worry, I will arrange everything. By the way, after dinner, I'll give you acupuncture to check your condition. Later, I'll prepare some pills for you.
Jiang Su not dead.
All right, I'll listen to you. At this moment, Jiang Heng walked in and said, Is my cousin cooking again today? I could smell the delicious food from far away. Zhongli saw her cousin return and smiled. You came back just in time.
Dinner is ready.
Come and eat. That's great. But are you feeling okay? Let the servants handle the cooking. You shouldn't tire yourself. Hearing her cousin's concern, Zhongli smiled. I won't cook tonight. I mainly made soup for my mother at noon, so I just did a little for myself. My wound has started to scab because I used my special medicine powder, so don't worry. Zhang Heng said, That's good. Your health is the most important. We can eat anything. Although she loved her cousin's cooking, nothing was more important than her health. The three of them ate quietly. After finishing, Zhang Heng left again. He still had to find materials for his younger sister and handle some affairs. He was very busy. But after he left, Zhongli felt more at ease. She helped her uncle to the bedroom and asked Uncle Jean to bring her the medicine box. Uncle, take off your shirt and lie on your stomach. Jean, uncle, please help clean your back with a warm towel. Jean Zhe nodded. Yes, Miss Zhang. After Jiang Su lay down, she spoke. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. I'm already quite old. I've lived enough. If I can't be cured, it's okay. Anyway, your cousin has already paved most of the way. Even if I leave now, there's nothing to worry about.
Jiang Lisiga.
Uncle, you can trust me. Even if I can't cure everything, I can at least live for another 10 years. Even if her medical skills weren't great, she had her special abilities.
There's no need to be so sad.
All right, I won't say more. You can start. Yes, if it hurts, just bear with it. Don't move around. If the needle slips, it could be bad.
Got it.
Let's begin. Jean Zhe stood by, hoping that Miss Jiang would be skilled enough so that the master wouldn't need to make arrangements for his departure early. Soon, the room fell into silence, and not long after, Jiang Su's steady breathing could be heard. Jiang Li and the others timed everything carefully. She gently pulled out the silver needle and whispered, Let Uncle sleep a little longer. I'll come back later to check on him.
Jinja nodded. Okay.
Carrying the medicine box, she left her uncle's bedroom. After drinking some warm water, she heard someone outside report, Miss Biao, 2 guests have come to see you. Is the head of the family here? Hearing this, Zhang Li thought for a moment and said, Take them to the living room. I'll come over later. Yes, I'll arrange that right away. Earlier, the young master had said that Miss Biao could make decisions on her own, so he had no objections. Jiang Li went back to change into a suitable outfit before heading to the living room. Huang Gang and his son, Huang Zhongming, were checking something when they saw Jiang Li walk in, and they were momentarily surprised. Jiang Li didn't recognize them and politely said hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. My uncle and cousin are not here. May I ask what brings you here? Huang Gang saw she was a young girl and, not looking very pleased, said, If your family's grown-up isn't here, why didn't you say so? You're just a girl and can't make decisions. Jiang Li didn't get angry at this and spoke softly. How do you know whether I can make decisions or not? Since I can host you, it means everything isn't a problem, right? Huang Gang frowned. Who are you? I remember the Jiang family only has one son. You're called Miss Biao. Who is your mother? My mother is Jiang Sheng, the sister of my uncle. Is there a problem with that? Huang Gang, hearing this, remembered someone. It seemed Jiang Su had a twin sister, but she had gone missing years ago. Jiang Li saw he was silent and didn't rush him. Instead, Huang Zhongming said, Hello, Miss Jiang.
I'm Huang Zhongming.
Nice to meet you. Our family is in real estate. I wonder if the Jiang family might have some cooperation in this area in the future? Hearing this, Jiang Li looked at him. She saw his face was pale, showing signs of overindulgence, which left a bad impression. She responded slowly. It's hard to say about future cooperation. But since our Jiang family is returning, we need to restore our ancestral property first before talking about other things. As for what happened back then, I believe you all know about it. Regarding cooperation, you've asked the wrong person. Huang Gang then said, Let's not talk about cooperation for now. The main reason I came today is to buy a piece of land from Jiang Heng. It's next to a factory owned by the Huang family. It was originally owned by the Wang family and we had agreed on the deal. But then your Jiang family unexpectedly appeared. If you couldn't make the decision back then, I could wait for your uncle to return and discuss it then. That piece of land is something I am determined to get. Seeing his confidence, Zhongli smiled slightly and said, the land is easy to deal with. As long as our Jiang family has no major use for it, we can sell it naturally. But the price definitely won't be as high as before. The highest bidder wins. If your Huang family can afford the price, it will surely be yours. She wasn't stupid. Such obvious pressure was just a way to try to get a better deal. Many noble families were still watching, but only their Huang family couldn't hold back. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Are such foolish people really able to rise to power just by luck? Huang Gang heard this and replied somewhat angrily, Girl, this is Hong Kong. Even though your Jiang family has a 100-year history, that's all it is now. To stand firm in Hong Kong, everyone needs to be well-fed, otherwise.
Haha.
Uncle Huang, that's an interesting remark, Zhongli said with a smile. Since ancient times, ability and strength matter most. Do you really think our Jiang family has only the surface strength you see now? I've heard many threats before. If you have any objections, just take action. But I wonder if your Huang family has the same background as the Wang family to fight back? Huang Gang was suddenly a bit panicked when Zhongli was so confident. The Wang family had been around for many years, but was only considered a second-tier family. Their Huang family was even less prominent. They initially thought Jiang family's return wouldn't compare to the local old families. And from the intelligence they had gathered, Jiang family seemed to be weaker than before. Whether true or false, he was beginning to doubt what Jiang family's real strength was. Zhong Ming saw Jiang Li ignoring them and felt full of resentment, still fantasizing about how to torment her after marrying her. Anyway, neither father nor son was a good person. Seeing that these two were so dull, Zhong Li finished her tea and said, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay for tea with you two. If you want to test our Jiang family's strength, go ahead and make your move. We will stand firm. But think carefully about the consequences before acting. Please leave. The servant at the door, hearing the young lady's words, walked in with a forced smile and said, Please, both of you. Their young lady is really impressive. Just look at their faces to see how upset they are. But these two are truly foolish. Many people were watching the excitement, but only these two fools came to test the waters. Huang Gang snorted coldly. Your Jiang family is doing very well. I, Huang, will remember that. Jiang Li barely lifted his eyelids and replied, Feel free, as long as you're happy. He didn't take the small Huang family seriously. As long as he wanted, he could make the Huang family disappear overnight. They were just cannon fodder. When the father and son arrived, they were full of schemes. When they left, they were furious. As for Jiang Li, after sending them off, he returned to his room to handle the medicinal herbs. After Jiang Su woke up and listened to Jin Zhe's report, he dressed while smiling. What do you think of our Li Li? Isn't she just as good as those Miss World contestants? Jin Zhe flattered him. Our young lady is the best. You should have seen those two's faces. So ugly, so displeased. They wished they could swallow the young lady right then and there. Jiang Su chuckled. Serves them right, just two fools. But after acupuncture, I really feel much lighter. I haven't slept so peacefully in a long time. Old man, maybe I can stay with you a few more years. Jin Zhe looked concerned. It will get better. Miss Zhang's medical skills are so good, she will definitely cure you. You haven't seen the young master get married and have children, or enjoy his grandchildren. Heaven wouldn't be so cruel. Jiang Su sighed. The brothers we used to have. Now only you and I remain. Whenever I think of those days, I hate myself for not being stronger back then. If I had been stronger, they wouldn't have died. Do you think I was useless when I was young? Jin Zhe helped him put on his coat and comforted him. Sir, we weren't strong enough back then. It's not your fault. If only we had two old men with us when we left, life wouldn't have been so hard. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Go tell someone to watch the Huang family. If they dare to make a move, hit them hard. Real estate is a good industry. Our Jiang family still doesn't know how to get involved. Don't miss this great opportunity. Jin Zhe smiled. Don't worry, with young master here, You just focus on resting. Yes, having him around really makes things easier.
Come on, let's go play chess.
All right, I'll go with you. In the following days, Zhongli was either treating his mother or his uncle. He hardly went outside. The people from Fusang country who came couldn't find any chance to attack. The Zhang family is now very strict, like a locked iron box. Finally, after a week, Jiang Shuemei woke up. Jiang Qinghua saw his wife finally open her eyes, and with red eyes, he said, "Wife, you're finally awake. I thought you wouldn't want me anymore. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Jiang Shuemei looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, her voice a little hoarse, and asked, "Where am I? Am I still alive?" Jiang Qinghua smiled and said, "Yes, you're still alive. This is brother's house.
You scared me to death this time."
Luckily, Li Li is very skilled in medicine. Hearing the name Li Li, Jiang Shuemei asked, "Is our daughter here?" Jiang Li carried a cup of warm water over and said, "Mom, it's me. Let's drink some warm water first. You've been unconscious for almost half a month. I'll go make some medicinal food for you later. Once your stomach gets used to it, you can eat other things." Jiang Shuemei was helped to sit up. Looking at her familiar face, she was a little angry and said, "Why did you come? Who told you to come? Do you know how dangerous it is here? Why are you so disobedient? Hurry back and listen to me." Zhongli knew her mother was worried and spoke gently, "Mom, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. No one knows I came here. Even if those above find out, it's okay. As long as I have a purpose when I go back, they won't do anything to me." Seeing that she couldn't persuade her, Jiang Shuemei finished the water and said, "Forget it.
You're grown up now.
Just keep your own judgment in mind." "But how long have you been here?" Zhongli thought for a moment. "Almost 10 days, I think. I was planning to go back as soon as you woke up. But now I think I need to wait a little longer. Uncle's health still needs about a week to recover. I can't leave until then. I worry about his condition." Hearing this, Jiang Shuemei asked with doubt, "What's wrong with your uncle? Is he sick?" Zhongli nodded. "Yes, his health is worse than Grandma's. If I hadn't checked his pulse, I might have thought this was the last time I saw him.
But don't worry, Mom.
After this period of treatment, Uncle has improved a lot. Not to say he'll live forever, but at least he can live for another 10 or more years." Jiang Shuemei held her daughter's hand and said, "Thank you, Li Li. You've worked hard for our family." Jiang Li smiled and said, "It's not hard. It's what I should do." "Mom, do you have any plans for the future? Are you going back inland?" "If I don't go back, I will arrange things after I return." Jiang Shuemei said, "I'll think about it first. I haven't decided whether to go back. Mother just wants us to be happy and carefree, so don't worry about us siblings. If we can't handle even this small thing, we might as well start over." Jiang Shuemei smiled and said, "All right, Mother will think it over carefully." At this moment, Jiang Su, who had received news, came in. Seeing that his sister had finally woken up, he was overwhelmed with emotion and said, "Xingxing, my Xingxing, I've finally found you." When Jiang Shuemei was injured, the two of them didn't even say a word to each other. Now that Jiang Shuemei has woken up, they can officially recognize each other. Looking at her older brother, who looked much older, Jiang Shuemei's eyes filled with tears and she said, "Big brother, why do you look so much older? Have you suffered a lot these years?" Jiang Su smiled and said, "No, I've been doing well abroad. I thought I wouldn't see you again before I left this world. Luckily, heaven is kind, and we are finally reunited. Big brother, I miss you so much." Shengsheng thought she would never see you again. Jiang Su wiped her tears and said, "Don't cry. We're all fine. You just woke up. Take care of yourself." "Yes, I won't cry. By the way, where is my wife?" Jiang Su looked sad and said, "Your wife passed away not long after giving birth to Hunger. That disaster back then frightened her, and when she went abroad, she got pregnant again. She cried every day, and in the end, her health failed, and she—" Jiang Shuemai's eyes reddened and said, "It's our Jiang family's fault that we let her down. Are her family members doing okay?" "I don't know. When I came back this time to look for her, I heard that after our family's trouble, her family left Hong Kong overnight. No one knows where they went. Leaving is good. At least they won't be involved with us. Alright, let's not talk about this. Where is my nephew? I want to see him. Jiang-su said, that little rascal is out handling some affairs. He probably won't be back until tonight. Don't worry, you'll see him. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. It's more important to handle things first. By the way, how are things with the Wang family? Have you dealt with the other families involved? Jiang-su replied, don't worry, I haven't let any of them go. Only a few escapees remain, and I'll take care of them all. Leave this matter to me. You just focus on recovering. Jiang Shuemai said, alright, I won't interfere. Just let me know if you need anything. By the way, what about Lin Fei? Hearing the name Lin Fei, Jiang-su said, he's been helping Hunger find those who slipped away outside lately. He hasn't come back for a long time. Big brother, could you help me call Lin Fei back? I have something for him to do. Jiang-su nodded, sure, I will notify him soon. Jiang Li saw that his mother was in good spirits, then left the room and went to the kitchen. When Jiang Hung returned in the evening and learned that his aunt had woken up, he was very happy and said, my cousin's medical skills are really impressive. She woke up so quickly. Yun Kai and I will go see Aunt. Yun Kai smiled. Miss Jiang is so talented. From now on, our Jiang family will be lucky. We no longer need to worry about someone getting sick and not being treated. Jiang Hung smiled. Indeed, we are lucky. Maybe even my father's illness is better. Yes, although we don't talk about his illness openly, with Miss Jiang here, it will surely be fine. At this moment, Jiang Shuemei was sitting in the courtyard playing chess with her brother. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw a very handsome young boy appear. Jiang Shuemei smiled. This must be Jiang Hung, right? Jiang Hung came over and said, Auntie, hello. I am Jiang Hung. Sorry I came back late after waking up. Jiang Shuemei smiled, no problem. We are family. You look so good. Your mouth and nose are just like your mother's. Jiang Hung smiled. My father said the same. Is Aunt feeling better now? Yes, much better.
Come, sit down.
I haven't played chess in many years. Today I was really bullied by your father. Jiang-su chuckled. Where did I bully you?
Don't accuse me wrongly.
Humph, you did. Back then, when I was learning from the teacher, my brother was clearly not as good as me. Now I've fallen behind. Jiang-su laughed. Alright, it's my fault. Let's not play anymore. Tonight, Lily will cook herself. I can't wait. You've raised your daughter so well. If she were in Hong Kong, she would surely make a big name for herself. Unfortunately, Lily doesn't want to stay here. Jiang Shuemei said, kids grow up and have their own ideas and desires for life. As parents, we only hope they are safe and happy. As for everything else, I won't interfere anymore. Jiang-su nodded. Exactly, we really can't control them anymore. Just let them go.
Yes.
At this moment, Jinze suddenly ran in excitedly, saying, Master, young lady is back. Young lady is back. Who has returned? Jinze excitedly said, Miss Jiang Nan has returned. She is in the living room now. Hearing the name Jiang Nan, Jiang-su and Jiang Sheng both paused for a moment. Big brother, is the older sister still alive? Let's go and see for ourselves. Seeing that his wife was a bit emotional, Jiang Qinghua stood up, pushed the wheelchair, and followed his older brother to the living room. At this moment, Jiang Nan and her son Jiang Yu were talking. Jiang Yu knew about his mother's family situation. It was because of the incident in the Jiang family that his cold-hearted father abandoned them long ago. All these years, if his mother hadn't worked hard to support him, he might have died long ago. Now, his mother received news that old family members from Jiang's family had returned, and she couldn't wait to come back and see who is still alive. Jiang Nan looked at the familiar arrangement of the living room and knew she hadn't come to the wrong place. Such a familiar setup was only known by Jiang family members. Mother, if we dress like this, will they dislike us? Jiang Nan shook her head. No, our Jiang family is kind. They won't dislike us. Don't worry too much. It's all because of my son. He's been useless all these years, with no progress. If it weren't for me suffering so much, I wouldn't have endured this. Jiang Nan gently said, "Silly child. You are my son. No matter what, I will never leave you. Where is the person? Is it the older sister?" Before seeing her, her voice was heard first. When Jiang Nan saw someone coming, she immediately stood up and looked toward the door. Seeing the familiar face of Jiang Su, Jiang Nan choked up and said, "Is that a Su?" Jiang Su looked at his older sister, who looked even older than him, and his eyes filled with tears. "Older sister, it's me. I am your younger brother, Jiang Su." Jiang Nan couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly walked over, hugged Jiang Su, and started crying loudly. "Sniff, sniff. I missed you all so much. I thought you had all died in that big fire. All these years. Why did you only come back now?" Jiang Su patted his older sister's back gently. "Sorry, I was useless. It took so many years to avenge our family. Older sister, don't cry. From now on, with me here, no one will bully you anymore. Sniff, sniff. I miss mom and dad so much. I really do." Jiang Shui sat in a wheelchair. Seeing her older sister so sad, she also choked up and said, "Older sister, you still have us. We will never be apart again." Hearing Jiang Snowmai's voice, Jiang Nan finally noticed there was someone on the wheelchair behind her brother. She loosened her grip on Jiang Su and looked at the speaker, her eyes filling with tears. "Are you Shengsheng?" Jiang Snowmai nodded. "Yes, cousin, I am Jiang Sheng. I didn't expect you to still be alive." "That's wonderful." Jiang Nan wiped her tears. "What's going on? Why are you in a wheelchair?" Jiang Snowmai replied, "I'm fine, just a small injury from before. I'll be able to stand after a few days of rest. Come on, let's go inside and sit down to talk." "Cousin, you look much older these years. Have you suffered a lot? If uncle and aunt knew you're like this now, they'd be very sad." Jiang Nan wiped her tears again and comforted her. "I'm fine. Although it's been hard, I'm still alive. Back then, you two were sent away and I only found out too late. My family-in-law knew about our family's trouble and threw me out right away. At that time, I really hated it. My Yuer was only 3 years old. How could they be so cruel? Just throwing me out was enough. They even didn't want the child. It's okay to suffer a little, but these years, our family's Yuer has suffered the most." Then she looked at her son and said, "Jiang Yu, come here. These are your uncle and aunt. Call them." Jiang Yu stood respectfully. "Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Hello, uncle-in-law. I am Jiang Yu." Jiang Su looked at the weak boy with concern. "It's good that you're back. From now on, this will be your home. The Lei family has been unkind. Once I deal with the trash from the Wang family, I'll help you vent your anger." Jiang Yu lowered his eyes. "Uncle, I want to handle this myself. Please help me, uncle." He had been hiding his feelings for so many years, filled with resentment. The Lei family rejected him, and since he couldn't get what he wanted, he decided to destroy them. At this moment, Zhang Heng said, "Revenge is only satisfying if you do it yourself. Tell me how I can help, cousin." Hearing Jiang Heng, Jiang Yu said, "The Lei family has connections in both the black and white worlds. I need people and money. If my cousin is willing to help me, I am willing to die for this." Jiang Heng smiled. "We're brothers. Don't talk about life or death. Let's have a private talk later." Jiang Yu smiled. "Thank you, cousin. Dinner is ready." While everyone was chatting, Jiang Li's voice came in. Jiang Su smiled and said, "Let's go, it's time for dinner." Cousin's arrival is perfect. Today, Li is cooking herself. You haven't met Lily yet. Lily is Shengsheng's daughter, very talented. After dinner, let her show you her health. We treat illnesses and I am here to help with anything else. Jiang Nan nodded. "Thank you, little brother." Jiang Li was preparing dishes and didn't know visitors had arrived. When she saw 2 unfamiliar faces, she asked, "Who are they?" Jiang Shuemai smiled and said, "This is your aunt and the person next to her is your cousin Jiang Yu." "Aunt?" Jiang Shuemai nodded. "Yes, your aunt. She is still alive." Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled and said, "Hello, aunt." "Hello, cousin." I'm Zhongli. Zhongnan looked at Zhongli's face and mumbled, she looks just like her. The girl is really beautiful. Come here, let Anne take a look. Zhongli was not shy and walked over, taking Zhongnan's hand. Aunt, let's eat first. We can talk after dinner. You haven't tasted my cooking yet. Zhongnan smiled kindly. All right, the girl is so thoughtful. Sheng Sheng has a good daughter. All right, stop the compliments. We're family. This girl will leave in a few days. Before she goes, let's be good children and show respect. Zhongnan said, you're never satisfied. If I had such a caring girl, I'd be smiling even in my sleep. Take good care of your cousin from now on, okay? Zhang Yu shyly replied, I understand, mother. He had no siblings growing up, so now that he has a brother and sister, he's naturally happy. After everyone sat down, Zhongli served everyone a bowl of soup. Her mother ate medicinal cuisine. Jiangnan looked at the unfamiliar dishes and said with a smile, are these all inland dishes? Jiang Shuamai replied, yes, I've been inland for over 20 years. I'm used to the local food here. Tongjia, try it. You'll probably like it. Really? Then I'll give it a try. After tasting a bite, she suddenly felt like her years had been wasted. Delicious. I only remember my grandmother making royal pastries when I was young. I didn't expect inland dishes to be so tasty. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Exactly, they are really good. Cousin's cooking could be a master's. Zhongli smiled. If you like it, eat more. I'll cook more for you in the next few days. As a cook, her favorite thing was to be appreciated by diners. She just needed to put food in the pot. Other chores were done by the cooks. Jiang Heng finished a bowl of chicken soup and said, I heard the Huang family came today. What does your cousin think about it? Jiangli smiled and said, I don't have any strong opinions, just some cannon fodder. Trying to get something for nothing, but you should see how much you can carry. Jiang Heng nodded. That's right. The Huang family is just a third-rate family. If we hadn't gone with the trend these past few years and made some money, we wouldn't even be considered a family. His son, Huang Zhongming, is even more famous as often flirting with young stars in the entertainment industry. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Zhang Li said, rest assured, cousin. When Huang Zhongming came today, I took a quick look. If he keeps playing like this, the Huang family will soon have no descendants. His face looks empty, clearly overindulging. If you want to take care of their family, I can do it alone. Jiang Heng smiled. Our family has so many people, there's no need for you to step in. Just stay home and look after Aunt and the others. By the way, cousin, could you bring me some paint? The stuff you need is almost ready for coloring. I forgot about this material earlier. Jiang Heng was surprised. Already finished so quickly? Yes, it wasn't hard. If I had the right tools, it would have been done long ago. Otherwise, do you think I work at the Research Institute for fun? Hearing his cousin's proud words, Jiang Heng said affectionately, Arlie Li is amazing. Even I have to admit defeat. I really want to meet the other brothers. Jiang Li said there will be a chance. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Nan was curious. Other brothers? Are they younger brothers, sisters, or other children? Jiang Shuemei replied, my brother only has Jiang Heng as a son. I have 3 sons inland, 2 in the army and 1 back home. Really? You have so many children, sister? Hearing this, Jiang Nan smiled bitterly and said, I've never been chased before. If I hadn't hidden well back then, my son and I would have died long ago. We lived in the countryside for 5 years before moving to the city. Honestly, when he started school age, there were no good schools in the countryside. Plus, I had some jewelry hidden away, which helped us get by for a few years. Later, the Wang family found out I had returned. Seeing how miserable I was, they figured I didn't know about any treasure, and seeing I was living like a refugee, they didn't bother me. However, I could only live in the old city area. I only knew you had returned by chance, after overhearing others gossip about you. Otherwise, I would have missed it. Listening to her cousin's story, Zhang Shuemai felt very sad. Since you're back, let's repair our family ancestral hall properly. After so many years, it's time to pay respects. Jiang Nan nodded. That's what I think too. After dinner, Jiang Li was pulled aside by her uncle. Let's have your aunt and cousin check their health. Jiang Li understood and said, sure, since I'm still here, we should treat any illnesses and take care of ourselves. Once I go back, it won't be so easy. Jiang Nan asked, aren't you staying here? Jiang Li shook her head. No, I can't stay now. Our family has so many missing people, and it would affect my brother. But there are many more years ahead. We will meet again someday. Jiang Nan sighed. All right, you decide. Jiang Li smiled and started checking their pulses. The living room was very quiet, everyone waiting for her results. Jiang Li was very focused. After examining both, she said, Aunt doesn't have any serious illness. She's just been through a lot over the years. With proper rest, she'll be fine. As for your cousin, he's a bit malnourished. In the future, he should practice martial arts with me and Jiang Heng and eat better food. Everyone felt relieved hearing this. No serious illness meant they didn't have to worry. They just didn't want to see anyone else get seriously sick. The siblings had just reunited and didn't want to lose anyone else. Jiang Yu shyly withdrew his hand. I used to exercise too, but I didn't have a professional teacher. Jiang Su listened and said, good kid, tell me what you want to learn. I'll find a teacher for you. From now on, this will be your home. The Leif family doesn't matter. They will regret it. Actually, the Leif family was already starting to regret their choices, but only a little. News of the Jiang family's return has spread widely. Everyone in the circle knows about it. Most are just watching from afar, curious to see if the Jiang family is still the top-tier family they once were. Uncle, I want to learn marksmanship. I will personally destroy the Lei family. Jiang Su nodded. All right, but I think you should go abroad to train first. I have a godson there, and there's a secret guard camp of the Jiang family. You'll grow faster there. But I don't know if my older sister is willing to let you go. Jiang Nan looked at his son and said, he's grown up now and can make his own decisions. I can't always be with him. Boys need to become strong men. As long as he wants to go, I have no objections. Yongzhang's eyes reddened as he said, sorry, mother. I want to become stronger, so I can protect you better. You've endured so much over the years. It pains me to see you suffer. Jiang Nan patted his son's head and said, I'm happy that you want to learn and grow. But if you turn into a spoiled brat who just parties all day, I'll be angry. Jiang Yong held his mother's hand and said, wait for me. I will be your support. Jiang Li saw that it was getting late and said, everyone, go rest now. It's already very late. Let's talk more tomorrow. Uncle and mother shouldn't stay up late. Hearing Jiang Li, Jiang Su stood up and said, Old Jean, take the young lady and young master Jiang Yong to rest. Jiang Nan listened and said, Ah Su, we won't stay overnight. There are still things to pack at home. Packing what? Tomorrow, I'll send someone to help you pack. The refugee area isn't a place for normal people to live. Since you're back, as your younger brother, I won't let you suffer. Be obedient. Even if you don't do it for yourself, think about Jiang Yong. Jiang Nan sighed. All right, I'll listen to you. Jiang Su smiled and said, that's right. This old residence of the Si family is your home. If you act too distant, I'll be upset. I'm alone now, and you're alone too. Just come back and keep me company, an old man. Let's keep each other company. We won't be lonely in our later years. Seeing how he spoke, Jiang Nan naturally stopped being stubborn. All right, I'll keep you company. If there's anything at home you need help with, just tell me. People shouldn't be idle. When they are, they start overthinking. Especially when living in the old house. Memories of childhood will come back. Jiang Su knew that his older cousin was reminiscing about the past. However, the past could never be brought back. Afterwards, everyone went back to their rooms, while Jiang Li went to work overtime in the space. The pistol his cousin wanted was ready, but his uncle's was not yet finished. With an additional cousin now, they naturally had to treat everyone fairly. Jiang took out paper and pen, drew and wrote until late at night, then yawned and went to sleep. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, couldn't sleep all night because he was in a new, comfortable environment. Being used to hard times, he was now greedy for comfort. Once he experienced wealth and luxury, he wanted more. Jiang Yu was just an ordinary person, but he also had ambitions and greed. However, he believed he should earn what he wanted through his own efforts. No matter how good others' things are, they are not his. For example, the Lei family's possessions are what he truly deserves. Tossing and turning until dawn, he finally couldn't sleep and got up early to visit his cousin's courtyard. Jiang Heng had just finished washing up and was about to find his younger cousin when he saw his older cousin standing in his yard. Glancing at the time, he asked curiously, "Why are you up so early, cousin? Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "Can't sleep. You're going to do morning exercises, right?
Can I join you?"
Although he was a beginner, he was willing to learn. Jiang Heng smiled. "Of course. Let's go to Li Li's place." By now, Li Li is probably already up.
Jiang Yu nodded. Okay.
Although Jiang Li went to bed late last night, he was used to morning exercises and woke up as soon as the time came. He stretched lazily, took a minute to relax, then got out of bed. Just as he changed into his morning workout clothes, he heard someone shout from the yard, "Li Li, are you up yet?" Seeing it was Jiang Heng's voice, Jiang Li opened his door directly. "I'm up." "Good morning, cousin." When he saw Jiang Yu also arriving, he smiled and said, "Big cousin, you're here too." Jiang Yu smiled. "Can't sleep, so I came to see you. Hope I'm not disturbing you." Jiang Li replied, "No problem. Just exercising. No disturbance at all. It's lively with more people. Come on, let's warm up over there." The three of them moved to a spacious area and started warming up. After a stretch, Jiang Li began practicing the 5 animal frolics. Seeing Jiang Yu look confused, Jiang Heng smiled and said, "You start learning with me. After practicing a few times, you'll remember it. This is called the 5 animal frolics. Doing it a few times every morning is good for health. You look very weak right now. You should eat more in the future." Jiang Yu blushes. "Will that interfere with your exercise? Maybe I can learn it later." Jiang Heng says, "It's just exercise. It doesn't matter if I do it now or later. Come, learn with me. No need to feel shy. We are family, big cousin. Don't always feel embarrassed." Jiang Yu nods. "I'll try to get used to it." "Thank you, Jiang Heng." He has never really spent time with siblings. At this moment, having these family members makes him feel very happy. He realizes that having brothers and sisters is a different experience. Then, the three of them slowly start practicing together in the yard. Jiang Yu is smart. If it weren't for his bad father, he wouldn't be so behind in achievements. Even Jiang Heng is surprised at how quickly he's learning. But thinking about the Jiang family, which isn't full of fools, he feels at ease. Jiang Nan had a good sleep last night and went to the kitchen to help in the morning. Although she has returned to the old house, she knows the Jiang family is no longer the same. Her younger brother doesn't dislike her as a down-and-out sister, so she can't just do nothing. Over the years, she has learned some cooking skills. Though not as good as her niece, she can still manage. Jiang Li practiced for a while and then sparred again with cousin Jiang Heng. Jiang Yu watched them fight back and forth, feeling very envious. He also wants to have such skills. His younger siblings are so capable, so as an older brother, he must not be too useless. Then he remembers Uncle's suggestion and realizes he needs to prepare quickly. He doesn't have much time left. If he wastes it, the Lei family will have to find a new heir. When the three of them finished breakfast, Jiang Yu spoke up. "Uncle, when can I go over? I want to go as soon as possible." Jiang Su thought for a moment and said, "Let Jiang Heng call and ask. If there are ships coming soon to deliver supplies, you can go back with them. If no one is there to pick you up, I don't feel safe letting you go alone." Jiang Yu nodded. "Okay, I'll prepare and can leave anytime. After I leave, I hope you can help take care of my mother. When I finish my training, I will repay you, Uncle."
Zian Su Mai.
"You don't need to say that. I will take good care of your mother." Jiang Nan said, "I'm already an adult. You don't need to worry about me. From now on, I'll stay at the old house and help out. I won't go out unless necessary. Don't worry. If the people from the Lei family come looking for me, I won't see them. Delayed family love is more valuable than grass. Over 20 years of hardship can't be forgiven just by their apology." Jiang Yu nodded. "Mother can decide for herself. I am Jiang Yu, and I have nothing to do with the Lei family. I am just your son." Jiang Nan said, "Yes, mother believes you will do something great." Jiang Li watched the scene of a loving mother and child and said, "Mom and Dad, do you miss my brothers? I wonder if my two sisters-in-law are married now." Jiang Shuemai swallowed her porridge and said, "Whether you miss them or not, we have to part ways. Right now, I only worry about your mischievous third brother. I don't know when he will find a wife and settle down. If it weren't for your second brother watching over him in the army, he might cause trouble." Jiang Li smiled. "My third brother has calmed down a lot now, mother, don't worry. Plus, a Yu is there, and with both of them watching him, nothing will happen." Jiang Shuemai nodded. "That's true. Luckily, everything has been peaceful these years. Since they joined the army, I've been afraid of losing loved ones suddenly." Sighs, people who haven't experienced such worries truly can't understand a parent's heart. "All right, let's not talk about this. Our sons are grown up now. We should just focus on ourselves." Jiang Qinghua couldn't bear to see his wife upset. When he saw her thinking about those mischievous boys again, he quickly comforted her. Jiang Shuemai smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's eat."
I'm fine.
Yes. After breakfast, Jiang Nan and his son went back to pack some things to bring home. Jiang Li felt bored and decided to go along. This time, Ji Yunkai brought 3 cars. When the cars reached the makeshift housing area, Jiang Li frowned deeply. The environment there was really bad. There were some destitute people sitting or lying on the roadside. They all had hands and feet but chose to live passively, which was hard to watch. Jiang Nan got out of the car and looked around, feeling a bit embarrassed. This place has the cheapest rent, though the environment is poor. At least it's a place to stay. I think you all should wait for us at the entrance. We don't have many things, and we'll be back soon. Jiang Li said, "No need. I haven't been here before, so it's good to see it. Only by experiencing the hardships of life can we truly cherish what we have now." Seeing that she didn't look down on the place, her impression of her niece improved even more. Then she took her hand and said, "Annie is taking you away. This place is a bit messy." Jiang Li replied, "Okay, let's go." Jiang Yu watched the 2 people walking ahead and felt very warm inside. Not long after, they arrived at the rented house. The landlord, seeing so many impressive people suddenly arrive, asked curiously, "Old Jiang, who are they?" When Jiang Nan heard the landlord's question, he smiled and said, "They are my brother's people. I have found my family. Today is my last day here. Since you're here, I won't charge for the remaining half-month. Thank you for taking care of me all these years." The landlord smiled and said, "You're welcome, you're welcome. We're all unfortunate people. Now that hardships are over, congratulations."
Thank you.
Jiang Li saw that the landlord was easy to talk to and comforted her aunt about her previous life. But someone who can be a landlord here is not an ordinary person. Places like this hide many talents, and Jiang Li wouldn't underestimate them. She then took out a stack of money from her bag and handed it to the landlord, saying, "This is a small token of my appreciation. Thank you for taking care of my aunt and cousin all these years." The landlord waved her off and said, "No need to be so polite. They've paid rent. Unlawful money is not good." Seeing she didn't want it, Jiang Li didn't insist. Some people are like that. They only take what they deserve. Jiang Li respects such people the most. Jiang Yu opened the rental door and started packing his few belongings without saying a word. It took less than half an hour to finish packing everything. Just as everyone was about to leave, Jiang Li suddenly said, "Brother Ji, let someone take my aunt and cousin away first." Ji and Kai looked puzzled and asked, "Miss Biao, aren't you coming back with them?" Jiang Li whispered, "Someone is watching me. Hurry." Hearing this, Ji Yun Kai understood immediately. There are assassins here. He then whispered to a brother nearby, "Take them back first and send them safely. Then come back to support us. Make sure they get back safely." "Yes, I'll go quickly and return soon." Jiang Li got into the car, skillfully taking out her pistol. After her aunt's car left, she said, "Go somewhere quiet and don't hurt anyone." Ji Yun Kai looked nervous and asked, "Does Miss Biao know who they are?" Jiang Li smiled and said, "Familiar smell, familiar people. Fuxing ninja, at least 10 of them. It's been a long time since I last warmed up." Today, these restless spirits are just right for practice. Last time, she was careless and got hurt. This time, let them see that I, Jiang Li, am not an easy target. Ji Yun Kai heard it was ninjas and frowned, saying, "There are only 8 of us here. Does Miss Biao think she can handle this?" Jiang Li replied, "Just protect yourselves. I don't care about those people. Don't worry." Ji Yun Kai saw she was very calm and even a little excited, and didn't know what to say. Soon, as the car just reached the outskirts, they heard a gunshot. Jiang Li looked back and said, "Stop the car. Everyone hide and stay away from the vehicle." Ji Yun Kai spun the car around and parked it in a hidden spot. Then everyone got out and found places to hide. Jiang Li stood in front of the car, slowly wiping her gun, and said, "Come out. You've been following me for a long time, and it's been you." The people who followed her didn't hide anymore, and all 12 appeared in front of Jiang Li. The leading man spoke awkward Chinese, saying, "You come with us.
Or you will die.
Otherwise."
D.
Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "You think a few of you can take me? Are you underestimating me?" "Fine, I'll go with you if you can catch me," she said. "But if you can't, you'll die." In that moment, Jiang Li's fierce aura naturally radiated out, and her strong presence surprised Ji Yun Kai. The more he interacted with Miss Biao, the more he saw how powerful she was. Even so many ninjas standing in front of her, she remained calm. If it were him, he'd already be thinking about running away. Jiang Li put away her gun and took out a sharp dagger, saying, "Let's begin. I want to see what you can do." Seeing her so bold, the men also drew their weapons from Japan.
Baka.
"Kill her." Since they were out of control, there was no need to bring her back. Jiang Li acted first. Before they could move, she struck quickly. The ninjas, seeing her speed, became cautious. Ji Yun Kai wanted to help but was afraid he might cause trouble. He had heard of ninjas, and with his skills, he could handle one person. But their speed and the difficulty of hitting her with guns meant they could easily hurt Miss Biao instead. Even she knew this, so she switched to a dagger. He naturally wouldn't be so foolish as not to realize this. Jiang Li hadn't felt this exhilaration in a long time. After quickly defeating 2 enemies, she looked coldly and said, "Is that all you've got? Are all those people at the shrine troublemakers? Idiot, you're quite bold." "Ha, trash should be thrown away, keep going." The leading man, seeing how stubborn she was, suddenly felt like he was holding a hot potato. There was a mistake in the information. This wasn't someone doing scientific research. With such impressive skills, they were almost as good as their master. Jiang Li moved quickly among the crowd, so fast that no one could see their moves. But no matter how skilled Jiang Li was, facing so many ninjas, she still got some minor cuts. They were just surface wounds. Ji and Kai's brothers saw that Miss Biao was hurt and asked worriedly, "Brother Ji, should we go help?" Ji Yun Kai frowned. "Do you think I don't want to? I'm just worried that if we go out now, they'll kill us. Did you see how fast they are? Do you think you can block a few attacks?" "Little brother, that probably just one. Stop talking nonsense. Get ready and wait for Miss Biao's signal." It's not that they didn't want to go out. Before getting out of the car, Jiang Li had already told them these people were too strong for them. She might have a harder time alone, but she still had a chance. If she couldn't handle them, she would just be overpowered. At this moment, Jiang Li was covered in blood, unable to tell whose blood it was. She looked like an excited lion, having already killed 8 people. The remaining 4 weren't much better off, each injured in some way. The leading man saw his men were useless, unable to even kill a woman, and became anxious. In his panic, he revealed many flaws. Jiang Li saw it was almost over and said, "Shoot and kill them." Ji Yun Kai and his brothers rushed out after hearing her. Gunshots rang out, and 2 enemies were a step too slow, falling to the ground instantly. "Idiot! No sense of honor in battle." Jiang Li sneered. "Women and villains are hard to raise. You should learn more about Chinese culture."
Prepare to die.
These people could only return after completing their mission. If they failed, they would be killed or commit ritual suicide. Since they came here, they might as well leave everyone behind in an organized way. After all the ninjas fell to the ground, Jiang Li sat down heavily. She had been highly focused just now, but now she relaxed and let out a breath. Ji Yunkai looked at her covered in blood and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital now." Jiang Li lay on the ground, panting and saying, "It's just minor injuries. Don't worry. I'll go to the hospital to get bandaged. Also, remember to have someone bring me a set of clean clothes." Her current clothes were already ruined, so after she finished treating her wounds, she couldn't wear them anymore. Ji Yunkai nodded. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. Can you walk on your own?" Jiang Li took a deep breath. "Help me up. Leave a few people to deal with these others." "Okay, take your time." Ji Yunkai was afraid to use too much force, worried about hurting her wounds. Miss Biao was quite a notable person. If it had been an ordinary girl, she would have already cried from fear, especially with all these injuries. But she was fine, as if nothing had happened. After getting into the car, Jiang Li closed her eyes immediately. She was very tired, so exhausted, she just wanted to sleep. The speed of these ninjas was impressive. Even at her peak, she could barely handle so many people. And these weren't even the strongest ones. She had fought powerful ninjas in her past life, such terrifying strength. Being able to handle just one was already good. Halfway to the hospital, they encountered the people coming to pick them up. Ji Yunkai made a gesture, and the car followed behind them. By the time they reached the hospital, Jiang Li was already asleep. Ji Yunkai took off his coat and draped it over Jiang Li, carefully lifting her up. When Jiang Heng arrived, Jiang Li had just finished treating her wounds. Seeing his pale-faced cousin, Jiang Heng was very angry and said, "How did you protect Li Li? Why are you hurt again, and so many injuries?" Ji Yunkai blushed and apologized. "Miss Biao didn't want us to interfere. The other side are ninjas from Japan. Besides me, the others would just be sending themselves to be hurt. If it weren't for Miss Biao being so strong, we probably wouldn't have made it back." Hearing about ninjas again, Jiang Heng frowned tightly and said coldly, "It's them again. They just won't give up." What exactly did Li Li develop in the inland that made them send so many people? Ji Yunkai lowered his eyes. "I think Miss Biao must have threatened them, which is why they attacked." Jiang Heng's eyes turned cold, and his voice was icy as he said, "Go now, and check if there are any other ninjas in Hong Kong. If there are, kill them all." Ji Yunkai replied, "Yes, I'll go right now." After making arrangements, Jiang Heng sat beside Jiang Li. "Thinking that my cousin only arrived here recently and has already survived many assassination attempts, I wonder if returning to the inland would be even more dangerous. Those people from Fusang are really too overbearing. It seems I should ask Jiang Han to cause them some trouble. At least, she won't be bothered by them for a while." That night, Jiang Li slept very peacefully, sleeping until the next morning before opening her eyes. Seeing the familiar ceiling, she knew she was still in the hospital. She slowly got up and saw her cousin resting nearby, so she didn't wake him. She quietly went to the bathroom. After washing up, she came out to find her cousin already awake. Jiang Heng saw her face looked much better and said gently, "How are you feeling?" "Better now." Jiang Li replied, "Much better. It's just some surface injuries. I have some medicine powder, and it will heal in a few days." "Did your cousin stay here with me all night?" Jiang Heng nodded. "Yes. I didn't ask our father to come. With so many people at home, if neither of us was here, they would worry more."
"But you were too reckless this time."
"Asked you to bring some people to protect you. But you ended up protecting everyone alone."
"What's the use of having them then?"
Jiang Li smiled. "They're no match. Not only do they cause trouble, but they also risk losing their lives. Our Jiang family has trained them hard, so they can't just die easily. And you just came back, and I need people too. I can handle what I can myself." Jiang Heng sighed. "You really don't know what to say. After sleeping all night, are you hungry? I'll have someone buy breakfast." Jiang Li stretched a little. "Let's eat later. First, have someone change my medicine, then we can go out to eat. I don't like staying in the hospital." Jiang Heng nodded. "Okay, I'll call the doctor." "Good." After Jiang Li finished changing her medicine, the siblings left the hospital. The morning tea in Xiangjiang was very good. Jiang Heng found a well-rated restaurant. Jiang Li looked at the menu and ordered some light dishes. Maybe because this restaurant was really famous. During their meal, Zhongli saw Suan again. This time, he was with two men. When Zhongli saw him, Suan also saw her. Lei Jun saw Zhongli and paused for a moment. He asked uncertainly, "Isn't this the young lady of the Zhang family?"
Suan nodded, yes.
"Let's go say hello." Zhongli saw them coming over and said somewhat speechlessly, "You can't even have breakfast without listening to all this." She doesn't really like dealing with these young masters. They are not from the same circle and just don't get along. But then she thought about her cousin's status and could only go along with the socializing. Jiang Heng saw she wasn't happy and wanted to send them away, but before he could speak, Zhongli spoke first. "Good morning. Want to have breakfast together?" Suan saw her invitation and asked, "Would that bother you?" Zhongli wiped her mouth and said, "No problem, just having some breakfast."
"Sit down."
Seeing her so casual, Suan didn't insist, and the three of them sat down. Zhongli then introduced, "These two are childhood friends of mine. This is Lei Jun, whose family runs a jewelry business. This is Hezi, whose family owns a factory mainly producing and selling electrical appliances." Zhongli listened and replied, "Hello, I am Zhongli. This is my cousin Jiang Heng. Nice to meet you all." Lei Jun felt a little shy. It was his first time meeting such a beautiful girl. He blushed slightly and said, "Hello, if you want to buy jewelry in the future, you can come to me. I'll give you a good deal." Zhongli smiled gently. "That's great. Our Jiang family doesn't do this kind of business. Cousin, if you need anything in the future, just ask him." Jiang Heng smiled and said, "No need. Although our family doesn't have a jewelry business in Hong Kong, we do have one in the United States. You might not know, but our family has many mineral deposits abroad that are being developed." Zhongli was surprised when she heard her cousin say that. "Why didn't I hear you mention this before? I thought our family didn't do this." Jiang Heng chuckled. "You never asked me before. Otherwise, do you think all those jewelry your father gave you were bought? I already told you, our family lacks nothing, except money. Those who envy our family's wealth might never find out that we don't have treasure chests. We only have some overseas mineral deposits. As long as there's someone left in the Jiang family, we won't starve for lack of money." Hearing Jiang Heng say this, the others felt he was deliberately sharing this information with just the three of them. Especially Suan, who never imagined that the Jiang family had such large industries abroad. No wonder they could wipe out their enemies immediately after returning home. It seems the information they previously uncovered was only the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, everyone in their family was just watching. If they had rashly taken action against the Jiang family, the final outcome would have been hard to predict. Zhongli saw that the three of them weren't speaking and jokingly said, "From now on, I'll ask my cousin to handle my dowry when I get married. Then, he must be there when the time comes." Hearing Zhongli's words, Suan looked puzzled and asked, "Miss Jiang is already engaged?" Zhongli nodded. "Yes, my fiancé is a soldier. We plan to get married in 2 years." Hearing her confident answer, Suan felt a bit disappointed. It was the first time he liked someone, but before he could confess, someone else had already taken the lead. But he thought about it, someone so outstanding, it would be strange if no one pursued her. Then he said, "I hope when Miss Jiang gets married, you'll invite us so we can witness your happiness." Zhongli smiled and said, "We'll see when the time comes. I don't even know where I'll hold the wedding yet." She wasn't from the local area, and her family AU was still inland. The wedding would definitely be in Kyoto. As for Hong Kong, whether they would hold a celebration there was uncertain. "All right, eat quickly. You haven't eaten all night. Be careful not to get a stomach ache." Jiang Heng didn't bother to pay attention to the three men. His eyes were full of his sister. Talking so much was delaying their meal. Hearing Jiang Heng's words, Suan realized they had spoken too much, and all fell silent. After Zhongli finished eating and drinking, she said, "Take your time eating. I'll treat today's meal. We have some matters to attend to, so we'll leave first." Suan stood up and said, "Let me pay." "It's not right for the lady to pay." "It's fine, I'll pay. Let's go." Jiang Heng picked up his coat, nodded to the three of them, and left. After the two of them left the restaurant, Hezi finally spoke. "The Jiang family is not to be messed with. The elder's decision before was right. But I heard that the Huang family went to the Jiang family before and they looked unhappy when they came out. Do you think the Huang family will disappear from Hong Kong soon? Lei Jun raised an eyebrow. When did that happen? I haven't heard about it. He rolled his eyes. What do you know? You're always busy with cars. It's not like I don't like cars. If I don't play with women, I can still play with cars. But if the Huang family really visited the Jiang family, it's obvious they didn't gain anything good. Jiang Heng is a very secretive person, and Jiang Li isn't an ordinary woman either. Those who tried to deal with the Jiang family in the past were really blinded by wealth. In the end, the treasure was not found, and they also angered a powerful being. Many descendants suffered misfortune. Not a single one remained, and their bones were gone. When I get home, I must talk to my father seriously about whether it's better to keep good relations with such a family or to stay away.
Sua nodded. That's right.
We don't know how strong the Jiang family is abroad, especially since no one knows if Jiang Heng has children. If he does and they live overseas, rushing to act could lead to the same fate as the Wang family in 20 years. He agreed. Yes, this time the Jiang family probably can't be knocked down again. No one wants tragedy to happen again over the same issue. Jiang Li and the others didn't realize they were imagining things. At this moment, they were standing outside a restaurant that was under renovation. Since they were outside, they looked at the progress. Seeing Jiang Heng so alert, she asked worriedly, "Do you need to rest your wound more? I have people watching it here, ensuring it's as good as the drawings you made." Jiang Li replied with a smile.
I'm fine. Really, don't worry about me.
I initially wanted to demolish and rebuild this place, but Brother Ji said the government hasn't approved it. This area is a historical site and protected. Otherwise, I could build a tall hotel here. Jiang Heng laughed. This place can't be demolished casually. Only dangerous buildings marked for demolition by the government can be taken down, and even then, rebuilding wouldn't be much worse than before. This place was very prosperous back then, with one dance hall after another. But later, I don't know what happened. All those dance halls suddenly closed overnight. I've only heard about it from others, he added. So, rebuilding is impossible. We can only try to preserve what's left. Jiang Li listened and said, "It's okay. This way is also good. Anyway, my cousin is managing it now. As long as you like it, that's enough. By the way, is there any news about the house I'm looking for?" Jiang Heng replied, 2 places are in negotiations. It should be settled soon. Once it's done, 1 house for you and 1 for Auntie. If you want to live there, just move in. If not, let the butler take care of it. Cousin, I already said I'll pay for this house myself. I have the money. If you insist on paying, I won't accept it, he added. Seeing her so determined, Jiang Heng had no choice but to agree. All right, whatever you say. But if the money isn't enough, just tell me. Jiang Li smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't have less money than you." All the gold in her space was about to gather dust. If the gold prices inland weren't so cheap right now, she would have sold some already. Now that she finally had a place to spend money, she naturally wanted to let her gold come out and see the light. Besides, family members should settle accounts honestly. Just because they get along now doesn't mean they won't argue over interests in the future. So, it's better to buy your own house with your own money. That way, if they ever fall out, the house won't become a source of conflict. Jiang Li looked at the restaurant, which was almost decorated, and after confirming that the materials were carefully chosen, she didn't stay outside any longer. She hadn't gone home for a night, so her parents would definitely be worried. Especially since there were many sick people at home to take care of. Moreover, her time here was limited, so she wanted to help them recover their health before leaving. Jiang Li, injured and tired, returned to the Jiang family's old house. The first thing she did was not visit her parents, but go to her own yard. Her injuries from the hospital were healing slowly, so she needed to use her own herbal powder to help her wounds heal faster. Once she made herself look completely fine, she went to see her parents. After a few days of rest, Jiang Xuemei could get out of bed. Seeing her daughter back, she gently said, "Did you go out again last night? Did you rest well? I'm fine now, no need to worry about me."
Jiang Li smiled softly.
I'm about to leave soon. If I don't spend more time with you now, I might not have the chance to enjoy family later. Just pretend I'm still a little girl who hasn't grown up. In her previous life, her family ties were weak, but in this life, she finally had a warm home and loving parents. She cherished them deeply. Jiang Xuemei held her hand and advised, Mom knows you're capable, but you're still a girl. Be sure to stay safe when you're outside, so we won't worry. Zhongli nodded obediently.
Mom, don't worry.
I'll take good care of myself. Come, let me check how your body is doing. Jiang Xuemei had no choice but to extend her hands for her daughter to examine. After carefully checking her mother and confirming she was recovering well, Zhongli smiled and said, Mom, after resting for a while, you won't need to take Chinese medicine anymore. But still, be careful in the future. Xiangjiang is not like the mainland. The place is very messy. In the future, be careful when you go out. Although my uncle and others cleaned up some people from the past, some might have escaped. Like a clever rabbit with many burrows, we still need to be cautious. Jiang Xuemei said happily, okay, we will be careful. This time, she had prepared for the worst, but the outcome turned out surprisingly good. Not only did she find her brother, but her cousin was also still alive. Although she almost lost her life at the scene, the ending was always good. After seeing her parents, Zhongli returned to her own courtyard. She needed to speed up the process of delivering the weapons she promised her cousin. Then she closed the door and spent the whole day inside. It wasn't until Jean Zhe called her for dinner that she realized it was already evening. She stretched lazily and said, I'll be there soon. Sorry to trouble Uncle Jean. Jean Zhe received her message, smiled, and went to Jiang Yu's courtyard. Since the young master returned, he hardly ever left the house. He spent his days either exercising or reading and studying. If no one called him at mealtime, he probably wouldn't know what time it was. Jiang Yu did this because he knew he had already fallen behind his younger siblings in the race. If he didn't work harder, he would only become a burden to the Jiang family in the future. The Lei family was also a heavy burden on him. He and his mother had suffered so much, and that always hurt him deeply. He hated that such a ruthless person could be his biological father. No one knew how many times he cried as a child, afraid to tell his mother when he was bullied. That feeling of being helpless was really lonely. Now that he had his uncle as support, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. When Jean Zhe came, he saw Jiang Yu still reading and said with a smile, Young Master Jiang Yu, dinner is ready. Hearing the butler's words, Jiang Yu smiled and said, okay. Uncle Jean, thank you for coming. It's no trouble at all. It's good to stay active as you get older. Jiang Yu smiled, put down his book, and went to the dining room. When everyone was gathered, Jiang Su said, Our family is finally lively now. In the past, it was just me, Jiang Heng, and Jiang Han. Neither of them liked to talk much. The three of us, grown men, were so bored. Look at Heng, he's already quite cold, and my adopted son is even colder, like an ice block. Jiang Li laughed and said, listening to Uncle Jean, I'm curious about cousin Jiang Han now. I don't know when I will have the chance to meet them. Jiang Su chuckled and said, there will definitely be a chance. Jiang Han is always busy with his own things. Originally, I planned to bring him back this time, but he still has some matters to handle there. This business is big and profitable, but it also comes with many responsibilities. When I was there, I was so busy I often forgot to eat. Lily, don't worry. We will meet sooner or later. Jiang Li smiled and said, let's take my uncle's good words. One day, our brother and sister will be reunited. Of course. Come, let's eat. Tonight, I asked the chef to prepare a delicious seafood feast. I heard he learned a few tricks from you. I wonder how much of your skills he has picked up. Hearing this, Jiang Li said with a smile, it definitely isn't as tasty as when I cook myself. After all, my cooking skills aren't something everyone can learn. Plus, cooking is about technique. Everyone has their own way. The same dish made by 10 different people can taste 10 different ways. Of course, our family chef makes authentic Hong Kong-style dishes, which I can't match. Jiang Su smiled and said, you're right about that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent a high price to bring him here. Although we've lived abroad for many years, I still prefer authentic hometown food. Unfortunately, things have changed, and the flavors of the past are gone. Zhongli knew that uncle was thinking of their grandparents again, and comforted him. The deceased are gone, but as long as we live, we carry their memory. That way, we won't have regrets. The future is long. We should live well, and even better to honor our ancestors' sacrifices. Don't you agree, uncle? Jiangsu sighed and said, "You're right. I just miss them. Now that we finally gather, we should let those who are gone see how we are doing. As long as one of us in the Jiang family is alive, we won't fall. Jiang Heng and Jiang Yu are the future of the Jiang family. When we grow old, it will be up to you guys." Jiang Heng replied, "Don't worry, father. I won't let you down. As long as I am here, no one can threaten the Jiang family." Jiang Yu quickly added, "Uncle, rest assured. When I return after my studies, I will support my brother and help the Jiang family stand strong." Jiang Su felt pleased and said, "Good, good, good. You are all good children. Let's eat." "Yes," they replied in unison. Jiang Nen saw that the children were very filial and smiled as she said, "Our Jiang family children are all good kids. In the future, we will rely on you. You must take good care of us in old age." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry. I will take good care of you in the future." "Yes, I believe you. Eat your meal." The family chatted and laughed happily, finishing dinner in a joyful mood. That night, everyone was very happy. Zhongli saw that her mother's smile never faded, which showed she liked it here. It seemed she needed to talk to her father later. After several days of treatment, Jiangsu's condition was under control. Then came the opening of the restaurant. However, Zhang Li's schedule was too busy, and soon it was time to leave. Coincidentally, that day was also Jiang Yu's departure day. The Jiang family stood at the dock, watching Zhang Li's weak figure with reluctance. Jiang Shuemai was even teary-eyed and said, "Tell your grandma to take good care of herself. We will visit her whenever we can. Please stay healthy. I feel sorry for him. I took her son away. While we're not at home, you must be filial. Tell your brother to stay calm. We will take good care of ourselves." Jiang Li nodded and said, "Parents, don't worry. I will handle everything at home. I also promise you, I won't marry until you return. Without your parents' blessing, there will be regrets." Jiang Shuemai nodded and said, "All right, we will try to come back early." At this moment, Jiang Su said, "Take good care of yourself when you go back. If you need help, just ask. Your uncle will always be your support." Jiang Li hugged her uncle and said, "Remember to take your medicine on time. If anything happens, send me a telegram. I will miss you all." At this time, Zhang Heng saw that it was about time and said, "The boat is about to leave. We will go first. I will safely send my cousin to her destination." Jiang Nen looked at Jiang Li, who was about to leave, and took out a piece of peace jade she had kept close for many years. She said, "This is the only precious thing from Annie. Keep it with you. It will keep you safe." Jiang Li looked at the beautiful jade pendant and refused. "Auntie, you keep it for yourself." The quality of the jade was obvious, and Jiang Li didn't want to take something so precious from her. Jiang Nen smiled and said, "Things are just objects. You, our Jiang family's girl, can have it. Just remember to come see us old folks when you have time." Seeing that my aunt has spoken so frankly, Jiang Li had no choice but to accept the jade pendant and said, "I will cherish it."
Take care.
"Yes, you too. Promise me." Leaving was sad. This farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. Jiang Su was reluctant as he saw her off to the boat. Jiang Qinghua hugged his daughter and said, "Take good care of yourself. We will miss you." Jiang Li nodded. "I will miss you too."
Take care.
As the boat left the dock, Jiang Li only turned around and entered the cabin after she could no longer see the people. Jiang Heng poured her a cup of hot tea and said, "Is this trip your last chance to go out?" Jiang Li smiled lightly, not sure. "Fusong country gave me such a big gift. If I don't do something, all those injuries will be for nothing. I was thinking I might also send them a gift when I go there. After all, returning favors is a tradition of our Chinese culture, isn't it?" Jiang Heng laughed. You're Definitely not someone to suffer losses. But if you're planning to cause trouble, remember to tell me. Although I can't act openly here, Jong-han really enjoys this kind of excitement. Bring him along. He'll definitely stir things up and make those troublemakers jump around. Jiangli smiled. That's an option. But it's almost the end of the year, so I plan to have a peaceful new year first. If my cousin has a chance to visit Kyoto, I'll host you properly. Jiang Hung said, when the time is right and your identity is less sensitive, I will come to see you. Don't worry, I won't forget you. The two chatted happily and soon arrived in Yangcheng. Seeing herself back here again, Zhongli smiled and said, time flies. In the blink of an eye, I'm back here. That's enough, cousin. I can manage the rest on my own. Jiang Hung frowned. Let me send 2 people to you back. If you encounter ninjas on the way, they can help you. Zhongli shook her head. No need. Recently, no one has been watching me when I go out. I think they've already given up. Plus, if your people really meet ninjas, don't even think about carrying them. They'd probably be gone with one strike. So, no more trouble. Once I get home, I'll send a telegram to ensure your people's safety. Seeing her insist, Jiang Hung could only sigh. All right then. Be careful on the way. I won't see you off anymore. Yes, go back now. Thanks a lot, cousin. We'll meet again someday.
Goodbye.
Jiang Li carried her suitcase, waved to Jiang Hung, and then turned to leave the dock. After Jiang Hung couldn't see her figure, he said to Aubin nearby, let's go back. My cousin isn't tired of us yet, so we should leave. Who knows if we'll see her again next time. They live each day in danger, taking it one day at a time. Even with safety measures, no one can guarantee they won't encounter a skilled fighter someday. Aubin comforted him, saying, when we go back, let's train harder. As long as we're alive, there's still a chance to meet again. Jiang Hung smiled and said, you're right. When we get back, find me some strong teachers. Next time we meet, I must beat my cousin. Otherwise, as her brother, I won't be able to face her. A man can't beat his cousin, and if he said that, no one would believe him. So, even if Aubin didn't say anything, he would train well when he returned. By the way, everything is arranged for my cousin Jiangyu. He hasn't seen much of the world, so when he gets there, don't let Jiang Han scare him. Take things step by step, don't go too far. Aubin smirked and said, hard to say. Young Master Jiang Han is just a crazy guy, you know that. I just hope young Master Jiang Han doesn't turn young Master Jiangyu into a crazy person too. Talking about Jiang Han, Jiang Hung also felt a headache. This person isn't really bad, just likes seeking thrills. The more dangerous the place, the more he likes to join in. If he weren't so skilled, he might have been in prison eating rice for many years by now. He didn't know if, after leaving with his father and losing supervision, he'd become more insane. What he didn't realize was that when Jiang Han sent someone to pick up Jiangyu after he returned to the beautiful country estate, Jiangyu saw a very bloody scene, which made him for days before he recovered. Jiang Han, like he'd found a new toy, pushed Jiangyu to the limit, almost turning him into a different person. Even Jiang Li, when she saw him later, almost thought he had been replaced. The change was so drastic it was like he was a different person. After Jiang Li returned to Yangcheng, she didn't rush to buy train tickets. She first settled down and then went to the post office. She had been missing for so long, and she didn't know how things were in Kyoto, so nothing was more important than reporting her safety. The first person she called was Huibeyu. When she left earlier, Ayu was busy, and now so much time had passed, she wondered if he was thinking of her. As the office phone rang, Bayu answered immediately, saying, hello, Kyoto Military District, this is Bayu. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Li said, Ayu, it's Lili, long time no see. Do you miss me? When Bayu recognized Zhang Li's voice, his worries eased, and he sounded a bit happy as he asked, Lili, where are you? I'm still in Yangcheng. I had some things to handle earlier. Now that it's done, I plan to return to Kyoto tomorrow. How have you been lately? Do you miss me? Bayu smiled and replied, I do miss you. If I hadn't heard some news about you, from second sister-in-law, I might have gone to find you myself. How is Auntie's health? Has she woken up? Jiang Li responded, don't worry, with me here, she'll recover fully. Otherwise, I wouldn't be coming back so soon. That's good to hear. If you need anything, don't hide it from me. I can find good doctors if needed. Zhongli felt warm inside. I understand your kindness. We can talk about everything when I get back. Bayu said, all right, I'll wait for you in Kyoto. Okay, I'll hang up now. After Zhongli finished the call, she made another call to her hometown. Once she confirmed everyone was safe, she returned to the guest house to rest. But late at night, someone with bad intentions once again targeted her. Two men dressed in black quietly went upstairs. The slightly chubby man whispered, Skinny, does that woman really live here? Did you find out? The skinny man replied softly, should be quiet. I already checked. She lives in room 206. Did you bring the sleeping drug? When they saw Zhang Li on the street earlier, they became interested in her. Such a beautiful girl. This was their first time seeing someone like her. That's why they planned this tonight. The chubby man patted his pocket. Yes, I brought it. But once we take her, we can't ruin everything. After we're done playing, we can still make some money. Last time, you accidentally killed that woman. I was so angry I wanted to beat you to death. The skinny man chuckled. Don't worry, this time I promise to treat her gently. If that woman hadn't been so disobedient last time, he wouldn't have lost control. It really wasn't his fault. As the two inserted the sleeping drug into the of room 200 and SXS door, Zhang Li immediately opened her eyes. When she smelled the familiar scent, a dark glint flashed in her eyes. Disturbed from her peaceful sleep in the middle of the night, she thought it. Then she closed her eyes and pretended to be unconscious, eager to see who was there. Outside the door, the two people saw that it was almost time, so they carefully took out their tools and slowly opened the bedroom door. Thin one, my heart is pounding so hard all of a sudden. I hope everything's okay. For some reason, the chubby one felt like something bad was about to happen. Seeing how timid he was, the skinny one said with some annoyance, when did you become so scared? It's just a woman. In their view, daughters are fragile and can't take care of themselves. Any man could easily bully them. But this time, they had really hit a dead end. Just as they were about to attack Zhang Li, she suddenly opened her eyes. Before they could react, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Zhang Li got up, took out a flashlight, and looked at the two troublemakers with a tired expression. Seeing they were just small-time thugs, she felt speechless. She had thought it was another assassin sent by someone else. But it was just this. She glanced at her watch. It was past midnight. She was too lazy to go out. She then stuffed the two into a sack, tied it up, and first threw them into her space. She planned to deal with them later during her journey tomorrow. People like them, she thought, are not worth saving. After locking the door again, she went to sleep. Early winter was very cold, especially in the south, where winter not only outside but inside the room was bone-chilling. When Zhang Li woke up, she didn't want to leave the warm bed. But thinking of going home, she put on warm underwear and got up. After a quick wash, she packed her bag and left the room. She had breakfast at a state-run restaurant and then headed straight to the train station. She showed her ID, and the staff bought her a sleeper ticket, though she would need to transfer once along the way. While waiting for the train, she wandered around the area. She bought some handmade crafts casually and then returned to the station. The train was quite punctual. After boarding, she found her seat and realized this train was headed to a youth commune. Seeing the young people with big bags and parcels, some looked very sad, and some were crying openly. Families that could afford it bought sleeper tickets for their children. Next to Zhang Li, two young women sat down. They looked like spoiled girls who had been pampered all their lives. Mom, when can I come back? I don't want to farm in the countryside. Please ask Dad to find me a job quickly. Her mother looked at her with reluctance. Sweetie, I've arranged everything here. I'll pick you up soon. Once I go there, I can't date anyone, right? Also, make sure you keep the money and tickets I brought you. Save some for yourself. Your brother is getting married, and the family doesn't have much money left. If you continue to spend extravagantly like before, don't cry when you're hungry. The girl looked unhappy. Why should my allowance stop just because my brother is getting married? I don't care. You promised to send me 20 yuan every month. I've never farmed before, so I wouldn't know what to do if I went.
It's all because of my sister-in-law.
If she hadn't insisted on my working, I wouldn't have gone to the countryside. I hate her so much. The girl's mother sighed. All right, from now on, when your brother moves out, remember what I said. Ching Ching, you need to take good care of your cousin. She's not as mature as you. If anything happens over there, tell me right away. Li Ching replied expressionlessly. I understand, Auntie. I will take good care of my cousin. Zhao Qingmei rolled her eyes. I'll take care of myself. Her cousin was full of tricks. She had often convinced their mother to buy things when she was little. Even their uncle's family only managed to settle in the city because of their family connections. She looked poor and unrefined, and she really looked down on her. If she wasn't afraid to go to the countryside alone this time, she wouldn't have brought her along. Li Qingqing stayed calm on the surface, but hated her inside. She didn't have to go to the countryside. It was her cousin who insisted on bringing her. Her father was also timid, and because they owed money to Andy, he forced her to graduate early, even before finishing high school. Once they arrived in the countryside, she was determined to teach Zhao Qingmei a lesson. Jiangli was amused and said, I'm not your parents. I have no obligation to take care of you, a child who still hasn't grown up. At home, your parents spoil you, but outside, we don't know who you are. Don't act like a rich person. Be content with just sleeping on a train berth. You're so pretentious and acting like a young worker. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the young workers? Zhao Qingmei blushed and stammered, You're the capitalist. I come from a good family, and you can't slander me. Jiangli rolled her eyes and said, You're not as mature as your cousin. All these years, I've been wasting my food. I'll say it again. I won't change my seat. At this moment, a passing ant said, I can't change my lower berth. I just want 10 yuan. Zhao Qingmei snorted, No more changing. You're just desperate to make money. Hey girl, why are you talking like that? You're the one who needs to change seats. What's wrong with me saying that? No change, no change. You're really ungrateful. People like you should go to the countryside to get some real experience. TCH, what kind of person are you? At this point, Li Qingqing stood up and said, Sorry, Andy. My cousin is in a bad mood. I apologize for her. Don't be like her. Li Qingqing, there's no need for you to pretend to be nice. Humph. Jiangli smiled at this and thought, what a big, white lotus flower. Neither of these two are easy to deal with. I really don't know which team will be unlucky. Later, as the train was about to depart, everyone who was watching the show dispersed. At this moment, a bright, handsome boy approached. When he saw Jiangli, he blushed instantly. Shyly, he said, Hello, I sleep on your upper berth. Can I put my box under your bed? Jiangli nodded. Sure, put it there. But if it gets lost, don't come looking for me. In this era, pickpockets and thieves are common. His box was new, and she didn't know if it contained valuables. If it was lost, it wasn't her problem. Jianbai replied, Mine is just clothes. It's fine. Jiangli said, Feel free. Zhao Qingmei watched Jianbai keep staring at Jiangli and muttered softly. But Jiangli overheard this. She stood up and looked at Zhao Qingmei. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Just because you're ugly doesn't mean others can't look good. Talking about me behind my back? Be careful. I won't be polite. Zhao Qingmei was caught off guard and looked a bit embarrassed. I didn't name anyone specifically. I didn't say anything about you. Jiangli snorted coldly. Good, she said dismissively. Jianbai also felt a little awkward and said, Sorry, comrade. Sorry for bothering you. I am a young person going to Haicheng, and my name is Jianbai. Jiangli turned around and replied calmly, I'm not a young person sent to the countryside. I am here on a business trip. Just go upstairs to rest if you have nothing to do. Watch your wallet tonight and don't lose it. Seeing her tone was a bit cold, Jianbai didn't say anything further. After placing the large suitcase properly, she went to her sleeping berth. Zhao Qingmei kept staring at Jianbai's face. When Jianbai noticed, she pretended not to see. She had seen many women like this. Although she looked young, she had experienced a lot. Her mother loved to watch lively scenes, and she had overheard many gossip stories. Plus, she was good-looking, so many female classmates surrounded her. Whether it was genuine or fake, she had seen enough to tell who was a good person. The woman staring at her was definitely not a kind person, so it was better to keep her distance. Li Qingqing was lying at the top bunk and said nothing. She thought that with her cousin's temper, she might offend many people in the countryside. She needed to think carefully about how to distance herself from her. Her aunt was nice to her, but going to the countryside was all because of her daughter. Since they were so rude, she wouldn't cling to that little family affection anymore. She knew from neighbors returning from the countryside that life there was tough. Fortunately, before leaving, she persuaded her family to give her some money and tickets. Otherwise, she was afraid she might starve herself. Their sleeping berth had 3 levels, top, middle, and bottom. Besides the 4 of them, 2 others had gotten on at the next stop. Jiang Li found out they were also young people sent to the countryside and felt quite speechless. She thought, there are quite a few wealthy families in the south, so many people bought sleeping berths. Knowing they were going to rural areas for development, some might think they were going on a trip. Jiang Li closed her eyes to rest until noon, then got up to have lunch. Zhao Qingmei watched her eat, so well that she was almost jealous. Li Qingqing took out an egg and handed it to her, saying, "My mom cooked this for me this morning. Cousin, you can have one." Zhao Qingmei looked at the egg with some disgust. "Go buy me a meat box lunch. I want to eat meat." Li Qingqing lowered her eyes. "Okay, I'll buy it with the money." Zhao Qingmei was surprised. "You want money from me just to buy a box lunch? Half of the money your family earns is thanks to us. Why are you so stingy?" Li Qingqing was not angry. She said calmly, "I don't have much money. When I get there, I need to buy daily necessities. A meat box lunch costs at least 2 yuan. I can't afford to spend money recklessly." Zhao Qingmei's face turned red with anger. She took out 2 yuan from her pocket and said, "Here, take it. You're so poor you can't even afford it." Jiang Li quietly ate her meal without speaking, just watching the scene unfold. At this moment, Jian Bai also jumped down and cheerfully asked Jiang Li, "Comrade, can I sit on your bed and have lunch?" "I can't sit up right now." Jiang Li nodded. "Sure, sit down." Jian Bai kindly said, "Thank you. I won't dirty your bed." Jiang Li swallowed a piece of braised pork and replied, "It's okay. It wasn't very clean to begin with. All the luggage on this train hasn't been changed for a long time. Luckily, it's winter now. If it were summer, I think we would smell a sour, rotten odor." Jian Bai said, "It's not very clean, but I'm happy just to get a bed to sleep in. If we sit until we reach the destination, our legs might swell after getting off." Seeing how well the 2 of them got along, Zhao Qingmei felt even more uncomfortable. Why does this man ignore her? Her family is so well off. Shouldn't men like someone like her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Even when Li Qingqing bought her a box lunch with meat, it didn't taste good anymore. Li Qingqing ate her own breakfast, which she brought in the morning, and didn't bother to buy a fancy meal. Even a vegetarian meal cost 80 cents, and she thought it was too expensive. After Jiang Li finished eating, she got up to wash her lunchbox. As soon as she left, Zhao Qingmei asked Jian Bai, "Comrade, we're also going to the countryside near Haicheng. Which team are you assigned to?" "Maybe we're from the same place," she added, smiling sweetly. Jian Bai disliked the way she looked at him, as if she was eyeing braised meat. He impatiently replied, "I don't know exactly which team. They said we'd be assigned when we reached the commune." He had already decided that once he arrived, he would stay far away from this woman. She was too annoying. If they ended up living in the same yard, he was afraid his reputation might be ruined someday. Hearing this, Zhao Qingmei felt a bit annoyed. She smiled so sweetly when talking to others, but when she spoke to him, she looked impatient. This man was really annoying. Li Qingqing saw her cousin get shut down and couldn't help but laugh. Did she not realize what she looked like? In the city, hardly anyone came to propose marriage, and those who did were not very well off. Honestly, all the good genes from her aunt's side went to her cousin. If her cousin didn't look more like her uncle, she might even doubt if they were truly related. A big round face covered with pimples, small narrow eyes, and if it weren't for the nose and mouth, it might be considered quite ugly. Despite this, she still insists on being picky about partners. Only handsome guys are acceptable. The girl just now looked like a little fairy. Not only do men like her, but even she enjoys looking at herself. I wonder when her narcissistic personality will improve enough for her to look in the mirror properly. Jianbai, too lazy to bother with Zhao Qingmei, finished her lunch quickly and went to wash her lunchbox. The girl who was sleeping on the lower bunk next to Jiangli, who had just come up, looked at the scene and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Anyone with a bit of sense could tell she didn't want to talk to her. After Jiangli returned, seeing everyone silent, she thought, why is it so quiet? But being quiet is fine. After eating and drinking, it's time to sleep. As the train moved further away, night quickly fell. Maybe because she slept too much during the day, Jiangli couldn't fall asleep at night no matter what. As she turned over repeatedly, she suddenly saw a dark figure walking back and forth several times. Feeling bored, she quietly got up and followed him. The man carried a large bag and checked almost every carriage. Seeing him hiding things everywhere, Jiangli took the chance, when he wasn't paying attention, to casually open one. After looking inside, she broke out in cold sweat. It was explosives. Every carriage was hiding bombs. Was he planning to up everyone on the train? She quickly hid the explosives again and continued to follow the man. Sun Ergud didn't realize that his purpose had already been discovered. After hiding the explosives, he went to a soft sleeper carriage. Jiangli followed and carefully listened at the door for any movement inside. Mr. Tian, I've arranged everything you asked. When are we getting off? Tian looked at the man speaking and replied calmly, next stop, we get off. But you need to detonate the train and not leave with me. Remember, you are a child of our country, and your mother is still with me. Serve the empire well, and your future will be bright. Hearing this, Jiangli realized she was about to be sacrificed. She then said heavily, take good care of my mother. I will complete this mission. Tian nodded repeatedly, don't worry. We will take good care of your mother. In the future, you will be our hero. Jiangli listened for a while longer and learned there were 4 people inside. 2 of them had steady breathings, and anyone could tell they were martial artists. She didn't dare to act rashly, afraid that these people might be reckless and cause everyone to perish together. Then she quietly left and went straight to find the train conductor. The train conductor was napping and was startled when he heard the knocking. Who's there? What's the matter so late at night? Jiangli lowered her voice. Can the train conductor come in to talk? I have something urgent to discuss. Hearing a woman's voice, the train conductor opened the door and asked, who are you? Come in and talk. The train conductor was confused, but still let Jiangli inside. Jiangli didn't waste time and said directly, there are people from Fusang on the train. They have hidden explosives in every carriage. At the next stop, one of them will get off, and then the assassins will detonate the explosives. If you don't believe me, I can take you to find the explosives right now. Time is tight, so please make a decision quickly. The train conductor thought he must have heard wrong and asked uncertainly, are you joking? Jiangli rolled her eyes. Do you think I stay awake late at night for fun? This is my work ID. If you can't decide, I'll find a way myself. There are so many people on the train. We can't all die. Half of the passengers are young people, the future hope of Huawei. She can't just do nothing. After seeing her work ID, the train conductor realized how serious the situation was and said, wait for me. I'll call the security officers and later, I'll need a young comrade to guide us. Jiangli nodded, okay, but hurry up. All right, I'll be back soon. After leaving, the train conductor headed straight to the security officer's restroom. When all 12 arrived, the leader, Zhang Yiming, said, hello, I am the deputy team leader of the security squad, Zhang Yiming. I heard the train conductor mention you found something. Can you tell me more details? Jiangli glanced at the time and quickly recounted everything she had discovered, then said, you all follow me. 4 of you go to the soft sleeper car. I will try to catch the others. Zhang Yiming frowned. It's better if you don't go. Those people are ruthless killers. You're too fragile. Going might do more harm than good. Jiangli was speechless, but then took out her pistol and said, "Who says women can only stay at home taking care of the family? I am a researcher, and also a soldier. Please don't underestimate me. Maybe when it comes to fighting, you might even be better than me." Seeing her with a gun, Zhang Yiming asked, "Where did you get that pistol?" Jiang Liandao, "Of course, I am equipped with self-defense tools." Enough talk. The train will arrive at the next station soon. Hurry up and go. We've already wasted so much time, and I don't even know if the people over there are still around. If the man who is willing to sacrifice himself isn't there, I will have to find someone else. It's really troublesome. Zhang Yiming told the others to look for explosives at the locations Jiang Li indicated, while he personally followed Jiang Li to catch the person. The Fusan people are enemies of all Chinese. Every time their name is mentioned, it makes people angry. Of course, if they had been born earlier, they would have already taken care of those bad guys. When they arrived at the soft sleeper carriage, the door suddenly opened. A man saw them and asked, "Are you here to catch the people in the next carriage?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow.
Who are you?
Lung Xian replied, "I'm Commander Lung from the Haiqing Military District. The people in the next carriage are part of our mission. It's best if you don't interfere." Hearing his cold words, Jiang Li snorted. "They've already buried explosives on the train, and you're so relaxed. Are you waiting for us all to die together?" Comrade Lung frowned. "My people have already gone to handle it. You should go back." Huh, Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "Since the military district is involved, I'll just go back to sleep." "Comrade Zhang, you really should check the safety of the carriage carefully. I'm still young and don't want to die so early." Zhang Yiming's mouth twitched. "I will check it thoroughly. Jiang comrade, you should go rest."
Jiang Li nudda.
"Good luck, I'll be leaving now." Since someone else was interfering, she didn't bother to make a move. She was just a normal person, yet she was so cold, like an ice block. She wondered what kind of woman could be attracted to someone like that. Seeing her leave, Lung Xian also prepared to act with his team. With so many people involved, it was obvious they would act soon, or the others might escape. Jiang Li didn't pay attention to what happened afterward. When she arrived in Haiqing the next day, she got off the train directly. Since the train arrived at night, Jiang Li didn't rush home. She stayed at the most luxurious hotel in Haiqing. Looking at the bustling city, Jiang Li wandered around the ghost market late at night. Seeing old items being sold cheaply, she picked out a few. Then she remembered the two people in her space who still hadn't been dealt with, so she went to the nearby deep mountain forest. Despite the dark night around her, Jiang Li wasn't afraid at all. After reaching a good spot, she threw the two men out of the bag. As the bag hit the ground, the people inside shouted in surprise. Jiang Li took out a shovel, digging a hole while saying, "Stop shouting. If the wolves come, I won't care." The people inside the bag immediately stopped making noise. The skinny man whispered, "Please, miss, spare us. We won't dare do it again. Please let us go." He was really scared and didn't expect to meet someone so fierce this time. Jiang Li sneered, "It's too late. From your actions, you must have hurt many innocent women before. Good people don't act like animals. Who can you blame? Remember this in your next life. Be a good person." These two weren't good people. If she let them go now, they would probably do bad things again later. A bad habit is hard to change, and she wouldn't be soft-hearted. When she finished digging the hole, she kicked the two into it. They cried out loudly, "We don't want to die. Please spare us." By now, even the dumbest person would know they were going to die, and that they needed help fast. Jiang Li filled the hole with dirt while saying, "Stop shouting. This is a deep mountain forest. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will save you. Save your energy to breathe. Maybe you'll have a little more time."
"I don't want to die."
Ignoring their pleas, Jiang Li quickly buried them. She brushed the dust off her hands and was about to leave when she heard hurried footsteps nearby. She quickly climbed a tree to hide herself. Soon, she saw more people running toward her from not far away. She looked confused. Who had come here at this time? Until the first person to arrive cursed in Fuso language, Jiang Li realized they were after the Fuso person. She didn't act rashly. Knowing this remote place made her presence hard to explain. After the group left, She quickly ran away. But fate is often so coincidental. Lung Xian, holding his wounded hand and a gun, saw Zhongli approaching and immediately said, "Stop right there." Zhongli was surprised but stood still. "Brother, I'm just passing by. What do you want?" Lung Xian heard she was a woman and asked, "Come here. Why are you out here in the middle of the night? And did you see anyone suspicious?" Zhongli sighed and turned to walk toward him. As he approached, he slightly pulled his mouth and said, "It's you. Comrade Lung, are you injured?" Hearing this, Lung Xian looked at Zhongli and asked, "It's you?" Zhongli was speechless. "Did you think I wanted to see you? Come here, I'll check your wound.
Don't die."
She took some medical supplies from her backpack, secretly passing through her space. Before Lung Xian could react, she started to pull off his clothes. Lung Xian blushed and said, "You're a girl. How can you casually pull off a man's clothes? Do you know what shame is?" Zhongli rolled her eyes. "I'm a doctor. What's wrong with treating you?" "There's nothing wrong with a grown man feeling embarrassed. Are you still A?" Hearing this, Lung Xian's face turned even redder. "Why is your mouth so sharp?" "I'm just keeping myself pure." "Enough, stop talking so much. If you keep hesitating, you'll be dead soon. We still have a mission, hurry up." "I saw a person from Fusang running earlier, but someone was chasing him, so I didn't stop." "Are they accomplices of the people on the train?" Lung Xian asked, "Who are you? How do you know so much?" "You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I'm a good person. Of course, if you ask me for help, I can help you catch someone." Lung Xian replied, "No need. I can catch him myself. He wouldn't be waiting here for rescue if he hadn't been shot." Zhongli took out a flashlight and handed it to him. "Hold this. The bullet needs to be taken out. Hang in there, there's no anesthetic." Lung Xian nodded. "You do it. I can endure it."
Zhongli smilat.
"Don't worry, I'm very professional. It'll be quick. Luckily, I didn't hit any vital organs, or I wouldn't dare cut here. You're just losing too much blood. You'll need to go to the hospital later for a transfusion." Lung Xian looked at the beautiful face under the light, and his heart suddenly beat faster. On the train earlier, he hadn't seen Zhang Li's face clearly. Now, close up, he was truly stunned by her beauty. Zhang Li saw he didn't reply and spoke again. "Did you hear me? If you don't want a transfusion, that's fine. Just rest well. You're really unlucky. Even one person can hurt you, and you'll need extra training when you go back." Hearing this, Lung Xian said, "I was shot while saving my subordinate. I'm not that foolish." Zhang Li pouted and said, "No matter the reason, getting hurt just means you're careless. All right, the wound has been treated. I used my special powder, and it should scab over in about 3 days. Here, I'm giving you the rest of the powder. I'm going back now." When Lung Xian saw her about to leave, he suddenly felt a strange reluctance he couldn't quite explain. It's so late. Why don't you wait for my person to come back, and I can send you home?" Zhang Li waved her hand. "No need, I can handle myself. No one can hurt me. Just be careful here," Lung Xian warned. "We're saying goodbye now. Maybe we'll meet again someday."
Bye-bye.
Zhang Li left without giving Lung Xian a chance to stop her. Watching her figure disappear, Lung Xian suddenly remembered he hadn't returned her flashlight. Just as he was about to speak, she was gone. Touching the wound on his waist, a faint smile appeared on Lung Xian's usually stern face. At that moment, his subordinates returned with enemy agents. As soon as they arrived, they said, "Captain, are you okay? We'll take you to the hospital." Lung Xian replied coldly, "No need. It's been taken care of. Just head back to the base." He had been watching these people for a long time and needed to hurry back to interrogate other hideouts. "What? Who treated your wound, Captain? Is there anyone else here?" Lung Xian said, "Don't ask. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Help me up. Let's go." Zhang Li watched from afar as they left. Seeing Lung Xian return, she finally relaxed and left. That day, the sun rose from the east. Warm sunlight spilled onto the cozy big bed. Zhang Li turned over, feeling the sun on her face. She hadn't slept in late for a long time. She slept until 10 in the morning before opening her blurry eyes. Hearing her stomach growl, She had no choice but to get up, wash, and get ready. The weather outside was very nice. After washing up, Zhongli left her room and went to the state-run restaurant. She ordered 2 local specialty dishes. After eating and drinking enough, she headed to the train station. There was a train to Kyoto leaving at 1 p.m. that afternoon. She bought her ticket and wandered nearby. More people were in Haicheng than in Kyoto, and the area around the train station was very crowded. Some brave vendors even sold snacks there. Zhongli saw a man standing suspiciously in a corner and curiously approached him. "What are you selling?" The man was startled by her words.
He shrank back and said, I
have treasures. Do you want to see?" Zhongli raised an eyebrow. "Nothing special. Can I take a look?" The man glanced around carefully and gently lifted the curtain over the basket. "This is our family heirloom. I want money and food vouchers. If I don't get them, I won't sell." His family was about to run out of food, and he had no choice but to come out this time. Zhongli saw it was a decorated box made of yellow sandalwood. The carvings were very detailed, and she became interested. "Can I take a look?" Seeing how pretty she was, the man thought she probably wasn't a bad person and nodded. "Be careful, don't break it," he said.
Jiang Linuda. Okay.
She took out the box and examined it carefully. Seeing it was real, she said, "How much do you want?" "I'll buy it." The man was happy she agreed, and said with a smile, "Not much. 50 yuan and 20 pounds of food vouchers." Zhongli thought the price was fair. She took out the money and vouchers from her bag, counted the exact amount, and handed it to him.
Please count it, she said.
The man, seeing how straightforward she was, took the money and began counting. After finishing, he said, "Exactly right. The item is yours. But miss, I look so good. You should be careful. There's a rich young master nearby who likes to catch pretty girls. Be careful not to be targeted." Hearing his kind warning, Zhongli replied, "Thanks for the reminder. I'll be careful. You should leave quickly. It's not safe here with so many people." The man nodded. "Thanks, miss. I'm leaving now." He put the money away, looked around, then quickly left. After he was gone, Zhongli and the others continued walking. Maybe it was bad luck, but she really was being watched. Zhongli noticed it and slightly curled her lips. She thought trouble can be found anywhere enough already. She checked the time. There was still over an hour before the bus. Then she quickly turned into a quiet alley with a few people. Jiang Baiqing saw someone approaching her, but before he could be happy, Zhongli suddenly hit him. "Crazy woman, stop it. My father is the deputy mayor here. If you dare hit me, I'll make sure your whole family suffers." Zhongli looked very upset. It was obvious she had slept with many women. She didn't know how many young girls had been harmed. Threats? I've heard plenty of those. Do you think you're special just because you're a pig? Deputy mayor, huh? Fine. Go back and tell your father to mind his own business, or if I catch him slipping up, I'll send your whole family to reform. And since you can't control your brother, don't want him anymore. After she finished speaking, Zhongli stepped on Jiang Baiqing's private parts. With a loud scream, he immediately fainted. A few of his younger brothers, who had been beaten and couldn't get up, looked at the scene with pale faces. Zhongli saw him faint and turned away disdainfully. She looked at the others and said, "This is what happens to those who harm women. Next time I see you, it will be the same as him." The others quickly nodded. "We won't dare again. Never again." One timid man was so scared he had already wet his pants. Zhongli saw there wasn't much time left, so she didn't stay to argue with them. When they saw her finally leave, they got up and went to Jiang Baiqing's side. Seeing blood water at his groin, they quickly carried him to the hospital. One man, walking along, said, "Third, let's get him to the hospital and then leave quickly. If Jiang Baiqing wakes up and finds he's useless, all of us will be in trouble." The man called Third thought for a moment and said, "Let's get him to the hospital and then pack up and run away. Wait until the heat dies down, then come back." It's not that they are cowardly. After being with Jiang Baiqing for a while, they all knew what kind of person he was. When he wakes up and finds himself useless, while they are all fine, he will definitely feel it's unfair. By then, even if they don't die, they will end up like him. They are still young, not married yet, so they need to take the chance to run while he's still unconscious. Nowadays, it's not easy to go out without a recommendation letter, but hiding somewhere for a while is still possible. That woman knew he was the vice mayor's son but still dared to attack him. Her background was clearly not simple. They really hit a hard wall this time. After leaving Jiang Baiqing at the hospital entrance, the group turned and ran away. The nurse at the door saw familiar faces and shouted in alarm, "Someone come quickly. Jiang family's young son is in trouble." Jiang Baiqing was quite well known in Haicheng. Usually, he would tease cats and dogs, and almost no one didn't recognize him. Some girls with beautiful looks in their families hated him even more. News spread quickly, and soon everyone in Haicheng knew Jiang Baiqing was disabled and had become a. Those girls who had been harmed by him were so happy, they almost wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Vice Mayor Jiang Liming, upon hearing that her youngest son was disabled, was so angry she smashed all the decorations in his hospital room. "Go, find out who did this. I want to know who's responsible." Jiang Baiqing's mother saw her younger son was finished and cried like a weeping flower. "Lihua, you must stand up for Baiqing. My good son is ruined like this. What will we do in the future?" Jiang Lihua, already annoyed, was furious when she heard this and said, "I told you before, don't spoil him too much. Look at how many times I've wiped his bottom over the years. I've always said, there are people beyond people, and heaven beyond heaven. Now he a hard wall. He deserves it." Although he usually spoiled his son, it was only because he was his last child. Now that he's like this, only the eldest son can take care of things. After so many years of raising him, he's finally completely useless. Jiang Li didn't know that many people from Haicheng had been sent to find her. She was already on the train leaving that city. Looking at the desolate surroundings, the further north she went, the colder it became. The temperature on the train also dropped as they traveled north. All the passengers with cotton clothes started putting them on. Jiang Li held a hot water bottle to warm her hands. On the way back, everything was calm, with no more surprises. By the time she reached Kyoto the next evening, it was already dark. Since she didn't notify her family here, no one came to pick her up. She carried her suitcase alone, walking on a dark road. As she walked, snow began to fall from the sky. This was the first snow of winter. Jiang Li loved snow and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. But unfortunately, some people didn't share her wish. 4 men blocked her way. When Jiang Li saw them, her smile disappeared instantly. "You people are really persistent. I just got off the train. Can I have a moment to breathe?" The lead man spoke awkward Chinese. "We've been waiting for you, Ms. Jiang. You've caused us many brave warriors in our empire, and we remember this. If you don't want to die here, just come with us quietly." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Who do you think you are? If I tell you to go, you go. You're just a bunch of dogs. I don't even see you as a threat. Baka, you're quite brave." Jiang Li snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. Fight me first. Baka, kill her." It was dark, windy, and snow was flying. When blood splattered everywhere, the scene was strange and tragic. Jiang Li didn't show mercy. She cut the throats of each of these men one by one. Her white coat was already stained with blood. Looking at the lifeless, wide-eyed bodies, Jiang Li didn't bother to finish them off. All these people bear the mark of the Fusang country. Even if they are discovered, people from China won't ask questions. A group of bad guys. Everyone is happy to see them get what they deserve. The hatred from back then can't be wiped out just by a few lives lost. Jiang Li watched as they took their last breaths, then turned and left. Fortunately, it was night, so she didn't meet anyone on her way back. Otherwise, her bloodstains would definitely scare people. When she reached her yard gate, she saw someone had turned on the light, which made her a bit suspicious. She thought, it's so late, who could be inside her house? Until she opened the gate and stepped in, a tall figure appeared in her sight. Jiang Li saw it was a Yu, and cheerfully asked, "Why are you here?" Huabeiyu said, "I've been waiting for you for days." Then, noticing her bloodstains, he asked, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Jiangli shook her head. I'm not hurt. It's other people's blood. When I was coming back just now, I was stopped by some Fusang people. It seems my outing was leaked. Everyone at the Research Institute already knows there are spies. I encountered several groups trying to stop me this time. If I wasn't good at fighting, I might not have made it back to you. Hua Beiyu frowned. How did this happen? Why didn't you call me for help? Don't you know how important your identity is now? Some of the guns you previously designed were stolen, but they were intercepted. The Research Institute is already investigating spies. Since you're back, don't go there for now. Let's clean out the traitors first. Jiangli smiled. It's okay. I went out mainly to visit my parents and to find materials. I'm planning to design a more powerful weapon. Border areas are unstable all year round. With a more deadly weapon, fewer people will die. Every year, many families are destroyed because of border conflicts. She has the ability to change the situation, so she naturally wants to contribute more to her country. Hua Beiyu helped her take off her coat, touching her cold hand and saying, just your best, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Have you eaten yet? I'll cook you some noodles. Stay by the stove and keep warm first. Jiangli nodded. Okay, that's kind of you. She was really hungry now, especially after the fight. Her stomach was already making loud noises. Looking at the person she liked cooking for him herself, Jiangli admired and asked, how's my brother doing? Is he well lately? Hua Beiyu replied, he's doing fine, but he will be going on a mission in a few days. Your second brother is now the leader of a special forces team. Besides me, he's the one who makes the decisions. Your third brother is a bit behind, but if he takes on more tasks, he'll get promoted eventually. By the way, there's good news. Your second sister-in-law is pregnant. You're going to be an aunt. Jiangli was surprised. Really? I must visit her tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the second sister-in-law was pregnant so quickly. I wonder how the other sisters-in-law are doing. Looks like I need to call and check tomorrow. If they are all pregnant, I should start preparing things for the babies soon. You cook the noodles first. I'll go upstairs to change my clothes. My hand still has blood. I need to wash it. By the way, I didn't deal with those people's bodies. If someone finds out later, you don't need to get involved. Those people all have tattoos from Fusang country. As long as they're not fools, this won't become a big deal. Hua Beiyu nodded. I understand. You go ahead. Okay. After Jiangli went upstairs, Hua Beiyu picked up the phone in the living room and called his subordinates. Although those people's deaths are not a big loss, it's better to handle it tonight. If citizens see anything tomorrow morning, it might cause trouble. After arranging the cleanup, the noodles were ready. Jiangli changed into comfortable home clothes and smelled the noodles, feeling hungry. Hua Beiyu gently said, come eat quickly. The noodles will get cold and won't taste good. Thanks, It's really good to have you. I was thinking when I got back that I'd have to sleep in a cold bed tonight. But you were actually waiting for me. Hua Beiyu said, I've been busy these past few days, so I didn't have much time to come often. Year's almost over and there are some things to finish up. Also, can you visit our home these days? My mother has been talking about you for a long time. Jiangli swallowed her noodles and said, tomorrow night then. I happen to buy a lot of gifts this time. By the way, can you do me a favor? Hua Beiyu smiled. What is it? Can I trust you? Hua Beiyu nodded. If you ask for my life, I can give it to you. I don't want your life. My parents won't be back soon, and they are not in Yangcheng but in Xiangjiang. This time, I went there. My uncle's family has returned. Hua Beiyu paused, then asked, you went to Xiangjiang? Jiangli nodded. Yes, I stayed there for over half a month. I even bought a house there, but when I left, no one here knew about it. Except for those Japanese people who ambushed me twice. Hua Beiyu frowned. No wall is completely airtight. Maybe the senior elders already know. But the country needs you. As long as you haven't done anything to cross the line, they will probably turn a blind eye. Didn't you say you were looking for materials this time? Did you find any? Jiangli nodded. Yes, I found what I was looking for. If she returned empty-handed after being gone so long, it would be hard to explain. This time, she needed to come up with a big move to secure her position. So even if she couldn't find it, she would take it from her space. Huabeyu knew she had a plan and said softly, "As long as you know what you're doing, that's enough. If you need help, just ask me. I'm not an outsider. I can be your strongest support." "All right, I understand." After dinner, Huabeyu didn't go home. Instead, he stayed with Zhongli chatting. He listened quietly as Zhongli talked about Xiangjiang, feeling very sad when he heard she was hurt twice. "Next time you go out, be more careful. Those spies have been acting too boldly lately. I'll clean them up when I get back. Even though you've returned to Kyoto now, you still need to be careful. Shandian has grown a lot now. Tomorrow, when you come to my place, just bring him back to guard the house." When Zhongli heard about Shandian, she remembered she had a dog at Ayu's place. She smiled and said, "My owner is really not very responsible. I haven't taken care of him much since I brought him home."
How is Shandian?
"Is he well behaved?" Huabeyu sighed. "You expect a kid to behave? That's impossible. If it weren't for the chain on him, my grandma's vegetable garden would probably be destroyed by now. He's a real troublemaker, and my grandma has wanted to scold him several times." Zhongli chuckled. "He's quite naughty. Tomorrow I'll pick him up and train him properly. Such a good breed shouldn't be so unruly." Huabeyu said, "That depends on your skills. I don't have time to train him. By the way, do your brothers know you're back?" Zhongli shook her head. "I haven't said anything yet. Tomorrow just tell them both that I'm fine." "All right, it's getting late. Time to rest." Zhongli raised an eyebrow. "What, are you planning to sleep here tonight?" Huabeyu took off his coat and said affectionately, "Don't worry, I won't do anything." Zhongli rolled her eyes. "It seems like you wish you could. Let's go." That night, the two of them lay on the same bed, sharing a blanket. Maybe because they hadn't rested well after several days of travel, Zhongli fell asleep while lying down. Seeing she was asleep, Huabeyu held her in his arms and closed his eyes too. Meanwhile, something happened on Jiang Haoyu's side. Li Qing lay on a hospital bed, her face very pale. She touched her stomach, which no longer held the baby, with a look of resentment.
How are you? I'm sorry.
I didn't protect our child well. I'm not a good mother.
Liksen deserves to die.
I want him to pay for my child. Jiang Haoyu held her hand and said, "Don't be sad. We will have more children in the future. Li Xin is your brother. Are you really going to deal with him?" Li Qing nodded. "He's not my brother anymore. We are no longer related. I don't owe the Li family anything. Haoyu, I can't swallow this. That was our child. If I don't take revenge, what if he gets angry and never comes back? So, you want to avenge our child, right? My baby was so small. It left this world before I could even see it. That was our first child. I will never forgive this." Seeing her in so much pain, Jiang Haoyu felt heartbroken. "Be good, don't cry. I will avenge our baby. Right now, your main job is to recover. Only if you get better can the baby come back. I will handle the Li family. I promise to give you and the baby a satisfactory explanation." Li Qing wiped her tears. "I'm sorry, Haoyu. Really sorry. If I had known it was him today, I wouldn't have opened the door. Our money was stolen by him. Luckily, I kept some hidden, or I wouldn't have the face to see you. Why do I have such family members?"
Why?
Jiang Haoyu held her close and gently comforted her. "It's okay. Don't cry anymore. It's bad for your health. Don't ruin your eyes crying. The baby will still be here. As long as I am here, he will come back. Listen to me, after a good sleep, everything will be fine." Li Qing was comforted until she fell asleep. Hearing the steady sound, Jiang Haoyu gently laid her flat. Thinking about the child they lost, Jiang Haoyu felt sad and upset. But as a man, he knew he had to stay strong. Thinking about Li Xian, that scoundrel, he vowed that even if his wife didn't say anything, he wouldn't let him get away easily. Nowadays, killing someone is easy, but sometimes staying alive feels like a punishment. If such a person died easily, it would be a great injustice to the pain of losing a child. When morning came and Andy arrived at the hospital, Jiang Haoyu spoke. "Annie, I need to go out for a while. Ching, please help take care of things here." Jiang Hongying carried a lunchbox and said, "Eat some breakfast first. I brought it for both of you. Finish it before you leave. This child is really unlucky, having such a terrible family member. My little grandson is gone just like that.
Sigh.
Jiang Haoyu lowered his eyes, looking tired, and replied, "It's all my fault for not handling things well over there. This time, I plan to take Qingqing to Kyoto. Only by staying away from those people can she live happily." Jiang Hongying was surprised. "You're planning to go to Kyoto? Where will you stay there?" "Don't worry, Auntie. Lily bought houses for the three of us there. I was thinking of waiting a few years before making plans, but now that things have turned out like this, we can't stay here anymore. As long as we stay here, Qingqing will keep thinking about the child. So I've decided to go to Kyoto to find Lily." Jiang Hongying sighed. "As long as you have a plan, that's fine. But will the procedures be smooth? After all, neither of you has jobs there. I'll figure it out. If I can't, I'll ask Lily for help. We'll get through this first. All right, let me know when you leave." Qinya insists on joining the army. "I don't know where he's been assigned or if he's even sent a letter home. Your parents have been gone for so long, and besides a safe arrival message, there's no news. Now that you've gone through all this, they don't even know what happened." Jiang Haoyu replied, "I'm an adult now. I can handle what I need to myself. Don't worry about us, Auntie." Jiang Hongying nodded. "All right, eat your breakfast and then go. I took a day off today, so no rush to come back. Finish your work and come back when you're done. I'll talk to Qingqing and comfort her."
Don't worry about that.
Jiang Haoyu nodded. "Thank you, Auntie." Li Xian still doesn't realize that disaster is about to strike. He is holding stolen money and gambling with his brothers. Even at dawn, he hasn't gone home. He feels no guilt for hurting his sister. He's truly a terrible person. When Jiang Haoyu and his three brothers find the person, it's already noon. Li Xian has had a little drink and is wandering the street in the middle of the day. "Brother Yu, are we going now?" Jiang Haoyu shakes his head. "Wait until we get into the alley. Don't talk, put the bag over his head and beat his legs hard. I want to make sure he can't stand up again." His brother laughs. "That's easy. This dog hurt my sister-in-law and the unborn nephew. He deserves both legs to be taken. I think someone should send him to the Northwest for reform." Jiang Haoyu sneers. "Only he will be tortured in the Northwest. He's broken, but the real torment isn't just him. Living without hope, that's the cruelest thing." His brother gives a thumbs up. "Good, but Brother Yu, you're really going to Kyoto afterward? We brothers will miss you." Jiang Haoyu smiles. "Nothing lasts forever. When I make it big, you can come find me. Good brothers share the money. I won't forget my brothers." "All right, with Brother Yu saying that, we're not just pretending to be friends. Let's go." That dog turned the corner. Jiang Haoyu nods. "After we finish, split up and run. Don't let anyone see your face. Don't worry, we'll make sure no one knows it was us." Li Xian didn't sleep all night. He lost all the money he stole from his sister. He borrowed more to gamble and drank a lot when he was upset. His mind is full of money. Suddenly, a sack drops over his head, and he blacks out. The alcohol hits him hard, waking him halfway. He screams in fear. "Who's there? What do you want?" Jiang Haoyu and his men don't say a word. Two hold him down while the other his legs with sticks. With a loud and a scream from Li Xian, Jiang Haoyu feels very satisfied. When it's almost time, Jiang Haoyu signals and everyone leaves the scene separately. Li Xian's legs are broken, and he rolls on the ground in agony. People nearby hear his screams and come over, shocked by what they see. It's too terrible. His lower body is covered in blood. One braver man approaches, removes the sack, and realizes he knows the person. "Hey, isn't that Li's youngest son? How did he get beaten up like that? Quickly, go help find his parents. He needs to go to the hospital." They were afraid to send him there themselves. If they did, they'd have to pay, and they didn't have the money. Most importantly, Li's youngest son isn't a good person. People are already being kind by not taking advantage of the situation. Li Xian was in so much pain that he sweat all over and soon fainted. When Li Dequan and his wife arrived, they saw their son covered in blood and were so scared they almost fainted themselves. Zhang Guilin scolded angrily. "Who the heck beat my son like this?
Boo-hoo.
My son. Lee De-kwon picked up his son, ignoring everything else. Stop crying and get to the hospital. Didn't you see the second son was bleeding badly? Jong Hao-yu and his friends watched from afar, seeing the commotion. When the injured person was taken away, they turned to leave. Back at the hospital, his wife looked much better than yesterday. He smiled and said, "Please ask Aunt to take care of Ching-Ching. I've finished everything I needed to do. But Aunt, about this house, ask cousin Chin Han if he wants it. He's living in a shared apartment now, which is allocated to him." Jiang Hongying said, "Yes, he wants it.
No need to ask.
I'll give you the money later." Hearing this, Li Qing was confused. "Hao-yu, are you planning to sell the house?" Jiang Hao-yu explained, "I've decided that after you leave the hospital, we'll go to Kyoto to develop our life. We have a house there. Once we arrive, my sister will help find a job so we can settle down. Then we can slowly build our future. With me here, I won't let you go hungry." Li Qing gently touched her belly, feeling worried. "Will this be too much trouble for Lily?" "It's okay. Later, we'll treat Lily better," they reassured her. Jiang Hao-yu was too busy to think about anything else, even though it might trouble his sister. But his wife's condition meant she couldn't stay here after leaving the hospital. Especially since Lee Xian was disabled now, and if the Lee family had no money for treatment, they would shamelessly come back again. He had seen their terrible faces many times. Rather than deal with their trouble here, it was better to stay away. "Hao-yu, since you've finished your work, Aunt is leaving now. Your house is mine now. I'll also tell your cousin about it. By the way, your cousin has recently started seeing someone." Jiang Hao-yu heard that his cousin had a partner and smiled, saying, "It's about time my cousin got married. I'll call Lily later. Once Ching-Ching is discharged, we'll leave. My work was sold to a brother. It's Ching-Ching's job. Auntie is seeing if anyone needs it. That job is too difficult for ordinary people to take on. I don't have anyone suitable to take over here." Jiang Hongying said, "All right, I'll ask around for you. I'll go now." "Okay, Auntie, take care." After Jiang Hongying left, Li Qing asked, "Have you finished dealing with Lee Xian?" Jiang Hao-yu nodded. "I broke his legs. He's in the hospital now. Do you think I was too harsh?" Li Qing shook her head. "No. My brother is just a troublemaker. It's good if he's disabled. Then he won't go around hurting others. Hao-yu, wherever you go, I'll follow.
You don't need to worry about me."
Her child was gone, and now she hated those people very much. Her parents didn't love her, her brother's wife was scheming, and her brother was useless. It's better to stay away. That way, she won't be bothered anymore. "All right, I'll handle things on my side. Don't think too much. The most important thing now is to take good care of your health, okay?" Li Qing nodded. "I know. I will take good care of myself." Meanwhile, after Lee Xian was taken to the hospital, Lee Dakian and his wife were panicking. Zhang Guilin, with red eyes, said, "We paid 500 yuan for the surgery, but the doctor said it might not be enough. What should we do? The money we had is almost gone." Lee Dakian frowned. "How did it go so fast? Did you secretly give them pocket money again? I've told you many times, that's for our future retirement. You spoil them. Big brother has a job, and he has no children now. Why do you keep giving them money? Second brother doesn't even have a job and was sent to the countryside. Now, with all this, he's completely ruined." He wasn't stupid. Just now, he saw his son's legs were broken. He knew right away that it was over. If only they had sent him to the countryside earlier. Zhang Guilin lowered her head and muttered, "Maybe we should ask Ching-Ching for some help?" Li Dakian thought for a moment. "Why don't you go check while Jiang Hao-yu isn't here?" He still felt a bit afraid of his son-in-law. Zhang Guilin nodded. "All right, I'll go see her later." They still didn't know that their son had caused their daughter's child to disappear. They also didn't know their daughter was at this hospital now. By the time they found out, the couple had already left. Jiang Hao-yu is very quick at handling affairs. In just a few days, he managed to settle both their work and housing issues. Li Qing recovered quite a bit after a few days of rest. Since waking up, Lee Xian has become more irritable after learning he is disabled. He curses at everyone and throws things around his room. But things got worse when 4 men came to visit. They saw Li Xian and said, "When will you pay back the 1,000 yuan you owe us?" Before Li Xian could speak, Zhang Guilin asked, "What 1,000 yuan? When did my son owe you money?" Hua Biao smiled and said, "Didn't your son tell you? He used to gamble a lot. Don't you know that? This is a debt note he wrote himself. We're here to remind him. The due date is in 3 days. If you don't pay back then, don't blame us for being rude." Li Xian then said, "Go ask Li Qing. She's my sister, and she has money. I'm disabled now, so even if you take my life, I have no money." Li Xian has had enough of living as a feels like he's better off dead. If they want money, fine. If they want his life, so be it. Hua Biao was amused by his shameless words. "Brother, do you think we're fools? Your sister already announced she's disowned your family. Is it even possible to find her now? Though we're not good people, we know who owes the money." Li Xian grimaced and said, "I have no money. If you want my life, just take it." Hua Biao ignored him and looked at Zhang Guilin. "Your son owes money, and as parents, you shouldn't just watch. I'm usually easy to talk to, but I have a temper. If you don't pay back in 3 days, you don't want to know what will happen. So, you'd better be smart about this." "All right, we're leaving." Hua Biao didn't want to come today. He only heard about Li Xian's situation and worried he might die without paying back, so he came. Zhang Guilin waited until they left and then asked, "Did you spend the money I gave you on gambling? When did you become so useless? Do you know? Our family has no money left because of your leg treatment. To save money for your wedding and your brother's, my sister has cut ties with us. Now you're asking for money. Where am I supposed to get it?" Li Xian said indifferently, "Even if my bones are broken and tendons are torn, I don't believe my little brother would just watch me die without helping. If things don't work out, just go to her workplace and cause trouble. I don't believe she would be willing to refuse payment." Zhang Guilin sighed. "That's not what I mean. When did you start gambling?" Li Xian shrugged and said, "It's been a while." "Who told you not to buy me a job? We didn't buy you a job before? If you don't like selling your work, who can we blame? We've done everything we could. Why are you so ungrateful? Now you owe money and got beaten up like this. We don't even know who hit you. What will you do in the future?" Li Xian looked at his legs, thinking about who might have hit him. They hit him so hard, it felt like they were giving him no way out. "All right, I'm going to sleep. If you have no money, just give my life to them. You can leave now." Seeing her son like this, Zhang Guilin had to go home and discuss with her husband. As a woman, she really didn't know how to solve this kind of problem, especially since her eldest son was talking about splitting the family and that daughter-in-law was making her so angry. If only she had known not to let that woman come into the house back then. Sigh. She truly regretted it. Li Daqian worked all day and, upon returning home, saw that dinner wasn't ready yet, which made him very annoyed. Zhang Guilin went out to buy vegetables and came back a bit late. Seeing Li Daqian, she said, "I'll go cook first. I need to talk to you about something later." Li Daqian lit his pipe and asked, "What is it? Just tell me now." Zhang Guilin paused, spoke softly, "Well, Xian borrowed 1,000 yuan from outside. Today, the debt collector came and said if he doesn't pay back in 3 days, there will be consequences."
Bang!
Li Daqian, hearing this, threw the cup in his hand. This brat, why did he borrow so much money? 1,000 yuan. What did he do? Hearing his anger, Zhang Guilin weakly replied, "Gambling."
Bang!
Another loud crash as a chair in the living room was smashed to pieces. Li Daqian trembled with anger. Gambling. He actually went gambling. Doesn't he know that gambling can ruin a person? How dare he? This brat might as well just die. Li Daqian was about to explode with rage. He was already worried about paying hospital bills, and now there was another huge expense. He was really about to lose his temper. Zhang Guilin was worried he might get so angry that something bad could happen, so she came over and patted his back, saying, "Don't be angry. Don't let yourself get too upset. There's always a way." Li Daqian chuckled bitterly. "What way?" "That's 1,000 yuan. Do you think 1,000 yuan just falls from the sky? Back then, our daughter cut ties with us, because of her sister-in-law. Do you think Li Qing can give you that money?
Don't even think about it.
Things are already tense, and even if you go to ask her, she won't give it.
Zhang Guilin said. How do you know?
After all, I gave birth to her. I don't believe she would ignore her own brother.
Ha.
You're better off asking your eldest son. You already gave him quite a bit of money before, so let him come up with it first. We can't have debt collectors come knocking later. If the neighbors find out, we might have to leave this place. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. Both of his sons were less reliable than his daughter, but Li Qing was a girl. If she were a son, he wouldn't be so extreme. Hearing this, Zhang Guilin hesitated and replied weakly, I think that money probably can't be gotten anymore. Li Peng always listens to his wife. His wife, you know her well. Unless you go and ask. Li Daqian's face darkened. Weren't you happy when I gave the money? Now you see, when it's time to use money, we're out of it. From now on, I'll handle the household money myself. Don't interfere. If this keeps up, when we're old, we'll have to beg for food. And also, your mother borrowed 500 yuan last time. Go and get it back. If you can't, don't come back. Zhang Guilin felt guilty. That money was meant for her family's nephew's wedding. Now, asking for it felt like a slap in her face. Maybe it's not there. No? If it's not there, don't come back. Things are urgent now, and you're still thinking about your family. Your younger son is about to die, and you still care about face. Anyway, if we can't gather the 1,000 yuan, we'll sell the house. Then you and I will live in a small house. Hearing this, Zhang Guilin was startled. Don't these people have any secret savings? Li Daqian said, do I not have to socialize? Is my position not earned honestly? Do I spend money on smoking and drinking? If they knew how you manage things, I wouldn't give you any money. All right, go cook. Tomorrow I'll go ask for the money. I'll try to borrow some in the meantime. At this point, there was no point in getting more angry. We should focus on getting through this first. Zhang Guilin saw that he said so she had to go prepare dinner. Li Peng and his wife still didn't know that their younger brother owed money. They were out eating now. Yang Miao saw him staring blankly and asked, What are you thinking about? Li Peng snapped out of his thoughts and said, I am thinking that my brother is in trouble. Would it be a bad idea for us to split the family now? No matter what, my parents raised me, and that hurts a little. Yang Miao replied, I didn't say we shouldn't care about your parents. But with your brother's current situation, he might need a lot of money in the future. Let's split the family first, take our things, and when your parents are old, we can take care of them. I don't care about your brother. Li Peng sighed, I understand what you mean, but I'm worried my parents might think differently. Li Xian is the same. He spends all his time outside, teasing cats and dogs. This time, who knows who he upset. The other side was too harsh. I visited him at the hospital. The doctor said he has a shattered bone fracture and will have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Yang Miao sneered. Your brother got what he deserved. He had a good job but quit because it was tiring, and now he's just lazy. Over the years, your mother has spent so much money on him. As the eldest son, the house will only go to you. Your brother can't even be expected to take care of your parents in old age, let alone survive on his own. Anyway, when we go back later, this family must be divided. Now we have some savings. I calculated that with a few hundred more yuan, I could buy a yard. I really don't want to spend my days looking at your brother's face. After finally driving away his sister-in-law, now he has a disabled brother. He's so angry, he could explode. If he hadn't liked Li Peng, he wouldn't have married him. His mother was right, possessions only truly belong to you when they are in your hands. Later, after they finished dinner and returned home, they brought up the idea of dividing the family again. Li Daqian saw that his eldest son was silent and was very angry. Your brother is like this now. You want to split the family. Isn't that a bit shameful? Yang Miao said, Dad, we're not being unreasonable. Li Peng and I are planning to have children. You saw how Li Xian is now. I'm afraid if we stay at home any longer, maybe when my child arrives, he might scare him. Don't you want to hold your grandson soon? Again, Li Peng is the eldest son. In the future, you will definitely need to rely on us for your retirement. The current division of the family is just to help everyone live better. Lee De-kwon listened to his daughter-in-law and thought about his future retirement life. He realized he couldn't count on his younger son anymore, and his daughter had cut ties. The only hope now was his eldest son. He sighed and said, "Splitting the family is fine, but we don't have money to give you anymore. Your brother's medical bills aren't fully paid, and we still owe debts. We are living in the house now, and you two can take whatever else you want." Yang Miao was shocked when she heard her father-in-law's words. She thought, is there really no money at home now? Dad, wasn't there savings before? How come now the savings are gone, and there's even debt? Are you guys trying not to split the family? Lee De-kwon looked unhappy. There is no money if there is no money. If we had some, wouldn't we give it to you? Your brother's medical bills still aren't fully paid. I'm trying to gather money to treat him. If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves. Your mother has been helping you all these years. Your monthly salary isn't much, but doesn't it cover food and daily expenses? Supporting such a big family, if you both saved a bit, it wouldn't be like this. Hearing this, Yang Miao felt very upset. She originally thought that splitting the family would give her some money to buy a yard. Now everything was ruined, and she had no mood to continue. She then said, if we can't afford a house, I'll take Lee Peng to stay at my mother's place. Anyway, I don't want to see Lee Xian when he comes back.
Lee De-kwon snurta coldly.
Suit yourself. Do whatever you want. Our family only has this one house now. Whoever takes care of us in old age, that's who it will be. Yang Miao was defeated, pouting as she pulled Lee Peng back to her room. After Zhang Guilin and the others left, she also sighed. Things have gotten so bad. What will we do in the future? Xin came home from the hospital, and no one is there to take care of him. Maybe I should sell my job. Maybe I should find some other work at home. Lee De-kwon glared at her. Sell your job and you'll be drinking Northwest Wind. I only make 38 yuan a month, and your salary is 35. We could earn a little more working together. At most, selling your job would get about 800 yuan. It won't solve anything, and will make life even harder. I already told you. Go to your mother's house and get the money back. I'll borrow a little more, and this will be over. Once my son comes back, besides not being able to go outside, I can still take care of eating, drinking, and using the bathroom myself. Don't think about things so gloomily. When Zhang Guilin heard her asking to go back to her parents' house for money, she suddenly fell silent. Thinking about the 2 gold bars she had secretly saved, it seemed she wouldn't be able to keep them. She hadn't sold them all these years, but now that things have turned out like this, she could only sell them tomorrow. All right, I'll handle it tomorrow. I have to go to work the day after tomorrow. What about Xian? No one to take care of her. I don't feel at ease. Lee De-kwon said, your family members are free. Find someone to help take care of her first. Once she's discharged, it'll be fine. Over the years, you've been very devoted to your family. If you can't handle this small matter, then don't bother with us anymore. Ning reluctantly said, okay, I'll go to the hospital now. You take care of breakfast yourself. Lee De-kwon waved his hand. Go ahead. Don't let that kid cause trouble again. If he keeps acting up, I won't care anymore. All right, I understand. When Yang Miao and her husband returned to their room, they had a big argument. Lee Peng looked innocent. Wife, I really don't know how much money is in the house. All these years I've given you my pocket money, and my mother also gave me some. My brother, with his current situation, must have spent a lot too. You said you want to split the family, and my dad agreed. If you're still not satisfied now, I can't do anything. Yang Miao looked at the helpless man and grew angrier. Fine, I'll go back to my parents' house tomorrow. When we can buy a house, I'll come back. You sleep on your own. Lee Peng scratched his head, feeling annoyed, and said, no money is no money. I can't go stealing or robbing, right?
Give me some more time.
I promise I'll save enough for a house. Isn't that okay? Yang Miao rolled her eyes. Do as you like. I'm going to sleep. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to her mother and not married so early. Now she really regrets marrying such a man. Men's words are all lies. Never trust a man's promises again. They're all just full of nonsense. Li Qing doesn't know anything about what's happening here. When she finds out, she almost laughs to death. Her parents loved their son for so many years, but in the end, it was all for nothing. After a week of rest, she was discharged from the hospital. Jiangli was stunned when he received a call from Brother Wu. "Brother, why did you call me? Is everything at home okay?" Zhang Haoyu felt a little shy and said, "Everything is fine at home. I called mainly to ask my younger sister for a favor." Jiangli smiled and said, "We are siblings, so just tell me what you need." "Lili, something happened on my side. Your fifth sister-in-law had a miscarriage. I want to take her to live in Kyoto, but we don't have jobs. Isn't it hard to transfer our household registration?"
Jiangli frowned.
"How did your fifth sister-in-law have a miscarriage? Was it caused by her family?" She remembered that family well. They weren't good people. Zhang Haoyu sighed. Her younger brother pushed her down, and she lost the baby. "But I've already taken revenge. I'm worried that if we leave, your sister-in-law will keep thinking about the baby. Over time, it could harm her health. So I want to take her somewhere else to live."
Jiangli siga.
"All right, you and your sister-in-law should get a letter of introduction and come to Kyoto first. I have other plans later."
Before leaving, visit Grandma.
Some things are hard to talk about on the phone. Zhang Haoyu understood immediately. "Okay, we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Tonight, we'll stay in the village. By the way, my cousin Qin Yi has joined the army. It's been over a month, and he hasn't written to Auntie. If you have connections, please help her check, so she won't worry at home all the time." Jiangli replied, "All right, I'll have someone look into it. Buy train tickets and call me. I'll come to pick you up when the time comes." "Thanks, fifth brother." After hanging up, Zhang Haoyu felt very relieved. Since his sister had plans, he could explain things to his wife. Li Qing was packing her luggage now. Seeing him return, she asked with a smile, "How did it go? What did Li say?" Zhang Haoyu spoke gently, "Don't worry, everything is arranged. Tonight, we'll visit Grandma in the village, then come back tomorrow afternoon to buy train tickets and go to Kyoto the day after. But before leaving, are you sure you don't want to see your parents one last time? After all, once we leave, we don't know if we'll come back." Li Qing shook her head. "No more. That family is broken. There's nothing to hold on to. They didn't want me. I didn't abandon them out of cruelty. Even if someone mentions it someday, I can hold my head high." Seeing her like this, Zhang Haoyu continued, "Your older brother and sister-in-law have already split up. Li Xian owes a lot of gambling debts. Your mother has come here twice before. We left when we weren't home, then later went to your workplace. Your colleagues didn't mention anything about your situation. I think your mother came to ask for money. However, my friend from the black market told me that your mother sold 2 small yellow fish for some money.
No one else knows about this.
Should I find someone to tell your father and sister-in-law?" Li Qing was very surprised to learn that her mother still had some savings. "Haoyu, let's just forget about this. Li Xian has already faced the consequences. Although our parents haven't treated me well, they did raise me. Now that they're gone, let's not cause them more trouble." Zhang Haoyu said, "I'll listen to you." Meanwhile, Zhongli left early after learning that her 2 brothers were coming. Ling Shui had a checkup today, and Zhongli had planned to go with her. When she heard that her 5th sister-in-law lost her baby, she felt sad and said, "It's really unlucky that my 5th sister-in-law has such relatives. Maybe your children could have been born together. Second sister-in-law, you must take good care of the little niece inside your belly." Ling Shui touched her belly and said, "Don't worry. This is my first child with your brother, and I won't let anything happen to him. Since they're coming, do we need to prepare the house in advance?" Jiangli shook her head. "No need. I have other plans. Come on, today is mainly for your checkup to see if our baby is healthy. Everything else is arranged by me. You just need to take care of yourself. I don't know when my second brother will come back." "It's really second sister-in-law." Ling Shui smiled. "Being a military wife is like that. I've seen my mother's life for many years and have gotten used to it. And this is only temporary. Once your brother gets a higher position, he won't be so busy." Zhongli nodded. "Yes, I hope my second brother will help out." At that moment, a nurse called out, "Number 7, Ling Shui, are you here?" Zhongli heard her name. "We're here." The nurse said, "Come in, it's your turn." "Thank you, nurse." After Jiang Li helped Ling Shui inside, the doctor asked some questions and then performed some tests. When all the results came back, the doctor said, "Your pregnancy is a bit early. The pulse suggests twins, but one pulse is weaker, so it's hard to be sure. I recommend you come back next month. If it's twins, you'll need to be more careful. Having one child is already hard enough. If there are two, you must be extra cautious." Jiang Li listened to the doctor and thought that her pulse felt similar to what the doctor described. She was just unsure, so she came to the hospital to check. Ling Shui smiled and said, "No matter how many, I will take good care of them."
"Thank you, doctor."
The doctor smiled and replied, "You're welcome. It's what I should do. Your health is fine now. Just go home and rest well." Ling Shui nodded and said, "Okay, we'll come again next month." The doctor said, "All right, take care and have a safe trip." Ling Shui was a bit excited and, after leaving the hospital, said even more happily, "Li, the doctor said almost the same as me. I think I am carrying two babies. Do you think they might have a girl?" Jiang Li replied, "It's hard to say. Our Jiang family has strong genes. In our generation, I am the only girl. But no matter if they are boys or girls, my second brother will like them. Of course, once the pregnancy is further along, I can try to feel them." Ling Shui smiled and said, "Yes, whether boys or girls, they're all my children. Let's go shopping with my sister-in-law. We need to prepare things for the babies early." She then asked, "When do you think I should quit my job? Your brother is not here. After the babies are born, I definitely won't be able to work." Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, "Since you're expecting twins, you probably won't last past about 5 months. But it mainly depends on how you feel. If you're uncomfortable, just stop working anytime. Also, I suggest that my second sister-in-law stay at my place during this time. With my second brother gone, and you in this condition, I really can't rest assured if you're living alone at home. If something happens in the middle of the night, I wouldn't even know." Ling Shui thought for a moment and asked, "Would that disturb your life?" Jiang Li said, "No, I will be busy during the day and not at home much.
"So, it won't disturb me."
Ling Shui touched her belly and said, "All right then, I will trouble my little sister from now on. Honestly, I'm a bit scared to be home alone at night. Even though I have a dog, I still feel uneasy. After all, she's a woman living alone in such a big house. Without a brave heart, she wouldn't dare sleep alone. Why didn't you tell me you were scared earlier? I also live alone. You're too formal, sister-in-law." Ling Shui chuckled and said, "I was just worried about disturbing your time with your partner. But how is it when you went over there a few days ago? Are their family members easy to get along with?" Jiang Li smiled and said, "Everything is fine. Having 2 little kids at home makes things very lively. Those 2 children also have a hard life. Their mother abandoned them at such a young age. How can there be such cruel parents in this world?" A few days ago, when she saw the 2 children, she liked them very much. They are so adorable, and she simply couldn't understand how a mother could give them up. Ling Shui listened and said, "Not all parents in this world love their children, especially among families like ours. From birth, we are often seen as tools for the family. The reason I am happier is because my parents are good and capable. That's why they let me do what I want. Look at those arranged marriages in the big courtyard. Few of those families are truly happy. Everyone just tries to keep the family strong, living together in a makeshift way. Boys are a bit better off, but girls are the most unfortunate tools for childbirth. Having a boy means a better life at the in-laws' house, but if you can't have a boy, life is really hard. Seeing so many such families, I chose your brother in the first place. I don't want anything material, just to live happily. Even if life is a bit poorer, as long as we love each other, things will get better." Jiang Li listened and said she understood. Most noble families are like that. They enjoy wealth in the first half of life, but have to pay the price later. Like ancient princesses, born with a golden spoon, they could live freely in peaceful times. But in times of war, they only end up marrying for political reasons. So, when we become mothers, we must be different. As long as our children grow up safe, the future is up to us." Ling Shui listened to Jiang Li's words. It was the first time she heard someone say such things. Many children and families have their future paths already planned, leaving little room for choice. Even those born in the countryside usually have elders making decisions for them. But her own children could listen to her younger sister's advice and grow happily, making their own choices in the future. They bought some nice fabrics and then went home. Jiangli helped her sister-in-law pack some clothes and took her sister-in-law's tangyuan, sweet rice balls, and left. A dog named Lightning was at home. When it saw Jiangli, it was very excited. It almost knocked her over with its enthusiasm. Jiangli gently held the dog's head and said, "I brought the rice balls. You two are not allowed to cause trouble. Be careful, or you won't get meat for 3 days." Lightning barked happily.
Just know how to bark.
"I told you to guard the house. Look at the yard. It's a mess, like a car accident site. Go play somewhere else. I need to make lunch." Lightning barked again. Since Jiangli brought Lightning home, the dog has often been scolded. The dog doesn't seem to know how to behave. It acts like a husky. It's supposed to be a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, but it looks scruffy and unkempt. Fortunately, it's still young and can be saved. Otherwise, Jiangli might have been fed up with it. Ling Shui listened to her younger sister and patted the dog's big head, saying, "You two are not allowed to fight, understand?" The dog wagged its tail to show it understood. Then the two dogs ran off to play. Ling Shui carried a box and said, "I'll put the things in the room first. We'll just have a simple lunch." Jiangli nodded. "Okay, let's just have hot noodle soup. It's cold today and soup is nice." "Sounds good. I'll come help you later." Jiangli said, "No need. Just 2 bowls of noodles. It'll be quick." "Second sister-in-law, you can rest. You're not alone now, you know." Ling Shui smiled. "I'm just a little tired this month. Doing some chores is fine. We can't just do nothing now that I'm pregnant. After we eat, I'll tidy up the room for Lao Wu and his wife." "How is your second sister-in-law? Is she easy to get along with?" "I haven't met her yet. I haven't even given her a wedding gift. What do you think I should give?"
Jiangli smilat.
"Anything is fine. Second sister-in-law is a good person. She used to work at a newspaper, so she's cultured. Don't worry about getting along with her. My brothers have good taste. You should trust them." Ling Shui said, "Since you say that, she must be easy to get along with. But I'm worried. Your second sister-in-law just lost her baby, and I'm pregnant now. Do you think she'll overthink when she sees that?" Jiangli replied, "Don't worry. When second sister-in-law comes, I'll check on her health. Pregnant women shouldn't think too much, you know." Ling Shui nodded. "I understand. I'll go now. Go ahead. Take your time going up and down the stairs." Jiangli went to the kitchen and saw the stove was still burning. She added some charcoal. She found some dried noodles from home and started boiling water. They didn't eat much, so she didn't cook too much. Jiang Haoyu and his wife returned to the countryside after noon. The elderly lady was very happy to see her grandson and granddaughter-in-law come back. She warmly greeted Li Qing. When she learned that her granddaughter-in-law had lost her baby, she felt a bit sad and said, "You just finished your postpartum rest. Why not dress warmer? We women can't catch cold. Later, eat more good food. There will be more children." Hearing her grandmother's comfort, Li Qing smiled and said, "I understand. I've come to terms with it.
Don't worry about me, Grandma."
The old lady smiled and said, "That's right. Taking good care of your health is the most important. By the way, why did you two come back today? Are you resting?" Jiang Haoyu replied, "Grandma, we're here to say goodbye to you. Qing and I are planning to go to Kyoto to develop our careers. Lily has already arranged everything for us." Hearing this, the grandmother sighed and said, "Going to Kyoto is fine. Your whole family has already left, and it's quite lonely for you to stay alone. Over there, you can also take care of your sister. That's good. But when you go there, listen to Xiaozi and their advice. Big cities are complicated. Especially those children of officials. Try not to get involved if you can. Your grandfather came back because he knew the people couldn't fight the officials, or else our family might have become a noble family in Kyoto. But he never regretted coming back. These years, there's been fierce fighting upstairs. Look at those families that have fallen apart. So sometimes a simple life is also a kind of happiness. Jong Hao-yu nodded. I understand. When I go there, I will talk to Lily carefully. Also, Lily asked me to tell you that my parents are doing very well now. My uncle doesn't want them to come back, so they're staying there for now. If anyone in the village asks, just say they are in Kyoto. The grandmother said, all right, I understand. As long as you all are doing well, I have no worries. I'm old now and won't live much longer. When I leave, I just want to see you all happy, then I can peacefully meet your grandpa. When are you planning to leave? Jong Hao-yu replied, the day after tomorrow. The tickets are already bought. The house we had was sold to Auntie because my cousin has a partner. Oh, Chin Han finally has a partner. Looks like there will be more good news at home. Is your aunt doing well? I haven't seen her come back to visit me in a long time. Jong Hao-yu added some firewood and said, they are all doing well.
Don't worry, Grandma.
Just Chin Ye's younger brother doesn't know where he was assigned. He hasn't written home in a long time, and his aunt is a bit worried. When I went upstairs to call Lily, I mentioned this, but I don't know if Lily can find him. That mischievous boy is so careless. Even if he's busy with training, he shouldn't forget to send a letter. This has made my aunt restless lately, always worried about bad news. The elderly lady said, when you first joined the army, there shouldn't be any problem. Maybe he's in a closed training program. Your second brother and the others didn't write home for a long time back then either. Sometimes, when on missions, you can't contact them for months. Your aunt is just overthinking. Hearing this, Jong Hao-yu also remembered that it was indeed like that before. But back then, there were more boys in their family and their parents were mostly focused on their sister, so everyone wasn't as worried as now. All right, you two sit on the bed. I'll go to the backyard and get some meat. Tonight, I'll stew pickled cabbage with pork for you. Also, I'll make a soup for Ching Ching. Li Qing looked at her stumbling grandmother and stood up, saying, I'll go with you. It's snowing outside, and the road is slippery. Take your time so you don't fall. Hearing this, Jong Hao-yu said, Grandma, tell me where it is and I'll go get it. You all stay inside. It's very cold outside today. It's better not to go out if you can avoid it. The elderly lady smiled. I'm in good health. You guys are just worrying too much. I'll go by myself. Jong Hao-yu knew he couldn't argue with Grandma, so he let her go. That evening, the main family and the third family all came over. Knowing they were leaving, Zhang Qinghua said, bring some things for Li when you go. She likes to eat bean buns. I made some earlier, and they're frozen now. She's been away so long. I wonder if she's been eating well. Jong Hao-yu said, Lily is doing well. Doesn't she call home often? If you miss her, you can go visit her. Anyway, after winter starts, there's not much to do. It's the same wherever you stay. Hearing this, the elders didn't feel like going out. But Jiang Jingrui said loudly, Fifth brother, take me with you. I've never been to Kyoto.
I also want to see my cousin.
Jong Hao-yu replied, if you want to go, you need to ask your dad for permission. If uncle agrees, I'll take you. After hearing this, Jiang Jingrui immediately looked at his father. Dad, just let me go see my cousin. When I get there, I promise to behave. I'll do all the chores at home and won't cause any trouble for my cousin, okay? Jiang Qingjun swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, if you want to go, then go. But you must be sensible. If she doesn't have time to play with you, just entertain yourself, understand? Your cousin is a busy person. Don't disturb her work. Seeing his father agree, Jiang Jingrui happily replied, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself and my cousin. Then he looked at Wu Ge. Brother Wu, please help me buy a ticket too. Jiang Hao-yu nodded. All right, tomorrow night you and we will stay in the county town. The train leaves early the day after tomorrow. Remember not to bring too much stuff. There are just 3 of us, and too many things are easy to lose. Jiang Jingrui smiled.
Got it.
Oh, and how is Lao Lu doing lately? It's been a while since I saw him. Is he still seeing that young woman from the countryside? Jiang Jingchen said, he came back a few days ago. He said he plans to get married after the new year. He's doing well in the team. His boss takes good care of him. Plus, he's been working hard himself. He's earned quite a bit of money lately. But only our family knows about it. Hearing this, Zhang Haoyu knew Lao Lu was secretly smuggling goods. Then he said, "Tell him to stay safe. No one is more important than his safety. Year-end is coming, and the crackdown is starting again. He should be careful." Jiang Jingchen nodded. "Okay, when he comes back, I'll talk to him. Eat more, you too." Recently, the winter hunt was good, and every family got a lot of game. Our family can't finish it all for the new year. When we leave tomorrow, take some nice things with you to give to Li Li. In the big city, you can't find wild game easily, so let him indulge a little. Knowing his older brother was thinking of his sister, Zhang Haoyu said, "Thanks, big brother. Hopefully my sister-in-law will give birth soon after the new year. I hope it's a girl."
Lidong meesmilat.
"I hope so too. This pregnancy has been the best one I've had. Look at my face, it's so rosy lately. When I went back to my parent house, they thought I had taken some magic pill. And I hardly vomited this time. Maybe it's really a girl." She already had 2 sons and hoped this baby would be a girl. Thinking of a girl like her younger sister, she felt warm inside. As the family chatted and laughed, dinner was quickly finished. There are not many entertainment options in the countryside at night. After dinner, people either visit neighbors or lie down on the heated bed. Their family is relatively better off. Before Li Li, they had a radio, so they could listen to some programs at night after dinner. Li Dequan doesn't know that his daughter is about to leave soon. He just finished paying off his debts. Zhang Guilin feels heartbroken seeing someone take away 1,000 yuan from her, as if her heart is bleeding. This time, her only savings are completely gone. Yang Miao and Li Peng also found out that their younger brother owed gambling debts, and they don't look kindly on him. If he hadn't caused trouble, they would have been living their own small life by now. At night, Zhang Guilin lies on the bed and says, "I went to find Qingqing 3 times, but she wasn't home. The people at her workplace said she sold her job. I wish I had taken back her job earlier." Li Dequan closes his eyes and replies, "That was her own choice of work. When we received the bride price and the money for breaking the engagement, you couldn't force her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten a single penny. Tomorrow, the second child will be discharged from the hospital. After that, you should go see her. We don't have a penny left at home." Zhang Guilin nods. "All right, I'll go see her again tomorrow." Time passes quickly, and soon it's the day Zhang Haoyu's family is leaving. Standing at the train station, looking at the place where she grew up, Li Qing suddenly feels a bit reluctant. Zhang Haoyu notices she's not in a good mood and asks worriedly, "What's wrong? What are you thinking?" Li Qing turns back and says, "Nothing much. I grew up here and have never left my hometown. Now that I'm leaving, I don't know when I'll be able to come back. Don't you feel sad?" Zhang Haoyu replies, "A little, but we will come back again. Let's go, the train is coming." Jiang Jingrui follows behind them, carrying his luggage, and gets excited when he sees the train arriving. It's his first time traveling far away, so he's not sad but very happy. Thinking about seeing his cousin soon makes him even more joyful. After learning about the train schedule from Wu Ge, Zhang Li starts preparing household items at home. While his second sister-in-law is away, he takes out a lot of fine cotton fabric from the space. The fabric bought outside is fine for adults but rough for children. Especially after learning that Jingrui is coming, he prepares new cotton clothes, pants, and shoes for everyone. They also stockpiled a lot of coal for heating. Ling Shui, returning from work, sees all these new things at home and asks, "Do you still have enough money?" "I still have some here. I don't know how much money was spent on all these things. My younger sister is so thoughtful." Second sister-in-law, "I have enough money. Come and see these. Don't you think they shouldn't make inner clothes and diapers for the children? If it's not enough, I can buy some more later. Absolutely not let my little nephews suffer." Ling Shui touched the fabric handed over by Jiang Li and asked in surprise, "Where did you buy this? The color is so beautiful, and the fabric is very soft."